अस्सलाम वालेकुम। आप तमाम हज़रात को बहुत बहुत खुश आमदीद। Welcome. Invest in Pakistan conference. This is exactly what we've been perceiving from the day one when we actually thought that Jumpstart would ultimately add a great value to the ecosystem and ultimately help Pakistan in order to actually make sure that we can generate some wealth and add some value to the whole ecosystem, and ultimately that would help the lower segment of the society. तो इन्वेस्ट इन पाकिस्तान भी एक ऐसा इनिशिएटिव है जम्प स्टार्ट पाकिस्तान का, जिसके तहत अल्टीमेटली हम $100 बिलियन पाकिस्तान की इकोनॉमी में ऐड करना चाहते हैं, और वो बाहर से जो हमारे ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानीज हैं या फॉरेनर्स हैं वो किस तरीके से हमारी स्टार्टअप्स को, हमारे SMEs को लिफ्ट अप कर सकते हैं। तो कॉन्फ्रेंस स्टार्ट करने से पहले जैसे आप तमाम हज़रात को पता है, हमारी एक ट्रेडिशन है कि अल्लाह सुब्हानहू तआला के बाबरकत नाम से हम अपनी हर चीज़ को शुरू करते हैं। तो सबसे पहले अल्लाह सुब्हानहू तआला के कुछ अल्फाज सुनते हैं और उस पर गौर करते हैं और देखते हैं कि अल्लाह सुब्हानहू तआला हमसे किस तरीके से मुखातिब है और हमें क्या करना चाहिए इस हवाले से कि हम कैसे आगे चल के अपनी ज़िंदगियों के अंदर वो उन लेसन से सीख सकते हैं। तो बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम।
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। अर्रहमान अल्लमल क़ुरआन खलक़ल इंसान अल्लमहुल बयान الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو العصف والريحان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجن من مارج من نار فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان رب المشرقين ورب المغربين فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان مرج البحرين يلتقيان بينهما برزخ لا يبغيان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يخرج منهما اللؤلؤ والمرجان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان وله الجوار المنشآت في البحر كالأعلام فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان كل من عليها فان ويبقى وجه ربك ذو الجلال والإكرام فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يسأله من في السماوات والأرض كل يوم هو في شأن فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان سنفرغ لكم أيها الثقلان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يا معشر الجن والإنس إن استطعتم أن تنفذوا من أقطار السماوات والأرض فانفذوا لا تنفذون إلا بسلطان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يرسل عليكما شواظ من نار ونحاس فلا تنتصران فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فإذا انشقت السماء فكانت وردة كالدهان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيومئذ لا يسأل عن ذنبه إنس ولا جان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان يعرف المجرمون بسيماهم فيؤخذ بالنواصي والأقدام فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان هذه جهنم التي يكذب بها المجرمون يطوفون بينها وبين حميم آن فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان ولمن خاف مقام ربه جنتان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان ذواتا أفنان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيهما عينان تجريان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيهما من كل فاكهة زوجان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان متكئين على فرش بطائنها من استبرق وجنى الجنتين دان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيهن قاصرات الطرف لم يطمثهن إنس قبلهم ولا جان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان كأنهن الياقوت والمرجان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان هل جزاء الإحسان إلا الإحسان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان ومن دونهما جنتان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان مدهامتان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيهما عينان نضاختان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيهما فاكهة ونخل ورمان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان فيهن خيرات حسان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان حور مقصورات في الخيام فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان لم يطمثهن إنس قبلهم ولا جان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان متكئين على رفرف خضر وعبقري حسان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان تبارك اسم ربك ذي الجلال والإكرام.
Assalamu alaikum. Lots of messages. I don't know how many of you were actually listening and reading the actual text on the screen itself. But I think my suggestion would be that at some point in time, just take some time out and listen to this with the text. And then you'll realize, because this is the time that everybody is really tense. हमारे इर्द-गिर्द जो है वो कई अमवात हो रही हैं हमारे loved ones की, और हम बहुत डाउन फील कर रहे हैं. और इस सारे अरसे के दौरान में हमें जो चीज़ सबसे ज़्यादा मेक श्योर करनी है कि हमने डाउन नहीं फील करना. हमारा जो मोरल है उसको हमने हाई रखना है. और उसके लिए जो मदद ले सकते हैं आप, कुरान से ज़्यादा बड़ी मदद नहीं हो सकती. तो इस मैसेज को सुने, बार बार सुने और समझें उसको कि वो मैसेज क्या है. उससे आगे चलते हैं. जाहिर है कौमी तराना इज़ अ मस्ट, जिससे हम शुरू करते हैं.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. अक्सर ज़मीन शादबाद कीश्वरे हसीन शादबाद तू निशाने अस्मे आली शान से पाकिस्तान मरकज़े यकीन शादबाद पाक सरज़मीन का निज़ाम क़ुव्वते अख़ुव्वते अमान मुल्क सल्तनत आइंदा का जिंदाबाद शादबाद मंज़िले मुराद परचमे सितारा हो हिलाल रहबरे तरक्कियों का तर्जुमाने माज़ी शाने हाथाने इस्तक़बाल साए खुदाए ज़ुलजलाल.
इसके बाद चलते हैं कलाम इकबाल की तरफ. और आज मेरे साथ बड़े एक स्पेशल गेस्ट हैं जो हमेशा आप देखते रहे होंगे अगर आपने जंपस्टार्ट के जो इवेंट्स हैं उनको अटेंड किया है. तो उसमें हमारा बड़ा फोकस होता है कलाम इकबाल के ऊपर, क्योंकि एक मेजर लेसन है हम तमाम हज़रात के लिए. अगर हम उससे नहीं सीखेंगे तो हम शायद आगे नहीं बढ़ पाएंगे. अस्सलाम वालेकुम ज़ीशान.
वालेकुम अस्सलाम. सर जी कैसे हैं?
बिल्कुल अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह ठीक ठाक. तो आज आप हमें कलाम इकबाल से क्या सुना रहे हैं?
कलाम इकबाल मैं थोड़ा सा आपको बताऊंगा. आप मुझसे ज़्यादा नॉलेज रखते हैं इसमें. तो कलाम इकबाल इंसान को झंझोड़ने के लिए, अपने माजी को याद रखने के लिए. तो कलाम इकबाल के जवाब शिकवा के कुछ शेर हैं, तो वो तो झंझोड़ने वाले हैं. जैसे इंसान को झंझोड़ते हैं ना, तो उसी से ये चंद शेर आपकी नज़र करते हैं. समात कीजिएगा. दिल से जो बात निकलती है असर रखती है, पर नहीं ताकते परवाज मगर रखती है. दिल से जो बात निकलती है असर रखती है, पर नहीं ताकते परवाज मगर रखती है. कुदसियुल असल है, रिफत पे नजर रखती है, खाक से उठती है गर्दों पे गुजर रखती है। इश्क था फितना गरो सरकशो चालाक मेरा, आसमां चीर गया नालाए बेबाक मेरा। पीरे गर्दू ने कहा सुन के कहीं है कोई, बोले सही यारे सारे अर्श बरी है कोई। चांद कहता था नहीं अहले ज़मीं है कोई, कहकशां कहती थी पोशीदा यही है कोई। कुछ जो समझा मेरे शिकवे को तो रिज़वां समझा, मुझे जन्नत से निकाला हुआ इंसान समझा। थी फरिश्तों को भी हैरत के ये आवाज है क्या, अर्श वालों पे भी खुलता नहीं ये राज है क्या। तासरे तासरे अर्श भी इंसान की तगोताज है क्या, आ गई खाक की चुटकी को भी परवाज है क्या। गफिला दाब से सुक्कान जमी कैसे हैं, शोखो गुस्ताखी ये पस्ती के मकी कैसे हैं। इस कदर शोख के अल्लाह से भी बरहम है, था जो मसजूद मलायक ये वही आदम है। आलमे कैफ है दाना रुमूज़े कम है, हम अगर इज़्ब के असरार से नामहरम है। आई आवाज गम अंगेज है अफसाना तेरा, अश्क बेताब से लबरेज है पैमाना तेरा। आसमां गिर हुआ नाराए मस्ताना तेरा, इस कदर शोख ज़बां है दिल दीवाना तेरा। शुक्र शिकवे को किया हुस्नो अदा से तूने, हम सुखन कर दिया बंदों को खुदा से तूने। दिल से जो बात निकलती है असर रखती है, पर नहीं ताकते परवाज मगर रखती है। हम तो मायल बकरम है कोई साहिल ही नहीं, राह दिखलाए किसे राह रवे मंजिल ही नहीं। हम तो मायल बकरम है कोई साहिल ही नहीं, राह दिखलाए किसे राह रवे मंजिल ही नहीं। तरबियत आम तो है जोहर काबिल ही नहीं, जिसे तामीर हो आदम की ये वो गुल ही नहीं। कोई काबिल हो तो हम शान कहीं देते हैं, ढूंढने वालों को दुनिया भी नहीं देते हैं। किस कदर तुम पे गिरा सुबह की बेदारी है, किस कदर तुम पे गिरा सुबह की बेदारी है। हमसे कब प्यार है हाँ नींद तुम्हें प्यारी है। तबे आजाद पे कह दे रमजान बारी है, तुम ही कह दो यही आईने वफादारी है। दिल से जो बात निकलती है असर रखती है, पर नहीं ताकते परवाज मगर रखती है। क्या कहा बहरे मुसलमान है फकत वादाए हूर, शिकवा बेजा भी करे कोई तो लाजिम है शऊर। अदल है फाकर हस्ती का अदल से दस्तूर, मुसलमानी हुआ फिर मिले हूरों कसूर। तुम्हें हूरों का कोई चाहने वाला ही नहीं, जलवाए तूर तो मौजूद है मूसा ही नहीं। शोर है हो गए दुनिया से मुसलमान अबू, हम ये कहते थे कि गए थे कहीं मुसलमान मजू। यूं तो सैयद भी हो, मिर्जा भी हो, अफगान भी हो, तुम सभी कुछ हो बताओ तो सही मुसलमान भी हो। दिल से जो बात निकलती है असर रखती है, पर नहीं ताकते परवाज मगर रखती है। हर मुसलमान रगे बातिल के लिए नश्तर था, इसका इसके आईना हस्ती में अमल जोहर था। जो भरोसा था इसे कुव्वते बाजू पर था, है तुम्हें मौत का डर उसको खुदा का डर था। बाप का इल्म न बेटे को अगर अजबर हो, फिर भी पिस काबिल मीरा से पिजर क्यों कर हो। दिल से जो बात निकलती है असर रखती है, पर नहीं ताकते परवाज मगर ती है। कि मोहम्मद से वफा तूने तो हम तेरे हैं, कि मोहम्मद से वफा तूने तो हम तेरे हैं। ये जहां चीज है क्या लोहो कलम तेरे हैं। हर पस्त को हर पस्त को कुव्वते इश्क से हर पस्त को बाला कर दे, कुव्वते इश्क से हर पस्त को बाला कर दे। दहर में इसमें मोहम्मद से उजाला कर दे। दिल से जो बात निकलती है असर रखती है, पर नहीं ताकते परवाज मगर रखती है। बहुत शुक्रिया सर।
सर आपका शुक्रिया। अमेजिंग अमेजिंग अमेजिंग, माशाल्लाह,
थैंक यू।
ब्यूटीफुल एज ऑलवेज। ज़ीशान बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, वाज रियली इंस्पायरिंग। और मजा आ गया सुन के। बार बार सुनेंगे, बार बार आपको लेंगे। इस पूरे सेशन के दौरान 4 दिन है और उसके अंदर अल्टीमेटली हम लोगों का यही लेसन है कि यूथ को बताया जाए कि हम लोगों का क्या अल्टीमेटली मैसेज है और इकबाल ने क्या मैसेज दिया। इसके बाद गाइस चलते हैं, बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली दस्तूर है एक के घर का जो बड़ा शख्स होता है वो तमाम हज़रात को वेलकम करता है। जो भी आप अल्टीमेटली किसी भी इवेंट हो, कोई घर की तकरीब हो, कुछ हो, तो उस हवाले से हमारे चेयरमैन अमजद परवेज साहब इंशाल्लाह he'll deliver the welcome note, so I'll welcome him to actually come and speak to you. अस्सलाम वालेकुम अमजद भाई।
वालेकुम सलाम खुर्रम भाई। Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. As chairman of Jumpstart Pakistan, it gives me immense pleasure. Indeed, this is an honor to welcome you all across the globe, all the stakeholders, all the members, the chapter heads, and the investors, the key people who will, inshallah, transform Pakistan. I must, at the beginning, pay special tribute to our operational team and Khurram Bhai for the great determination they have shown to bring this project to its bearance. As we all know, during the COVID situation, physical gatherings were impossible, but our determination to transform our homeland was never waned. And Alhamdulillah, we have adopted the 21st century technology to keep you all connected. This movement, its vision is steeped in two things that actually unite us. The overseas Pakistanis that are flung across the globe and those Pakistanis in Pakistan. The first factor is our love for Pakistan. And the second is our determination, our aspiration, our hopes of transforming Pakistan into a globally recognized independent economy and a responsible nation amongst the nations of the world. So this organization was originally, for those of you who are new to us and who are listening for the first time, I will briefly give you a history of the movement and what it aims to do. It was the pioneering work of Khurram in 2014, who laid down the foundations of this wonderful, we do not call it an organization, this is a movement. It is your movement. The more you take part in it, the stronger it will grow. And its objective is very simple. How can each one of us play a critical role rather than just relying on the government? Because it is not the government's job to be productive, to be innovative, to be creative. That is the role of the entrepreneurs who actually create the wealth and employment in the world. So in 2014, the good foundations were laid. And right at the beginning, it was always estimated that this will not be a short run. It will not be a 100-meter run, but it will be a long, long marathon. It will take 10 to 15 years, maybe, to inshallah deliver this project. So in 2017, I was approached by the board of Jumpstart Pakistan to lead the organization. And from then on, we tried our level best to realize through analysis what was it that was needed for us to be successful. And we realized that Pakistan, unfortunately, over the last 30 years, has squandered the opportunities that came to us. And secondly, it had really an image problem across the globe. So the concept of Lift Pakistan was formulated. And Lift Pakistan is a venture where we gather the people from across the globe, the influencers, the industrialists, the intellectuals, the universities, the students, the young people together, and try to map out exactly what is it that is needed in order for us to move forward. So in 2018, alhamdulillah, we had our first Lift conference in Islamabad. We learned a lot of lessons, we made a lot of mistakes, but that is the journey of every entrepreneur. You make mistakes, you analyze, you learn, and you move forward. And in 2019, we came back and we did huge amount of publicity across the globes. We did road shows in America, in UK, in Middle East, in Australia, and in other continents in Europe. And this time, the conference was held 3 days in Lahore and 3 days in Islamabad. And I, as a chairman, can proudly say that my team and our stakeholders did us proud. Over 20,000 people participated. It was the largest gathering in the history of Pakistan of entrepreneurs and influencers trying and coming together to create a convergence of intellect and focus in terms of how we move Pakistan through this journey of entrepreneurialism and championing enterprise. So what exactly is it that we're trying to do? People say, there are a lot of conferences happening across the globe. I mean, I go on Facebook and there are literally hundreds, if not thousands of people who on a daily basis are doing some wonderful work. But what we realized very quickly, that in order to be successful, we needed an industrial policy. And what we did with our partners across the globe is to actually formulate a sector-based industrial policy. So currently, we are now actually promoting 12 sectors, which include tourism, technology, creative industries, it's green energy, etc., etc. You can, watch those on our website. They will be promoted during this conference. And the aim was to look at the disruptive companies across the globe, particularly those of overseas Pakistanis, and how we could connect them with the local companies in Pakistan. Yes, startups is very, very important, but the startups have a life journey of maybe 3 to 5 years, which takes them to the point where they could be sustainable. But our focus now, right now, because obviously Pakistan faces huge economic challenges, and which are compounded by this COVID-19 pandemic that we have. So the methodology is basically, we have now WhatsApp groups, we have other sessions where people from across the globe have come together in these 12 industrial sectors. And our aim over the next 10 years is to actually generate an additional 100 billion, not million, 100 billion worth of revenue in Pakistan. So I mentioned that our policies must be based on analysis. So what is it that we're doing? We're actually working with at least 50 universities from Pakistan. We're working with Bradford University. We're working with other universities across the globe to create a strategic methodology, which means working bottom up. So we're not just focusing on Islamabad, Karachi, and Lahore, which are the three triangles where most people converge to. But what we realize that the bulk of the population is still in the agriculture belts of Pakistan. So we have penetrated into almost 20, 25 cities. And over the next 2 years, inshallah, our hope is that we will enter into every city in Pakistan. So we get a bottom-up approach, i.e. we collect the data in almost every city, in almost every village, in almost every district. What that does, it gives us a big data approach. So we know how many startups we've got in which sector and what is their health. And the same with the SMEs, what state they are. And our method really is to pick out. Normally, it is the 20% who account for the 80% of the market share. And this is where what we're trying to do with this Invest in Pakistan conference. Because I think all of you will agree, the overseas Pakistanis play a huge amount in the development of Pakistan. Over $20 billion of foreign remittance is sent to Pakistan. But what we're realizing is that the younger generation of overseas Pakistanis are now saying, we want to be active stakeholders in the development of Pakistan. And what we currently have is a government that at least is listening. Yes, it is absolutely facing humongous challenges, and it must carry on the work of getting rid of corruption, ease of doing business, putting the institutions right, and looking at infrastructure. But it is our job and the job of institutions like Jumpstart Pakistan to actually come up with the formulation of this policy. So what currently will happen during Invest in Pakistan is fundamentally what we want people to do is join these groups, join these discussions, particularly those people who are overseas, because hundreds, if not thousands of people wish to invest in Pakistan. But the fundamental problem has always been that we were afraid that there was nobody to hold our hand. So this is your movement. This is your country. We are here to help and assist. And by working through methodology, by working with government and the institutions, I am sure that together we can create what we call together building a great nation. It has been a pleasure to speak to you. Absolutely enjoy the conference. But more importantly, my message is please get involved and work for Pakistan. Thank you very much and enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Amjad Bhai. It was a great message, and thank you for summarizing it so well. There are a lot of messages coming in, a lot of people are watching, and I'm sure this marathon. I mean, it hasn't happened before, so it's like for the very first time. At least I haven't come across that conference happening for 10 hours a day for 4 days continuously. So, alhamdulillah, it's amazing.
And I think another point, Khurram, that we must make, and you make it, I make it, and our stakeholders make it, and it's worth that we make it. We are not a perfect organization. We are by no means beholders of all knowledge, unless and until people who are sat on the fence come on board. There is no point sitting on the wall and throwing stones and saying, Pakistan has got so many problems, it can't be done. You can do that, and we've been doing that for the last 40 years, Khurram. But I think when you jump in the pool,
right,
and feel the cold water, right, and work with people across the globe, it's not just in Pakistan. I think what we're saying, and you will surely agree, Khurram, is that the overseas Pakistanis are not saying to the Pakistanis in Pakistan, look, we know better than you. We don't. Actually, it's when we come together, right, when we share our expertise. When I go to Pakistan, I am fish out of water. You mentor me. There are young people who are probably as old as my children who actually hold my hand and show me the system. So this is what we've got to do. It doesn't matter how old are you. I'm 60, right? But it doesn't matter if somebody in Pakistan who's 15, 16, 18, who's lived in the system, who knows the system, there is no shame in me saying, can you show me how to do this? Correct. And I think when we get over this thing about, I know better than anybody else, right? So it's the convergence of people overseas, because, we've got the most lucrative markets, Khurram, in UK, in Europe. You're sat in America. There are people in Australia who are chapter heads. There are people in Korea. There are people in Japan, all desperate to help in Pakistan. So what we're trying to do, and alhamdulillah, over the last 6 years, I think we're getting there. The message is there. The government is listening. The president has just passed the decree allowing startups to actually happen. Who would have thought when you started the journey in 2014, Khurram, that would happen? Alhamdulillah, everything is going in the right direction, but we must keep going and trying harder.
Thank you, Amjad Bhai. It was golden words, and I'm sure the people sitting in, and especially the youth sitting in Pakistan, is quite encouraging for them as well, that older generation is there to support them and pass on the baton for them to actually take over. So thank you very much. We have, inshallah, we're going to be taking you on and off, and you're going to be doing your own panel on agriculture. So that's one of my favorite too. So inshallah, we're going to have a great conversation. There's a lot of activities are coming up. There are like a lot of amazing basically lineup we have for the whole day, and tomorrow and day after, and even on the Monday. So there are some amazing stuff we are talking about. So next one I have with me to discuss a very important issue in terms of the legislation. Everybody talks about why the government is not coming forward to actually support the businesses. तो हमें ये सबसे पहले देखना है कि गवर्नमेंट क्या कर सकती है और क्या नहीं कर सकती. तो उसके लिए मेरे साथ आज सेनेटर मियां अतीक साहब हैं, जो बड़ा प्राउडली अपने आप को प्रेजेंट करते हैं एज अ डिजिटल सेनेटर के तौर पर. आई वेलकम हिम हियर for this session, for this Invest in Pakistan conference, which is going to be really a game changer, inshallah, in Pakistan investment and finance situation, which we are going through. So over to you, Mian sahab.
Thank you very much, Khurram bhai. And I'm really thankful to Amjad bhai as well. मैंने उनके बारे में बहुत कुछ सुना है अभी तक. I'm not lucky enough कि मैं उनको मिलता और मजीद करीब से उनके होकर अपने एक्सपीरियंस को बढ़ाता. लेकिन I'm really glad while sitting here at such a august place where we are going to have, and our motive, as Amjad bhai explained, really we are in a noble cause. That's what I personally feel. Now, before moving ahead toward the assignment which you have given to me, first of all, I definitely appreciate all the team of Invest in Pakistan. As Khurram bhai, you said, that no doubt, whenever I call you in the last few days, you are working day and night for it. And this is your dedication. And we all pray for this. Hats off for all your team, the way you have achieved everything in this. And today it become a thing which is definitely a new milestone has been put by your team, and Khurram bhai and Amjad bhai and everybody. When I saw, there are a lot of people who are working in it. It is something like this, that when we watch a movie and we are watching only what is going on this television screen or anywhere on the screen, but there are hundreds and thousands of people who worked for that. And that's what I say, that as far as this today's conference is concerned, there are really hundreds and thousands of people who have worked day and night, and today we are here. So first of all, I really appreciate, because if we talk about the today's scenario as far as this pandemic is concerned, and especially the Pakistan government and Pakistan's economic situation is concerned, we must say that this type of conference is really needed through all the steps of life, that people who are interested to join hands to invest here, they should have the confidence on our nation and as well as on our government. So being the government representative, as most of the people know, that I'm a most, you can say, the problematic child in both houses in the parliament, because I always raise the voice which is the need of the time, which is the voice of ordinary people and an ordinary businessman. In these days, we need the people. They are working at different places, and especially those who want to come from abroad and they want to really invest here. They want to do the work. They want to join hands with my youth, with my people, whether it is a startup or it is some industry at small level, or a group of people, they want to come here to invest as an investor group. So for that, as you said, what I personally feel, that in the last many years, trust me, there are people who are sitting there in the parliament and they are really responsible for it, that whenever we made any legislation, any type of rules, laws, we didn't took those people on board to whom we are going to put those laws over them. And they have to come under that bracket in which, and afterward, when the rules, laws are made on, and then when the implementation is started, then the things are come and we have to go back and change the thing. But as far as the sitting government is concerned, and especially Prime Minister Imran Khan, he got a vision of it and he has the feeling to take the people along, and especially two sectors of life. One is this, our all the youth, and second is the overseas community, overseas Pakistani who are working abroad, and they are there for the decades and decades. I must add here that recently there is one organization which become the biggest organization on the globe, and there are about 78 countries right up till now in just 1 month. That is Pakistan Overseas Community, and this is worldwide. All the community, they have joined hand together, and they want to now also coming here as the investors. So they got a central office here in Lahore, and then we are working with them, and thanks to Allah that they have also taken me on the floor for them, and we are working on that. Now there is both sides, you can say, the strength. That is those who are coming from abroad as this group of people. They are very dedicated people. Our chairman is Mian Tariq, and then his elder brother Mian Ilyas Sahab, and then other people. They are working definitely for this cause. But this is one side. Second side is this, that as Khurram bhai, you said, that until and unless the government don't comes forward, the government has to come step forward. And as you said, that they are creating the regulators. Now it's high time. What is needed is this, that there should be the deregulation system. And what does it mean? It doesn't mean that you are going to give the high fly to everybody and there would be no boundaries, no limits. No, not at all. But the thing is this, what I personally feel, as most of the people about me, but there is a chance that there are few, they may be not knowing about me. I didn't come on the webinars, even I didn't know about this StreamYard just 2 months back. In this pandemic, in this lockdown, what I learned, I have to, that today, Alhamdulillah, I become the digital senator, which is officially announced in the parliament, and how it come, it is like this, that I realize this thing, that future is what we are talking, the digital world. In that digital world, if the legislators don't know about, and I feel the difference between our next door neighbor, they are exporting IT products in billions and billions of dollars, and where we are not 5-7% of that. And the reason is this: those who were the legislators, those who were the regulators, they didn't come up in a way in which they can accommodate all IT people. This is one sector. On the other hand, now I must say it's high time, and our survival, our economy can run only and only in a way when our foreign investment would come up, and especially FDI, foreign direct investment. While talking about that, why one should come and invest here? So let's be straightforward and telling you that while talking about return on investment, I, being an entrepreneur, having an experience of trade, industry, import, running a nationwide companies, and then international groups as well, I am at a place we always think, the investor always thinks for two things. One is the security of the investment, and second is return on investment on a yearly basis. So I must say that even in these days, in this scenario, I'm not talking about the lockdown or the pandemic. I'm talking about before this, just few months back. If we talk about last year, 2 years back, whatever the situation is, even then Pakistan's investment and ROI is much, much better than many other countries. Only the thing is, what we need is confidence building measures. We have to adopt CBMs. We need this type of conferences where people can come and straight away ask the questions to all the legislators, those who are regulators, and whatever they are, the officers who relate with the industry, they should, or the trade, or the companies, whatever they are. So it is needed that if we are talking about, and especially I must say about a few things quickly, that after the CPAC, the scenario of this region is totally changed. I must say, Pakistan got such an opportunity which we could not achieve in the last 15 years, which we have planned to going to make the targets and achieve in another 2-3 years. And the reason is the way China is backing us. And now what is needed is the technology transfer from China to Pakistan. And for that, we have announced 11 SEZs, which is going to be, inshallah, state-of-the-art projects. And there are many clusters in those special economic zones. And we are going to make that in such a professional way that all those who want to invest in that from abroad, not only for the mega project, they can come up for the small projects as well. And in that, what I am trying to, for the IT industry, that there should be some IT park or some special buildings in which we should have all type of facilities there from which, and what our role model is, we should go as like in UAE, Dubai, they have made some IT parks and some systems on other parts of the world as well. So I have proposed the government for that. I am, because taking care of the this CPAC committee in Senate as well, and I'm having the experience of that right on starting from the China border to Gwadar, and that is the one in which we are planning. And three of the industrial zone, one is next to Lahore, and then one is in Karachi, and one is in Islamabad, which is in between Peshawar and Islamabad. These three SEZs are going to start very shortly. So in the last, I must say that all those who want to come, I'm trying to coop up the things, and in the last, what I want to say is that one is deregulation. Yes, it is needed, and how we can, there is only one way, that is digitalizing all these sectors. And as the government has announced, the Digital Pakistan, in which Ma'am Tania is heading that, they are coming up as e-governance. Their motive is that for that Digital Pakistan, they are planning to straight away come and go everything digitalize, e-governance in the governance of Pakistan, to give and to take that type of, to give the opportunities to the people from different platforms, and they are on the way to make some people on board as well, and then definitely they will do it. And in that, I personally feel system, we will have the direct access of the investor to the top bosses, where those who are the decision makers, those who are the matters. So it is what we are planning to, and we are doing. Then on the other hand, in this digital world, I must say that the people are, that I'm working on it. Why can't we make that type of legislation, which is already on in 80 countries? That is what, that you must know all, because most of the people, they are here, they are from this digital world, they are from the IT world, they know about this digital currency. I mean, why my people, my nation should be kept back? Whereas, why can't we, the legislator, can make that legislation? Why can't we make that regulation as the 80 countries have? And in that, the developed world is there, the less developed world is there, and underdeveloped world is there. In the last 6 weeks, I have worked a lot on this, that blockchain system should come up. Blockchain is the best solution to stop the corruption in the country. Coming up with the merits, it is just the use of technology. And whereas, just to stop my people, the development of my nation, my country, there are few, I must say, the officers. I met that gentleman and I asked him that you have wasted many, many years of my nation. If this thing would be going on, that when the mining is there in UAE, in Bahrain, I have come to know there you can get the license, you can apply, and you can go for your own Bitcoin type of currency or digital currency. Why can't my people can get that? That's what I have written to the Prime Minister. I'm trying to get I already spoke 2 times on technology on the floor. Whenever I got the opportunity, I definitely talk on this digitalization here in Pakistan. So thank you very much, Salma, Noreen, and all those who are here. I must say, I'm sorry, sometimes I become more emotional on that अगर ये मैं उर्दू में कहूंगा, इट्स बेटर, मुझे काम नहीं आता तो क्या इसका मतलब है मैं तमाम काम करने वालों को रोक दूंगा? अरे बाबा, जिसको आता है वो कर ले, मुझे नहीं आता या तो मैं सीख लूं, अगर मैं नहीं सीख सकता तो। और यही हुआ है हमारी कौम को कंप्यूटर के दौर में। आई हैव रेड इट, आई हैव सीन माई सेल्फ सिंस 1981. while talking about, I got my first 16K computer of that time. I have attached with the gadget since then, and that is the only affiliation of mine with the gadgets, that only single-handedly. I have no brother, I have no partner, I have no son with me right now. They are abhi chote hain. So What I have achieved is that having a system in which I have used the gadgets and the technology to get hold of my system in my hand, and I am relaxed. Wherever I am sitting, I'm using the technology and I am doing this thing. Why can't we do it everywhere? So this is what I'm telling you, that I am trying to add the people like me, like-minded people in the parliament. And what is our motive? That we should change this scenario. We should change the feelings of the legislator. And ultimate goal is that Pakistan should come up digitally. And especially after this corona, everybody is realizing. I always say to the kids that at time this mobile was banned to take to the school, while somebody take the mobile to the school and they confiscate it. And today, because of corona, because of this digital world, now we are here where we have all the school in the mobile. So this is what the change is. So I'm very much hopeful. खुरम, आप मुझसे कुछ और पूछना चाहेंगे तो जरूर बताइए. I'm sorry, मैंने इन अ रो काफी कुछ कह दिया.
Assalamu alaikum, sir. First of all, it was really a great talk with you, and from the comments of the audience, we had analyzed this thing, that much of the points, much of the things have been cleared, and especially from the government perspective, that much of the things that were going on, I think that the people has now got a confidence that government is totally focused on the digitalization, because in the past we had not such worked on this thing. However, I would like to request you to add something about. I think that after this COVID-19, the condition, no doubt that during this due to this COVID, as a development, or as the we can say that we are not progressing in that such perfect manner. So it might be that we will go down a little bit. So after that, what should be the strategy the public should adopt, so that after this COVID-19 they will be a successful, or they can the pace should be the great one for the success.
My brother, I must reply just a few words on it. That look, everybody knows that this corona is not for either one individual or specific one nation or one city. No, it's a global thing, and it is a pandemic. Yes, we fully agree. But we should know that there are people. Now the things have changed altogether, and there is a 180-degree change in the world. The yesterday's world was totally different. While talking about 2019 world was totally different. Today, 2020, and after 2020, the 2021, while talking about that world will be totally different. And I must say, all the startups, that word is going to be a golden era for you people. Now it depends how you are going to get that. वो कहते हैं आप जो है वो खजाना कैसे निकालेंगे, उसके लिए आपको करना पड़ेगा. और माजरत के साथ ये मोटिवेटर जो स्पीकर्स हैं उनकी बातों पे मत जाएं. बी प्रैक्टिकल. पाकिस्तान, आपको अगर कोई उस्ताद भी चुनना है तो खुदा के लिए उसको उस्ताद बनाएं जिसको आप टच कर सकें, जिससे आप बात कर सकें. जब आप प्रॉब्लम में हो तो आपकी मदद को आ सके. मैं किसी के मुखालिफ नहीं हूं, आई एम वेरी सॉरी. जो बातें करते हैं बड़ी अच्छी करते हैं, बड़े बड़े करते हैं, बट वेयर आर द सक्सेस स्टोरीज. मैं खुर्रम भाई भी नाराज ना हो जाए ना, ये भी और ये रिजवान अभी देख रहे हैं. ये सब बड़ी अच्छी बातें हैं जी. मोटिवेशनल स्पीकर्स होने चाहिए, मोटिवेट करना चाहिए. लेकिन आई मस्ट से, वेयर आर द सक्सेस स्टोरी, वेयर आर द यूज केसेस? व्हाई डोंट वी गो फॉर दैट थिंग्स जो ऑलरेडी. क्यों मैं अपने तौर पर सोचूं कि बार बार मुझे ही व्हील को इन्वेंट करना है? नो, नॉट एट ऑल. मुझे तो देखना यह है कि एक वक्त में अगर लकड़ी का पहिया बना था तो आज मैं सोने का कैसा बना सकता हूं, चांदी का कैसा बना सकता हूं, उसको डिजिटल वर्ल्ड में लाके क्या कर सकता हूं. सो दीज आर द थिंग्स आई मस्ट से. और इसके लिए अगेन आई विल रिपीट दिस थिंग, जैसा कि अभी भाई आपने कहा कि जब तक हमारे पॉलिसी मेकर्स टेक्नोलॉजी को नहीं समझेंगे, मेरा तो आज भी कह रहा हूं, अगर ये नहीं मानेंगे, another 1 month I'll go straight away to the Supreme Court and I'll sue that man, that who has stopped this Bitcoin process and as well as mining and this क्या कहते हैं इसको, डिजिटल में ये जो जिससे माइनिंग और ये ऑल के क्यों आपने उसको रोक दिया? आपके रोकने से क्या हुआ? सारा कल्चर तबाह हो गया। अगर वो जो लोग बिटकॉइन में जा रहे थे आज से 5 साल पहले, 8 साल पहले, क्या वो सारे गलत थे? नो, उनमें वो बच्चे बच्चियां थे जो टेक्नोलॉजी के लोग थे, जिन्होंने 10 साल पहले नो वैल्यू चलो उसमें की। आज अगर वो कहें तो 12,000, 15,000, 18,000 का वो एक बिटकॉइन है। 6,000 से तो शुरू होके अभी 11,000 पे कितने जस्ट इन फ्यू मंथ्स वो चला गया। किसने रोका उसको? So that's what I mean. There are people, they are not at all willing to कि जो हमारे टेक्नोलॉजी के लोग हैं वो आगे आए। हमने उसी बैरियर को, उसी हर्डल को जरूर क्रॉस करना है। और यहाँ मैं अपने सीनियर अमजद भाई के उनकी इजाजत से एक बात कहना चाहूंगा, मुझे बड़ी अच्छी लगी द वे ही सेड कि वी हैव क्रिएटेड अ वर्किंग ग्रुप। जिस वर्किंग ग्रुप ने प्रपोज करना है, जिसने सजेस्ट करना है गवर्नमेंट को, yes, we need the suggestions and especially from Monday onward, आज बजट अभी शाम में हो रहा है और सुबह नेशनल असेंबली में था, there would be a 14 days discussion on the budget। तो स्पेशली हमने ये देखना है कि कौन सी चीजें डायरेक्टली रिलेट करती हैं इनके साथ अभी, ताकि फाइनेंशियल्स में लाकर उनको इसी बजट में जो बेनिफिट दिया जा सकता है जरूर दिया जाए। जैसा कि मैं पीछे लगा हुआ हूं कि जो ये मोबाइल फोन है, जो लैपटॉप है, उस पर क्यों आप ड्यूटी खत्म नहीं करते? दिस आई एम सॉरी, मैं थोड़ा सा डी ट्रैक हो रहा हूं खुर्रम भाई, लेकिन आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट आपके सारे लोग जो हैं वो टेक्नोलॉजी से रिलेटेड हैं। जब तक हम टेक्नोलॉजी के फील्ड के लोगों की इज्जत नहीं करेंगे, उनको एकोमोडेट नहीं करेंगे, उनको पैम्पर्ड बेबी की तरह नहीं रखेंगे, हमारे मुल्क में कैसे काम होगा? फिर हमने कंपटीशन किससे करना है? मैं कहता हूं ये वो खजाना है जिसको हमारे ये टेक्नोलॉजी के लोग, ये बच्चे बच्चियां घर में बैठकर ये फॉरेन करेंसी लेकर आ सकते हैं। एक वक्त होता था कि डॉलर कमाने के लिए अमेरिका जाना पड़ता था, पाउंड कमाने के लिए लंदन जाना पड़ता था। आज ये सारा खजाना हवा में है। आपने इसी ये जो डिजिटल वर्ल्ड है जो हवा में है, उस खजाने को कैप्चर करके लेकर आना है। जो लोग लेकर आएंगे वो कामयाब होंगे। अब मुसीबत क्या है? जिस तरह के एक इतनी छोटी सी चीज है कि हमारे फ्रीलांसर्स का अकाउंट तक नहीं खुलता था, इतना मैं आई वाज सो सरप्राइज्ड। और अब फिर तकलीफ हो गई है। वजह क्या? वो रजीम चेंज हुई है। 1.5 साल तक बड़ा अच्छा चल रहा था। अब मैंने उनको बुलाया मीटिंग में, हमने लिख कर दिया, बाकायदा रेजोल्यूशन पास करवाकर उनको कहा कि भाई ये इन बच्चे बच्चियों का अकाउंट खोलो। अब फिर गड़बड़ हो गई है बिकॉज वो रजीम चेंज हो गई है। वी आर डूइंग दैट अगेन। इसलिए ये जो काम करने वाले लोग हैं ये इसी तरह हैं जो वो एक खानदान के कमाई के पूत होते हैं। अगर आप उनको अच्छे तरीके से रखेंगे वो मजीद कमाई करेंगे, अगर आप उनको छोड़ देंगे तो क्या होगा? ये बच्चे बच्चियां ये बेरारवी की तरफ जाएंगे। मैं तो कहता हूं कि जितने लोग हैं, जैसे कंप्यूटर है, अल्लाह के मैंने तो कहा लैपटॉप्स को फ्री मत बांटो, आप ड्यूटी उस पर खत्म कर दो। आप इंटरनेट इन बच्चे बच्चियों के लिए ज्यादा सस्ता करके दो। एंड आई एम फुल्ली ट्राइंग टू, किसी तरह भी हम कोई काम करें और जल्दी करके इसी बजट में करें। थैंक यू वेरी मच जी खुर्रम भाई। My time is going to be over, I think.
Hey, thank you, Mian sahab. It was great, and I think youth have to learn from you. And politics के अंदर बहुत कम ऐसे लोग होते हैं जो इस किस्म की बातें करते हैं, तो we want to learn from you. एक जो सबसे अच्छी बात की मियां साहब ने इस हवाले से, वो ये थी कि हम किस तरीके से आगे चीज़ों को लेके चल सकते हैं। इस हवाले से कि जो आपने आपके जो मेंटोर्स हैं उनको आप किस तरीके से आगे लेके चल सकते हैं और कौन से आपने अल्टीमेटली उनको सिलेक्ट करना है, तो उसको आपने बड़ा केयरफुली सिलेक्ट करना है उन मेंटोर्स को। मेरी तरफ से जो सबसे एक गुजारिश होती है सबके लिए कि जो आपको जिंदगी मिली है वो एक ही जिंदगी मिली है, उसको बड़े एक मखसूस अंदाज में आपने देखना है। और इधर से थोड़ा सा जरा लैग आया है, उसके लिए I'm really sorry। ये एक नया नॉर्म है जिसके ऊपर हमने इसको देखना है, इसको लेके चलना है। लेकिन एनी हाउ हमारा जो नेक्स्ट सेशन है वो बहुत एक
I think Sir Khurram has dropped the connection. However, moving forward, first of all, I would like to once again thanks Mr. Atteeq for giving us this time. It was really a great player, और काफ़ी कुछ आज हम लोगों ने लर्न किया from Sir Atteeq. We got the perspective of both the government as well as his perspective that how important the digital world is, and especially for the Pakistan, we should adopt all this. So now moving forward, I would like to request Mr. Amjad Pervaiz to add some few words here, especially in this perspective. Assalamu alaikum, sir, and I would like to request you to add your words with Mr. Atteeq's word. Sir, I think your mic is off, Mr. Atteeq.
मैंने खुद किया था, मैंने
जी,
खुद किया था।
You are welcome to add something, please.
जी, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल अतीक साहब, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि आपने अपना कीमती वक्त निकाल के हमें दिया और अपनी कौम के लिए दिया और जो ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानीज हैं उनके लिए दिया। इट इज़ वेरी इम्पोर्टेंट एक्चुअली। देखें, हम तो जो कुछ है वो हम करेंगे और करते ही रहेंगे और करते ही रहे हैं, मगर जब तक जो आपकी एंटरप्रेन्योरियल कम्युनिटी है, चाहे वो पाकिस्तान में है चाहे वो बाहर है, वो इकट्ठी नहीं होगी और एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे एक विजन पे नहीं आएगी ना, तो गवर्नमेंट कुछ और कर रही है, हम कुछ और कर रहे हैं। इंडस्ट्रियल पॉलिसी नहीं है, हेल्थ पॉलिसी नहीं है, एजुकेशन की पॉलिसी नहीं है, खामखा पतंग उड़ा रहे हैं हम लोग, राइट। तो कन्वर्जेंस ऑफ एफर्ट जब तक नहीं होगा टुगेदर एज ए नेशन एंड एज पीपल, तो मेरे ख्याल में जैसे आपने कहा तो फिर तो फायदा ही कुछ नहीं है।
बिल्कुल दुरुस्त।
एक्चुअली दूसरी जो बात है जो मेरे ख्याल में सबसे हम लोग इग्नोर कर रहे हैं, जब कोई भी पॉलिसी बनती है, तो मैं पॉलिसी मेकर रहा हूँ पिछले 30 साल से और अभी मैं यूरोप में और यहाँ पे काम कर रहा हूँ।
आई नो सर, आई नो।
एक्चुअली जब तक बॉटम अप अप्रोच नहीं होती और जो आपके कस्टमर्स हैं, जो पब्लिक है, उसको उसके बीच में ना लाएंगे और आप पॉलिटिज्म में फिरे रहेंगे, तो फिर तो छुट्टी हो जाएगी, जैसे पिछले 30 इयर्स और 40 इयर्स हमने जाया कर दिए हैं। अब जो फोर्थ जनरेशन इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन आ रही है, अगर हमने वो मिस कर दी तो खुदा ये ना हो, मैं तो कहता हूँ, मैं तो दुआ करता हूँ कि अपने मुल्क आगे चले, मगर अगर हमने मिस कर दी, वी आर डन फॉर, वी आर एब्सोल्युटली डन फॉर।
वेरी ट्रू। अमित साहब, बस मैं लास्ट में सर आपका शुक्रिया अदा करूंगा, और मैं तो जी हर तरह से आपके साथ हूं। और जो अभी आपने ये 4G की बात की, IR 4.0, मैंने ये चैम्बर्स में मुख्तलिफ जगहों पे, हालांकि अभी तो वो 4.5 और 5 पे जा रहे हैं, हम तो अभी IR 4.0 को ही नहीं समझ पा रहे। कितने लोग हैं अमित साहब यहाँ पर जो IIoT को समझते हैं? ही नहीं है लोगों को। और जैसे अभी आपने कहा, बिल्कुल जी, ये तो जो हमारे ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानी हैं, आपके हमारे मियां इलियास साहब जो दोस्त हैं, वो बहुत काम कर रहे हैं इस पे, मियां तारिक साहब बहुत काम कर रहे हैं। हमने भी उनको लाइक माइंडेड लोगों को इकट्ठा किया है, तो वो अभी भी सलाम दे रहे हैं आपको भी और सारे देख रहे हैं, तो इसलिए आपकी बहुत कदर करते हैं। मैंने अभी इनसे बात हुई तो अमजद परवेज साहब कह रहे हैं सलाम दे, तो इसलिए सर एक्चुअली जैसे मुझे आपकी सबसे अच्छी बात लगी, इट्स अ collective vision and joint efforts. It's a collective vision and joint efforts. मियां साहब कह रहे हैं, so इसलिए it's a collective efforts है, collective vision है। मैं सर आखिरी एक जुमला कहूंगा, देखिए इंडिविजुअल्स जो हैं वो सर आप कह सकते हैं स्ट्रेंथ होती है, हर शख्स की एक अपनी स्ट्रेंथ है, लेकिन जब कलेक्टिव हो जाते हैं फिर वो पावर बन जाती है। तो वी नीड द पावर ऑफ दैट टाइप, जिसमें इकट्ठे होके हर सेक्टर के लोग हों। और वो देखिए, जब तक हम अपनी ये पावर क्रिएट नहीं करेंगे, ये जो लेजिस्लेशन जिस तरह की जरूरत है सर, मैंने जैसे कहा, पाकिस्तान को क्या मिला ये कंप्यूटर वर्ल्ड में आने के बाद? 1980 से लेके 90 में तो कंप्यूटर दुनिया में आम हो गया था सर, हमारे पास 2000 के बाद आया कि जब कोई इस्तेमाल ही नहीं करना चाहता था। आज भी वही चीज है सर वर्ल्ड में। मैंने जी प्लीज,
मैं एक छोटी सी तजवीज आपको
प्लीज
सामने रखूंगा। वो ये है कि देखें, हर जो बाहर ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानी जो कारोबारी बंदा है ना, वो चाहता है कि मैं इन्वेस्ट करूं पाकिस्तान में, इसमें कोई शक ही नहीं है। मगर एक जो हमने ये प्रोसेस कर ली है ना, कि हम इसको किस तरीके से मिनिस्टर को पहले मिलेंगे तो काम होगा, ये एक प्रोसेस लेड होनी चाहिए, ताकि ये अगर आपने बैंक अकाउंट खोलना है तो 10 बंदों की आपने डिनर देना होगा, तो तब आपका बैंक खुलेगा। अगर आपने कंपनी को रजिस्टर करना है तो 20,000 और 30,000 रुपए का अकाउंटेंट को देंगे।
48 लिमिटेड। मैंने अपना अमजद भाई 4 साल कंसेक्टिवली, मैं नाम नहीं लेना चाहता, 3 जो ये हमारे चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव आए, इसके चेयरमैन आए SECP के, उनके साथ काम करके पूरा रेवोल्यूशनरी हमने सेटअप चेंज किया है टू फॉर्म अ लिमिटेड कंपनी। आज कोई नया बंदा चाहे सर यहीं बैठकर 200 रुपए देकर आप अपना नाम रजिस्टर्ड करा लेते हैं, और 48 से 72 घंटे के अंदर अंदर आप अपनी प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी रजिस्टर करा लेते हैं। फुली ऑटोमेटिक कर दिया उसको, फुली कंप्यूटराइज कर दिया। प्लीज सर,
आप बुरा ना मनाएं तो खुरम, Kersten is actually messaging me. She's saying she's got a meeting with Naz at 11:30, so we've got to get on with it. So,
yes, please. Okay. Thank you very much. My time is over.
बहुत shukriya. It was amazing. I had some issue at my end. Sorry about that. Technically, that's what happens. So we have a great person all the way from Bradford. Kersten, first of all, welcome.
Hello. Oh, hang on. Can you see me? You can see me now. Yes. I'm absolutely delighted to join you. I'm sorry it can't be for longer. And I can see it's a vigorous and energetic debate I'd like to be more connected to. So, but delighted to be with you.
Can I actually ask you to a little bit frame? So you have to be in the middle of the actual frame so we can actually hopefully that's perfect.
That's better.
So today we're going to have like several points, but I believe you have a meeting as well. So over to you, Amjad bhai, and then we can carry on.
So we're both in Bradford, Kersten. Thank you very much for joining me and Jumpstart Pakistan. It's a global organization. First of all, please do introduce yourself. Let the people across the globe know what is it that you do, what your remit is in terms of Bradford and its district, regionally, and more so because post Brexit and COVID-19, Bradford has always welcomed immigrants. It has been always a global city. And I'm sure those aspirations are still there when I look into the economic policy that we have adopted. So I won't talk much because you're the guest, so we'll let you do the talking.
Thank you very much, Amjad. And yes, I'm absolutely delighted to join you. And I think it's a signal really of the importance of the link between Bradford and Pakistan. And some of your viewers will know, but maybe not all, that actually Bradford is home to the largest Pakistani heritage community in the UK. Very deep, long-standing relationships with kind of third and now fourth generation Pakistani heritage families and communities in our district. And clearly you will know about the kind of link between your Prime Minister Imran Khan and Bradford, because he was once Chancellor of our great university, one of the great technology universities actually of the United Kingdom. Bradford is increasingly home to prominent professionals, business people and politicians who are of Pakistani heritage. And as Amjad has said, we're an immigrant city and very proud to be so. I myself an immigrant from the north of the United Kingdom, from Scotland indeed. We're also the youngest city in the UK, and I talk about the attraction that represents actually for the growth of the UK economy, because we are a young city. We are a city of entrepreneurs. Many of those young people are from entrepreneurial families that are globally connected to places such as Pakistan and beyond. And also, actually, my population are digital natives, as we describe them. I'm too old to be a digital native. I grew up, kind of, and had to learn the technologies. Our young people instinctively understand and know how to use those technologies. As a result, we are one of the most creative, tenacious, resilient places in the UK, despite some of the challenges that we have. And part of those challenges are the kind of deep need for socioeconomic kind of growth and regeneration in our places. We are still working with really stubborn issues around educational attainment, around low skill levels, underemployment, and poor health status. And many of the issues and challenges you will recognise. And I'd be really interested to discuss them. The links between Bradford and Pakistan are many. You may know that PIA, actually most of the traffic out of the north of England to Pakistan are Bradford people. So many kind of family ties and connections. But beyond that, as in addition to the university's connection, the Bradford Literature Festival, working very closely with the Lahore Literature Festival, our City of Film designation, which is a UNESCO designation, working with Karachi on aspirations for it to become a city of film. We have a world-leading piece of research on childhood development and health called Born in Bradford, and there is, I understand, a Born in Pakistan, and I know that its professor met, in fact, with Imran Khan, and I think, Amjad, you might have facilitated that, which was great. I think there is much more that we can do. There are clearly family ties, there are business ties, there are education, academic ties, and health ties, and cultural ties. I think we can work together to strengthen both your nation and Bradford. I am the chief executive of the city, so I run the services of Bradford. More importantly, I support our politicians to lead all of the agencies of the district to try and take the district forward. And on a wider footprint, I lead on business innovation and growth for the Leeds City region, which is a conurbation of coming up for 4 million people. So a sizable region in the north of England. We think we can take the United Kingdom forward as it recovers from COVID. And I'm really interested to discuss with you some of the ways we could strengthen the ties between our great places.
I think, Kersten, thank you very much for giving us the background. Jumpstart Pakistan, and particularly Lift Pakistan and Invest in Pakistan, is not just about Pakistan. We're fundamentally an organization that is driven by overseas Pakistanis in probably about 20 to 30 countries. So this morning I shared your appearance on one of the groups in Bradford, and somebody kind of dusted my knuckles and said, why don't you focus on Bradford? And I think that's the mindset that we've got to get out of post-Brexit if we are to revitalize the economy. So the 12 sectors that we've picked, I mean, Bradford's economy is 10 billion plus. We're probably still one of the largest manufacturing hubs. You talked about Bradford Teaching Hospitals. I was a non-executive director there for 5 years till February. So I think I'm all for social connectivity and having the dinners and the parties and everything and the music and the food and creativity. I don't mind that, but I'm an entrepreneur and I'm interested in actually how you grow the economies, because you see, unless and until you actually grow the economy and the government can tax us and then get the benefits. So I think what I'm trying to do with my team across the globe. So if a Bradford company connects with Jumpstart Pakistan, it doesn't necessarily mean that it will be working in Pakistan. It will be working with people across the globe. The whole idea here, Kersten, is that because we've got 60% of the 200 million plus population is under the age of 35, right? I mean, they speak the best English in the region, right? And they're some of the most cosmopolitan people on planet Earth, right? And I think the first country that actually connects with Pakistan and actually starts doing that, and DFID and the Deputy High Commissioner, and I spoke to the High Commissioner with Anil Masaratsa when they were here, they actually realize it. DFID spends far more money in Pakistan than anywhere else because they see the sense in doing that economically, socially, and creating that bridge. And I think we, as a city, as you've correctly said, we're absolutely poised, right, if we get this right. So we don't have to be, singular about just working in Bradford. And I said, look, an entrepreneur and a good leader needs to speak out of the mind, right? We need to be multitasking. But yes, you're right about we've got problems in terms of racism, in terms of how we come together, but that doesn't stop us. Does that mean we don't do anything else? We just need to sit down, talk, and be frank and honest with each other.
No, completely. So let me just, a couple of comments. I think parochialism will not take Bradford forward. I think our growth and the health and well-being of our people will be best be secured with international cooperation and trade links completely. So first thing, I agree entirely about that. The peoples of the world gather in Bradford, so we should be connected to the world and all the opportunity that will open up in markets across the world. That's the first thing to say. Second thing, Amjad, I agree with you. Our economic recovery and growth will not be achieved largely through the growth of consumption businesses. And so it is fundamentally about wealth creation in our place. And you're absolutely right to point to the fact that Bradford still has a greater percentage of its economy linked to manufacturing, and increasingly to advanced manufacturing. And we are looking now at the sectors that have the potential to grow in a post-COVID scenario. And clearly, we are actually, we have a cluster of digital businesses in Bradford. I mean, people may not know, but the first television sets in the world were actually made in the Bradford district. The set-top box that so many have relied on to access their Freeview and their multi-channels, the first set-top boxes were made in Bradford. We have very strong electronics engineering companies and cybersecurity companies, and those are real growth industries for now, because COVID has shown just how important the digital platform is to enable us to conduct our lives personally and professionally. So those are absolutely areas of growth. The green economy, we are battling, like countries across the world, with the kind of damage that is being done to our environment by the kind of the nature of industry and the way we've lived our lives, and moving to a kind of an era where the automotive has to be fueled in a different way, and we have to use multiple channels of transport. And I think there are big potential around the green economy. But we will also be looking at some greater local resilience around things like food manufacturing and social care, which will be part of that growth. And our strategy has to be built on those sectors that will take us forward, and a reshaping of our place. But crucially linked to that is the employment and skills agenda. And that is where, again, I see international links. We will be looking for the brightest and best to come and help us take our economy forward. And we're interested in people who have perspectives from around the world, because I think I look at some of the things happening in Pakistan, and they're well ahead of things that are happening in the UK right now. And you'll know our productivity in the UK is very poor compared to many in the OECD. And actually, I do think when I look across societies like Pakistan, actually sometimes born out of adversity, but sometimes born out of investment, which the UK hasn't made, I see much more innovation, and I see the potential to drive that productivity agenda forwards.
I think one of the key areas, Kersten, you talked about health, and John Wright is obviously working in Pakistan. There are a lot of other people. I think also, not a lot of people know this, that Bradford is actually a beautiful rural area. It has some of the most beautiful scenic views, I would say, on planet Earth. I'm a Bradfordian born and through. You can tell from my accent, and when people see it across the globe, they say, "Where do you come from?" So I think fundamentally, lastly, I know you've got to go. We've got 5 minutes. I'm very keen to look how we can transfer skills. And this is not charity, right? There are businesses in Pakistan who are ready and able now to take this expertise and pay for it. So number one is, how do we connect the tourism? Because we've got the northern areas, we've got the deserts, we've got the connectivity. Then health. Health is a massive issue in Pakistan. And, we're far ahead in terms of systems. There are a lot of, Muslims, Pakistanis working in the NHS. So there's a bridge. Thirdly, you talked about manufacturing. Now, Pakistan will explode in manufacturing. Post-COVID-19, most companies are going to move their production away from China, and it will not be a single platform sourcing. They will move it to other places. With the location of Pakistan, with the skill set, with the young population, right? We need people from UK who are experts in vocational training to train those people to work with TEFTA in Pakistan and various other organizations. So this is not just, talking nice about Pakistan or UK or Bradford. How can we, pinpoint the sectors where you've got a competitive advantage and we've got a competitive advantage, and we come together and we conquer the globe for the benefit of the globe? I mean, post-COVID, right? Intensive farming is going to be finished, as far as I'm concerned, right? People will want healthy food. We haven't got the space, we haven't got the environment. Pakistan has, right? We've got the agri-tech centers, which I was part of them when I was on the left from 2010 to 14. So how do we work this policy in our economic policies, right? So it helps every single business here. So it's a win-win for UK PLC and Bradford and the LEP region, and also a win-win situation for Pakistan, right? Because it's got to be a bilateral thing. It can't be a singularity point of view.
No, absolutely. I think it's about cooperation for mutual advantage, actually, and it has to be around that. And I think you've pinpointed some of the areas of which I probably talked about a little in my introduction as well. I think education, health, digital innovation, as you say, the agri-tech sector, really important. And on the visitor economy, there is a constant flow between Bradford and Pakistan. Actually, I'd really like to broaden that reach, that it's not just people of with connections in both directions that are coming to visit. So we should be promoting the district to anybody in Pakistan who wishes to come and have a fantastic holiday in amazing scenery, as you say, and experience some of the best that the UK has to offer. But equally, I'd be really interested in growing the visitor economy of outward bound from the UK to Pakistan, because, and I've had this conversation with many of my friends about the fact that most people will think if they're going to travel, they will travel to India, and they will miss the fact that Pakistan has so many of the assets, cultural assets and heritage assets that tell a powerful story about that, that sub-region and its history. So I'd really like to work on that agenda together. On the skills thing, there are already very good connections between both the colleges in Bradford and the university in Bradford, with a lot of alumni of that institution now being Pakistani or Pakistani heritage. But I think there's more that we could explore in that, and kind of bespoke and shared programs between academic institutions in Pakistan as well. I think that is something we could take forward. And finally, on the manufacturing side, I think that we should be working together to look at inward investment propositions, which are about businesses that could be located in the north of England, or indeed located in parts of Pakistan, and how their supply chains might be connected, and how their kind of production methods might be kind of developed together, and secondment programs between large organizations and companies. So first thoughts on an agenda that is, I think, huge, and really we should be taking forward for mutual advantage. I think, Amjad, is what I'd say in conclusion. Okay, so Kersten, I'm more than happy to put a working paper together whenever your guys wish to. We can look at the companies in Pakistan and here in the region, how we can come together, so it becomes a tangible document. So it's not just what I call analysis and just coming on to programs and having a chat, because unless and until we actually formulate a policy, a documentation, and goals and objectives and appraisals, we're not going to get there. And I thank you for your frankness and your courtesy in coming on and sharing your views, and how together as two Bradfordians can obviously put Bradford in the place where it needs to be, back which it was in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s when I came to this city. And by doing that, it helps other nations to aspire and grow mutually. There's much for us to do together. And thank you very much for the kind invitation, Khurram, to be part of this today. And no doubt Amjad and I will be speaking more. Thank you.
Thank you, Kersten. Thank you, Amjad bhai. It was a great talk. Thanks for tuning in. And I'm sure the actual, the listeners would have loved the conversation. Thank you, Amjad bhai. You're going to be coming on later on. So just to, so what Kersten has agreed is that we put actually some sort of a document. So this is not just a chat. So what I will do is work with our team and put the areas of interest where the whole of the north of the region, the LEP region, can work with Jumpstart Pakistan, so we can engage the companies in UK with Pakistan through the Jumpstart platform. Great, Amjad bhai. That's going to be an amazing step in terms of actually moving forward and doing something practical about it. So thank you for that. Okay. So guys, now we have a very important session in terms of what exactly is going to be happening regarding the ecosystem in Pakistan. And one of the person I'm actually going to introduce you now is, I call him an architect of this whole ecosystem. Without further ado, since many people actually didn't even know what the ecosystem is, what the entrepreneurship is, what are the startups, and how to scale them. So today I have a very special, and I'm honored to actually have him. Assalamu alaikum, Azhar bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you? Let me make sure my camera and everything is
perfect. You are right in the center.
Now I should be in center. There
Yes.
should be some headroom, and this should look good. Okay.
Now it's perfect. Now it's perfect.
Wonderful.
So while you are on the screen, I just literally, basically, I admire Azhar bhai so much. I've learned from him, and the whole ecosystem pretty much learned from him. Over the time, we haven't been able to actually sort of get benefited from him because of the accident, because of other things, gaps. He took some time off as well. But I think every person should learn from him from the very beginning of the ecosystem, when the ecosystem was getting built in Pakistan. So over to you, Azhar bhai.
Thank you, Khurram, and it's a great pleasure and honor to be here today. In fact, I've seen Jumpstart from its infancy when Khurram started to come to Pakistan, trying to convince everyone to help him establish this whole ecosystem. And mashallah, over a period of few years, he has come a long way, impressed me as well. Because the kind of talent and the kind of resources now he's trying to bring into Pakistan is commendable. And I haven't seen any other platform, to be very honest, which has so much diversity. So well done, Khurram, mashallah. I am extremely proud of you, especially because you call me Azhar bhai. It's like a younger brother doing so much for Pakistan. And it is people like you, your age. We are going to be in our 60s very soon. You are a young man. So it will be very easy for us to transit, knowing that, mashallah, the youth will take care of it. Now, coming to my today's talk, what the government can do vis-a-vis promoting startups in ecosystem in Pakistan. If I may be allowed 2-3 minutes or 4 or 5 minutes to share my journey on this road of entrepreneurship. So in 2007, we started working with MIT, and it was the reason was because I had established 2 startups. One miserably failed back in 1999 because of dot-com crash in 2000, and second, immensely successful with 1,500 people in the plan of 3 years, automating the largest banks in Pakistan. And I had people working for me from 200 cities, serving 800 cities in Pakistan in a short span of 3 years. So this was evident that anyone can succeed in Pakistan. But again, where I missed was not having an ecosystem, not finding the right investor at the right time, the manpower at the right time, the partners at the right time. So in 2007, I decided and requested to Almighty to send me some angel, and the angels came, and they also came from MIT, the best of the best, the founder of 3Com and MIT Entrepreneurship Center. And for a period of 8 years, I'll now sort of jumpstart myself, conclude this whole journey of 8 years to MIT, 14 years, working with MIT and taking 450 companies from a few $100,000 to multi-billion dollars company environment, and few of the companies are now $100 million, $150 million. Then working with the universities, so I worked with 65 universities. I've traveled from Quetta to Malakand, and I've trained 25,000 kids in various disciplines, in all the disciplines from agri to technology and all that. Then working with HEC, establishing audits and incubation centers, and then working with the industry, with Industry Academy Linkages and training the PhD. So it has been a wonderful journey, and it was like basically a exponential sort of move, going from 0 to 10 in 8 years, or 10 years, or 12 years. So the realization. So in 2016, when I met an accident, and I'm coming to the story where I want to start with. And I met an accident. I was in bed for 2 years. I wrote a book, Entrepreneuring Pakistan. It's about 27 stories, people whom I have mentored, mashallah, in 4 areas: in the social sector, in the entrepreneurship, in silverpreneurship, and in researchpreneurship. And when I stood back, I started working with I was not allowed to travel that much, so I started working with the agri sector. And since agriculture Jam was my then sort of place of activity for a year and a half or 2 years, and that was an eye opener, especially for an urbanite born in Karachi, family from India, so having no roots here. So going into the agri sector and looking at the immense opportunities in Pakistan and the kind of talent we have in the agri sector. So I could relate to it, because when in 2006 I started working with the IT sector, nobody could even imagine they'll have $1 million company. Let's just show $10 million or $100 million or $150 million. So there was this mental cap on each and every of the techie person that Pakistan aage nahi ja sakta, ya hum kuch kar nahi sakte. So we had to break that mental barrier, and give them new dreams and help them to motivate, help them to educate them and motivate them to move forward. And I'll come back to agri sector. And now I think the new paradigm is agri sector, where I am working, although I'm working with the technology sector as well. But I would suggest to all the youth, before I talk to the government, my plea or request is to the youth of Pakistan, to the universities of Pakistan, academy and industry, please look at the agri sector, because what I have learned, witnessed, and trained, we were able to take our production from say 30,000 rupees per acre to 100,000 and 120,000 rupees acre in a short span of 3 months, just by employing the right technology. And I am talking about very basic, rudimentary technology, like vertical farming, with the help of what we call them shalwar ka darband, shalwar band. And the kids doing that, lokiyan ugaing, and then they were able to generate from 30,000 to 100,000 rupees from each acre. There is no other sector, be it software, hardware, manufacturing, which can give you 3 to 4 times of growth in a matter of 1 season. All you need to do is deploy the right technology. And that technology does not mean downloading an expensive software, importing an expensive gadget from China. So now let's come to what I want from the government. Not want from the government, basically what I request from the government. My request from the government for startup and SME sector is, while they are extensively supporting this startup sector in the technology area, in the tech area, we have now 4 or 5 NICs. At least they've started working. They may not be at the fullest potential, but they've started working. So once something starts to move, it will gain momentum. Then we have Ignite Fund. Then we have USF Fund. Then we have so many now angel and VC funds coming, all focused on the tech sector. So my take is, if the government can help investment, help the banking sector to partner with, you see, the banking sector would never invest in the startups. So how to safeguard them? Make them invest with seasoned VC fund or angel from the US. The government should invite them. US aid brings in tons of money every year. So instead of giving money to people, give that money as an insurance money to VC and angel fund coming to Pakistan. Encourage Pakistanis in the US to come and work here. Give them some tax benefit in the US. They'll be pleased to work. Government should make vehicles, institution, where it provides the funding. Suppose government provides 50% funding in that respect, in the technology sector. Let USAID, UDFID, and Korean aid, everyone to come and fill in the 25%. And the remaining 25% should come from the private sector in Pakistan and international private sector. This can easily create a pool of $4 to $10 billion for investment in the small scale sector, because you'll not only be getting money, you'll also be getting expertise from abroad. The technology sector, I think it's fit, and my request from the government is now start working on building institution vehicles which are into partnership with international donors, the private sector companies in the US and Europe and other parts of the world, Korea, even in Japan. They are willing to come to Pakistan, and let them invest. Government should get out of investments. For the past 60 years, we have totally destroyed our whole system by getting money from the rest of the world and letting the government servants invest in the industry and all the other sectors. First, they take 30 to 40% as their right share. Make a PC1, 40% will go to the government. Then the 60%, the way it's distributed, the way it's managed. I think that the government bureaucracy should move out of the investment sector if they can, and then work with the private sector organizations, the donors as well. I'm not saying donors should not come. They should come. They should invest along with private sector in Pakistan, and bringing in investors from Pakistan. If any Korean donor is coming, Korean donation donor is coming, they should bring in Pakistanis in Korea. Let them invest in Pakistan. USA, same model. USA, same model. UK, same model. Finland. Wherever you come from, you bring in the established Pakistanis living in your area in the comfort zone, ask them to invest along with you, give them tax benefit. Bingo, I can assure you, our tech sector, which has moved from 150 million to $4 or $5 billion in the last 7 or 8 years, can be taken to $20-25 billion in the next 10 years. Because the stakeholders will ensure that they get the right opportunities abroad. Now let's come to the agri sector. So my second request from the government sector is that, first of all, it's an irony that a country which has 75% or 85% or 90% population from the rural sector, when we established universities, we got 200 universities in Pakistan, and we established, there are only 6 agri universities in Pakistan. I don't know what to call it. It's an irony, or it's a pity, or it's unfortunate, but it's absolutely we were not able to keep our priorities right. So first and foremost, every university in Pakistan should be asked, requested to establish an agri technology, a food technology, and an agri technology. Agri tech would work on the production, on the production, and all those technology. And similarly, there should be a food technology. So one department looking after how to secure, how to increase the yield, how to secure, how to use pesticides, how to use new technologies like drip farming, tunnel farming, and all that, and localize them. So their job is to produce, enhance the production. The other should be to enhance the value addition. I was yesterday talking to a dear friend, Dr. Tariq Mahmood Saab, who has recently come back from UNIDO. A wonderful person who has worked with HEC, UNIDO all over the world, and now he has come back, and mashallah, he's now the Vice Chancellor of Narowal University. And it's a new university, and we spent almost an hour discussing how we can work with the University of Narowal, which is basically agri, established in an agri area, in a rural area, and how we can, and then we start talking about all the agri economics in that area. The best in milk, the cow milk or the buffalo milk, the best in rice. I mean, you name it. They are blessed with so many natural sort of resources there, produce and milk and dairy and all that, poultry and everything, that it's a massive basket. We just need to value add. So if it's $100 million basket, we can enhance this to $2 to $3 billion just by putting it the right investment, bringing the right people, and helping them to market their product in the rural sector. So I would suggest that government of Pakistan, please consider establishing agri departments, agri technology departments, agri production departments, food technology departments in each and every university of Pakistan. And don't worry about the resources. We have 7 universities, some of the best professors, some of the best students who have come out and graduated. They will be pleased to come and work at each and every university across the country. That will help you to look at the food basket, because we need to make sure that we move from 26% to 50% of the GDP by focusing on the agri sector. This one sector, if we can go 1% every year, will enhance $1 billion production, an enhancement of our economy. Keep on adding a percentage of agri sector value addition in the economy. Rest assured, you will no longer be in future susceptible to any foreign policies on our textile and anything that we produce. Now, every now and then, we are told that we cannot export because of this treaty, because of this sanction and all that. Make it agri sector. Nobody can deny food, and people will buy food from you. And you have a big border with Afghanistan. You can go up to the CIS states and all the Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. So agri sector education. Then let's come to what we can do in the agri sector financing. We have an excellent vehicle, which is Zarai Taraqqiyati Bank, ZTBL. Totally ineffective, unused, to the extent that these brave souls have not submitted their balance sheet for the past 2 or 3 years. It's amazing how a nationalized, a local bank, a government bank, is not submitting their balance sheet and income statement for a period of 3 years, and there is absolutely no hue and cry. Nobody's asking them, and no accountability. I'm sorry if I'm getting a little political, but I think this vehicle again need to be modernized. And the best bank that can help us is the Turkish Zarai Tarakkiyati Bank. I think we need to work with the Turks. Turkish agriculture initiative should be incorporated with the Zarai Tarakkiyati Bank. We give loans. A lot of loans are given to the agri sector, but never collected back because they are either given to a big landlord who makes sure he gets 20, 30, 50, at times 100 with national IC cards, take the loan on the behalf of these small peasants and never return them back. One visit from the Prime Minister to his locality, he gets it written off. So agri-sector economics, agri-sector banking needs to be reformed as soon as possible. Second, when the university will start working with the agri-sector, and then they will have their students working in the agri sector, they will be able to create new venture, new startups. So once you start having new venture startups in the agri sector, now the time would come how to finance them. The model, as I said, is Zarai Tarakkiyati Bank. Every year, the government write off tons of money just because they can't get the payment back, and they sort of are left with a big balance sheet of not payables, or what do they call in the banking sector, non-payable or non-returnable the loans. So when we start investing in small sector startups by investing in them through Zarai Tarakkiyati Bank, and I'm sure there are other vehicles available who can come and invest in that area, we will now have a big basket of products and services available, which will be now ready to bring to the market. So once you do that, now you need to work on bringing and incentivizing those startups in the agri sector to come to the urban market. No rural sector product can be productive or can be properly utilized until and unless you give it an opportunity to come and market themselves in the urban sector. So I would suggest that first focus on the universities. Second, help them establish institutes, departments in agri-tech and food sciences. Third, help the startups to come out of these universities. Almost 60, 70 universities have RX. Around 30 have the incubation centers. Help them to establish more incubation centers in the agri sector. If the agri sector incubation centers are able to sort of attract the youth to establish companies in their space, wonderful. Once they start establishing the startups, start giving them seed funding through Zarai Tarakkiyati Bank. Bring in some experts from Turkey, from other Pakistani, Malaysia and all those countries which are extensively working, or Indonesia, which are extensively working in the agri sector. Bring a pool of experts, help us to reform our Zarai Tarakkiyati Bank, help us to reform our Zarai innovation, the agri innovation sort of industry and discipline. And then once you start seeing the fruit of your labor coming out in shape of small companies, help them to come and market themselves in the urban sector. Third, and I think that, and the fourth and the most important area is that the government should focus on city-based ecosystem. We have few examples like Gujranwala, like Sialkot, like Multan. But having said that, I personally feel that none of these cities have been able to, especially Multan and Narowal and even Peshawar, and Mardan, Swat, all of these beautiful cities have tremendous potential in their areas. They have their agriculture, they have their crafts, local crafts, wooden crafts. What Turkey did was that they helped their craftsmen to modernize their craft, build their skills. What Turkey did was they helped the agri sector to work in the organic food production. And today, Turkey is exporting $2.8 billion worth of organic food to Europe. Can you imagine $2.8 billion of only organic food? And this information is probably a year old. They may have gone beyond that. Similarly for craftsmanship. Third is textile. I think textile, I would suggest that instead of giving an incentive to export, we should give incentive to internalize. Pakistan has a huge market. We have 22 crore people. And if I go out and try to find a decent pair of clothes for my domestic help, or people if I want to gift, I would never be able to find something decent. Yes, I would find a 500 rupees ka shalwar kameez or 300 rupees ki pant, but something that I would never want to wear. And the moment you take decency from a pair of clothes, it doesn't look good on anyone, be it yourself, or be it a domestic servant, or a person who is needing some help from you. So I think there's a huge market in the textile sector which is still untapped in Pakistan. We need to make sure and we need to give incentives for producing for the local market. Just imagine if you are able to produce a decent pair of clothes. There are almost 120 million women, girls who are willing to wear that. Just price it at 400 rupees or 500 rupees, you can see the size of the market. Same goes for men, same goes for kids. And once you start focusing on developing product and services, be it agri sector, be it technology sector, be it government, healthcare sector, education sector, you will yourself see that once you are able to meet or cater the needs of the local 220 million people, there is a whole bottom of the pyramid, 4 billion population awaiting for your product and services. So government of Pakistan should help. As I said, it's 30-minute talk. I'm almost running out of my time, so I wanted to focus primarily on the agri sector. How we can help agri sector to grow. First take care of our local needs, put food on the table of the masses of Pakistan, put clothes on the on the masses of Pakistan. How can we help them educate in the agri sector? Again, I've met many Secretary of Education and even the Minister of Education and emphasize that our whole education system should be changed for the rural sector, and from class 5th you start teaching on the rural sector economics, the rural sector physics, whatever you want to teach, bring the agri sector into this. So by the time the kids get out of 10th, he should be able to do excellent drip farming, tunnel farming, or whatever farming, organic farming, whatever he wants to do. By the age of 16, he should become the right hand of his father, of his family member. Because we have enough land. Most of the people still have. Only a small piece of land can give you a lot of money if you do proper tunnel farming or hydroponics and all that. So technology is there. I think government now need to focus on the agri sector, help the universities to train, to develop curriculum, to establish departments, to train their people. And if they have the will, then every year there should be one course on agri area, any agri sector area should be taken by every undergrad student. So by the time they graduate, they have done 4 or 6 courses in the agri sector. And masters again they 2. So by the time they done masters, they have done 6 courses in the agri sector. We are an agri-based society. Our population comes from the agri sector. We train them in physics, commerce, and technology of the Western world, and that's where we cut the cord. Nobody is willing to go back and invest in their areas. Let's think about Pakistan. Let's jumpstart Pakistan. Let's see what we can do for the common man of Pakistan. How can we educate them? How can we empower them? We have a civilization as old as 2,500 years. Yes, we were doing agriculture, we were doing livestock, we were doing trading, we had a coin, currency, everything. We had a civilization as old as 2,500 years old when the rest of the world was living in caves. What happened? What went wrong? I personally feel that genetically Pakistanis have, mashallah, alhamdulillah, excellent sort of genes for becoming entrepreneurs, excellent genes for becoming innovators and entrepreneurs. You just have to scratch the surface, start educating them. Without anything given to them, they are giving us dal, chawal, roti every year. Whatever is in my table is because of the rural sector in Pakistan. I do nothing for it except pay for it, and at definitely much lower the cost that is paid anywhere in the world. So to the youth who's listening to me today, and if any government sector is listening to me, I'm sure 90% of you are from the rural sector. You still have your friends and relatives living in the rural sector. क्या बात है यार, क्यों शर्माते हो? Why can't you write PC1 for the rural sector? Why can't you help the students and teachers and everyone in the rural sector to grow, to glow, to get educated? Take the task. कहो कि मेरा जो इलाका है, ये गांव है, इसको मुझे $1 million पे लेके आना है, 10 million पे लेके आना है, 100 million पे लेके आना है. You need to make a target. You can't do it. Come to me. I'll help you with that. But it's about time to take the charge. And this COVID has given us ample sort of education, a setback, a झटका. इतना जो कमा के रखा हुआ है, ये किसी के काम का नहीं. Very bluntly, whatever you have earned is of no value. So please focus on Pakistan, focus on the agri sector, focus on the rural sector, focus on the rural sector people of Pakistan, wonderful people. Since I have traveled from Quetta to Malakand, and I used to travel by road. मैं बसों में गया हूँ, मैं हर चीज़ में गया हूँ. And that gave me the real contact. The good days. ठीक है? The good days. कि जनाब कोई पकड़ नहीं थी, मालाकंड जा रहे हैं आप बस में बैठ के, बस उर्दू ना बोलना कहे थे. मैन में गए यहाँ से, तो गए आपके स्वाद गए, कहाँ नहीं गया हूँ. And all I have seen is Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, فَبِأَيِّ آلَاءِ رَبِّكُمَا تُكَذِّبَانِ. So I hope I have been able to make an impression, and the talk will create some sort of an awareness to everyone in Pakistan. Okay, about time, focus on Pakistan, focus on the rural area, look at your raw material जो आप उगा रहे हो, अगर आपके पास parameters हैं, and see how can we go from 25% GDP to 50% GDP. And we have all the technologies. एक एरिया जो अभी अनएक्सप्लोर्ड है हमारा डिफेंस सेक्टर का, मैंने उनके यहाँ भी पढ़ा है, डिफेंस सेक्टर के भी PhDs को पढ़ा है. इतनी टेक्नोलॉजी है कि हम चांद से जाके आ सकते हैं. हाँ, लेकिन गाड़ी जाने में भी प्रॉब्लम होगा. सो ऑल ऑफ अस, चाहे हम सिविलियन हो, चाहे हम गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर के हों, चाहे हम आर्म फोर्सेस के हों, हम किसी भी सेक्टर के हों, टॉक इज टू एवरीवन. किसी ने कोई तीर नहीं मारा है, हम में से किसी ने कोई बड़ा काम नहीं किया है. हम कर्जों तले दबे हुए हैं, हमारे पास ना वेंटिलेटर्स हैं, ना हमारे पास कायदे के हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, ना स्कूल्स हैं. क्या कर रहे हैं? मतलब आई थिंक ये बहुत कुछ करने को है, और अभी तक जिसकी ज़िंदगी बाकी है उसे अल्लाह ने मौका दिया हुआ. सो आई थिंक आई हैव यूज्ड माय टाइम. खुर्रम, टेल मी व्हेन टू स्टॉप, वरना मैं तो, मेरी बेगम कहती है तुम 6 घंटे बोल सकते हो.
नहीं, सारों की बेगमें यही बोलती हैं, आपकी नहीं है.
अच्छा. So I hope I have been able to create that जो impression जो तुम देना चाह रहे थे, and try to be as less emotional. But क्या करूँ, जब हालात देखता है आदमी तो इमोशनल हो ही जाता है.
नहीं, बिल्कुल इसी तरीके से है, सब तरफ यही है. मैं अभी शुरू में भी यही बात कर रहा था कि अल्टीमेटली जो इस वक्त जो नीड ऑफ द आवर ये है कि हम अपने मोरल्स को, अपने मूड को जरा सही रखें, मोरल्स को हाई रखें. That's what's needed the most, especially current day and age.
मोरल तो हाई रखना ही चाहिए, because luckily ये वक्त है पाकिस्तान की कदर करने का. जो छोड़ के गया ना, मैं जब अमेरिका से 89 में आ रहा था तो मुझसे कहा जा रहा था क्यों जा रहे हो. मेरे तो वालिद साहब थे, मेरी वालदा, जब मैं चौथे में मेरी वालदा का इंतकाल हो गया था, so I came back because of my father, and second because of my country. यार, तो मैंने कहा मैं जा तो रहा हूँ, लेकिन तुम लोग भी एक दिन आओगे. कहने क्यों? मैंने कहा जिस दिन असली कलाई खुलेगी उस दिन तुम्हें नजर आएगा हकीकत. और आज सब देख, आई एम सॉरी तुम भी अमेरिका में हो और आप सब देख रहे क्या हो रहा है.
बिल्कुल ऐसे ही.
पाकिस्तान, आप अपने आप को महाजिर कहो, आप सिंधी कहो, आप पंजाबी कहो, आप बलोची कहो, लेकिन जब वक्त आता है ना, अर्थक्वेक का आता है, इस तरह हम सब एक होते हैं यार. है ना, हर आदमी मैं कहीं भी गया हूं, मुझे कभी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं हुई है। सो मैं तो यही कहूंगा कि यार इससे अच्छा कोई मुल्क नहीं है। और लोग आजकल मैं देखता हूँ लोग खान साहब का बहुत मजाक उड़ा रहे हैं, खैर उनकी मर्जी है, लेकिन अभी पिछले दिनों उनकी स्पीच आई कि मुर्गी पालो, बकरी पालो। इट इज एब्सोल्युटली राइट। अगर आप नहीं पाल सकते हो, आप जाओ गांव में 10 फैमिलीज को अडॉप्ट करो और सबको 10-10 मुर्गियां दे दो। व्हाट्स रॉन्ग विद दैट?
बिल्कुल ऐसे ही है। और
हम हर एक का मजाक हो गए।
यू लव टू हियर दैट कि हमारा बड़ा एक डेडिकेटेड पूरा वर्टिकल है एग्रीकल्चर का, और उसके अंदर आज पूरा एक घंटा हर रोज जो है उसके ऊपर बात होगी, जो आपके स्पेशलिस्ट हैं उस एरिया के अंदर। तो वी कैन हैव अ वेरी डिटेल्ड डिस्कशन अबाउट एग्जैक्टली व्हाट नीड्स टू बी डन इन द एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर। तो इंशाल्लाह उसके ऊपर डिस्कशन होगी। बहुत शुक्रिया अजहर भाई, अमेजिंग। there's going to be startup pitches happening, तो अगर आप देखते रहिएगा, लिंक्स तो मैंने आपके साथ शेयर कर दिए हैं। there's going to be amazing startup pitches and SME pitches going to be happening today as well as tomorrow। और
मुझे उसके लिए कहीं और जाना पड़ेगा?
नहीं, मैंने आपके साथ लिंक शेयर कर दिए, मेनली जो फेसबुक और यूट्यूब के। तो I'll share with you again. Once you click on it, you can actually watch it live, this feed.
Okay.
आप सोशल मीडिया पे भी देख सकते हैं सारा। तो इंशाल्लाह।
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was amazing. Allah Hafiz. So guys, that was it. I hope you guys liked it in terms of what he had to say, और उसके अंदर हम किस तरीके से आगे बढ़ सकते हैं और क्या-क्या कर सकते हैं। There are about 12 sectors in which inshallah we're going to be actually doing a great discussion. उसके जो experts हैं, उसके जो investors हैं, वो उस field के अंदर चीज़ों को लेके चलेंगे। और अब जो है वो startup pitches हैं, और startup pitches one after another inshallah we're going to be having. We have certain investors. I'll get them to introduce themselves first, and then ultimately we'll be taking them as pitch. Pitch is 7 minutes, and after that 7 minutes, there's going to be 8 minutes of Q&A by those investors. But a little bit about the investment. So here we go.
On this massacre of school children in Pakistan.
You think we are a nation who is only known for terrorism, but you're not aware that we own it when it comes to optimism. You can keep on thinking of the odds and stay in fright, or you can trust the facts you're about to witness by sight. We're not the troublemakers that the world think we are. We have achieved a lot that is enough to remove this scar. Let's start believing that our economy holds great potential, and step forward to explore the prospects, cause that's essential. We're not just a remarkable marks present only in the past. Instead, we still hold potential to show the world we're blessed. We were an economy who was followed by others. We got shattered a bit, but stood again to aim for treasures. We made mistakes, faced the consequences, and suffered. This taught us a lot and enabled us to keep ourselves covered. We moved hills, gained titles, and made many other records. Our nation survived the turmoil and made its way through hazards. How can you doubt a nation who doesn't give up at any cost? Pakistan always come back on track when the world think it's lost. We're tough, skilled, talented, and unstoppable. You can check the stats to see how much we're capable. No matter you are national, regional, or international investor, our country has so much to offer. You just name the sector. We're coming forward with the conference of the year. Will you amiably join hands with us and provide your share?
So that was just to show you basically this is what we are trying to do. So inshallah we can actually go straight to the pitches, but before that we do, let me get Shafat Bhai on screen. So if you could actually introduce yourself a little bit, and then inshallah we can.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Such a pleasure to be part of Jumpstart and invest in for the first time. I've heard a lot about this initiative by Khurram and his team. I think they're doing a wonderful job. I've also attended partially the bits and pieces of what's been happening for the last few hours, and I think that's all very great. By way of introduction, I'm Shapat Rasul Hashmi. I'm the chairman for Stallion Gates Asset Management, and we are managing a number of assets. We do a funding round for private equity placements, which are both targeted and not even targeted, but targeted to a sector as well at times. We are into venture capital. 3 years ago, we started off with venture capital. I've been part of the advisory board for a number of incubators and accelerators globally. But at the same time, we have also helped brand and market and bootstrap a number of startups as a mentor, also as an investor. Currently, I sit on more than 20 plus startups as a board member on behalf of my firm. And furthermore, I'm also the CEO for Brandbeat Advertising and Communications. Today, the good part is that I'm in the mood to invest. So I really look forward, and this is exactly the message that I shared with Khurram just a few minutes ago, that I'm really looking forward for some great startup ideas wherein we can invest, where we can help you and raise capital and see what can be done and what kind of money we can bring into our country. So wish you guys all the best. I'm here watching, observing, and we'll be getting back to you with a lot of tough questions.
Thank you, Shahid bhai. Next one we have Jahangir Saab. Jahangir Saab, could you please introduce yourself a little bit? Tell us about your background.
Alaikum Khurram. Thank you for having me. I run a company called 92 Capital in Karachi. The basic purpose was exactly जो previous talk में बात हो रही थी about helping SMEs and startups in Pakistan. And this is a big sector which generates a lot of employment, but unfortunately, formally, they don't get a lot of support. So the idea was to form a company which has roots here in Karachi and help them raise with their funding requirements. We also help them in business transformation and scalability coaching, as well as channel partnerships. So we do three things with these small firms. And I'm looking forward to hearing good ideas today, and hopefully we will be able to find some solutions for the startups today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jahangir bhai. We have got Mustafa. Mustafa, please go ahead if you could introduce yourself.
Sorry, my mic was muted. My name is Mustafa Nafis. I'm based in Riyadh. I'm by profession, I'm a product manager, and I have over the 15 years, I have worked with many companies, many startups to building their products and building their business model and stuff. So we have a group of people here who are very interested to invest in Pakistani startups. So I really hope that we get to hear some really good pitches. Let's hope for the best. All the best.
Okay, thank you, Mustafa. And next one we have Amjad bhai, all the way from Tampa, Florida. He's walking around in his pajamas, I guess, because the weather is probably nice. Can you hear us, Amjad bhai? Your video is a bit shaky, and
Actually,
we
I
can't
don't
hear
know how
you.
you could see my PJs, but that's true. I'm just wearing a shirt.
Okay. So please go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's such a pleasure to finally meet with a whole bunch of you guys. Khurram, thank you for getting me involved with Pakistan. Gentlemen, we took an initiative at the urgent, at the insistence of Khurram back in October. And my experience has been nothing short of delightful. Very well done. We have been able to invest already in Pakistan a couple of $100,000. Because of COVID-19 right now, we had a little setback. We were planning on going back to Pakistan with investors from the United States. We had to cancel our seats the day before. But we are looking to invest in tech. We are looking to invest in construction, housing, and we have picked up one particular scheme in Lahore near Lala Musa. And we have been able to bring atmospheric water generators into Pakistan. They're sitting there, and we are in the process of bringing another one, and also trying to set up manufacturing and IP and technology, where we are going to manufacture these machines in Pakistan. So my focus right now was twofold: socially responsible capitalism, and trying to partner up with local people and create jobs in Pakistan, just like before we were mentioning, the focus of Pakistan is cottage industry, not trying to set up a Toyota unit or Honda unit in Pakistan, but to create jobs. And we look forward to creating a lot of jobs. Our financial models are predicting we should be able to create a lot of jobs in Pakistan while we are addressing the issue of water. And we are going to make water from it. These machines are called atmospheric water generator. We use condensation to make water from atmosphere. And hopefully we look forward to, as soon as the COVID-19 crisis dies down a little bit, and the flights reopen, we are scheduled to be in Pakistan in the next 2 to 3 months. We are just waiting. And construction is one area also we are very interested in. And of course, technology, I'm already working in Pakistan. And I don't want to take the thunder out of my partner's speech, but we are developing something for Wall Street right now with the fintech industry. Hopefully, it will go through. A lot of lawyers are involved and other stuff. So I'm very excited. We look forward to working in Pakistan. And Khurram, thanks again. I always tell that I wasn't been to Pakistan in 33 years until Khurram. I don't know how what my mother could not do because I was scared of flying. Finally, was able to. He was very persistent, and he finally took me to Pakistan. And since then, I've already been to Pakistan in 6 months twice. I lived there for 2 months, and I was going back in March also for maybe a month or 2 months. So thank you, Khurram, for that opportunity, and thanks for your being
Thank
very
you, Zuberi, for
persistent,
doing all this and
enjoying every minute of it. My American investors love it. They even took their families.
Sure, sure. So the next one, the very first pitch we have is
Go ahead, Khurram.
Nuksh. So if you could start that, we have your presentation here as well. So your time starts now.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. We are from the Naksh. Before the commencement of our team, before the commencement of our presentation, I would first of all likely to introduce myself. I am Saif Hizar Ali, the CEO and founder of the Naksh. We have a team of operations director Saif Ali and creative director Nazeen Kazi as well. Now, come up with the major theme that how the idea of Naksh has come up with us. That Naksh is basically a Pakistan gift store. We are providing the gift services in Pakistan, all over the Pakistan, to those people who did not find the time to make or to find out the gifts to gift their loved ones. So we are providing that facility to them so that they find an easy available services of gifting to their loved ones on their special occasions or days as well, anything else. So now, which problems we are going to address today, these are, as we have described, that we are going to target the gifting segment in Pakistan. And then the major problem in Pakistan is that the females face a lot of difficulty in going out of their homes and finding the gifts or stuff like that. So we provide them through our online channels. So they find an ease in finding that gift towards that and we all know that these all work is manual oriented work, so this all work will be done by our organization, and we have provided that services to them. Then touts agent services, we minimize that agent cost so that they will get the best things in the minimum prices as well. What we offer some of the gift products which ranges well a lot of quality and a lot of types of these products as well. We also provide the printing and interior designing services as well, and we have providing the customized products as well, which has a wide range of more than 70 products as well. And last but not the least is the basket for all. Basket for all the occasions. We have more than 100 types of baskets to offer to gift to your loved ones. Now, we have an analysis as well, that the local market analysis as well. Naksh is going to be targeted the 14 crore Pakistani out of the 22 crores that we have. We all know that Pakistan has the largest number of teenagers and the youngster, which is the 64% of the population. Then we target the or all that the 18 and the plus population out of that population, with the university going population, the job going population, all those persons. And then we analyze that the 56% online trading trend has been observed in the recent past 5 years, which is the 10th largest in the recent years. And the Pakistan has almost the 1330, more than 1330 websites as well, which are currently working in our domain. So that's almost the 10th largest number in the world. Now we can find our business canvas model in a shorter way, that what we are going to do, we are presenting our gift services or our printing and interior designing services to the individuals and as well as to the corporations as well, so that the people who can order us through our web portals, through our pages, through our through referrals to their relatives, through our contact number, by utilizing all our softwares, our web networks, and using our inventories and office equipment, office space, we are providing these services to them. Then we come up with with our marketing and growth strategy, that what we are going to do in next. These are the personal networking system, because we think that the first customer will become our permanent customer. He will not be the one who order once and he will never come again. So we focuses very keenly on the customer and organization best relationships. And then we have solicit and respond and client feedbacks. We respond to the client feedback as or this ones, whether they whether they give us positive feedback or negative feedback. We focuses on promotional activities. We are focusing on generating our SEO and SMO as well, very soon. And then we have shared our business analysis as well for the last 2 years, and this year as well. We have started the Naksh in 2018 January, when I was in sixth semester in university. And then in the first year, the Naksh generated a capital, the profit of almost 1 lakh in a year. And then in the next year, it is almost reaches to 1.5 lakhs in a year. And so far, this year has been so good for the Naksh. It has already generated the previous year's total profit so far. So, however, the 6 months are still have left in this year. So we are very keen to them to double to minimize to double those figures as well. And then what's come in our future plans as well. So we are very keen to open up the offline stores as well, like Mark and Spencer in the UK has done the tremendous job in providing their services as on online as well as offline stores. They have more than 972 stores in UK now. Now we have
1 minute left.
Okay, we have tried to expand our business range as well, and we provide the innovative and new bringing gift products as well. Hiring of employees is also in our future plan, and charity in Pakistan as well, because we are the largest charity giver in the world. Now come up to the investor drive. What we are offering to our investors. We have a lot of plans to do work upon, depending upon and giving the return to the investors depending upon their investing. So we have in further categories that bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Bronze ranges from the 3 lakh to the 10 lakhs, which will give them the return of 7% share in profit. And despite of this is the extra amount of their investment. And the next is in silver category, which ranges from the 12 lakhs to the 20 lakhs, which will give them the 10% return. Gold having 25 lakhs to 50 lakhs, which will give them the 15% return, and diamond, which is 60 plus lakhs, which will give them the 20 percentage of share in our profit.
If you continue any further, the time is going to be taken from the Q&A, which is going to be the 8 minutes.
That's all from the Naksh. That's all from the Naksh. Thank you very much for your precious time.
Questions, guys?
Margins, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. मुझे ये बताएं कि प्रोडक्ट मार्जिन्स आपकी क्या हैं और प्रोडक्ट्स पे कितनी मार्जिन्स क्या हैं? मुझे उसकी कोई स्लाइड समझ नहीं आई कि what sort of margins are you operating on, and secondly, the profit that you've shown, is it net of all your expenses or are you bootstrapped at the moment?
Okay. जो हमारा प्रॉफिट मार्जिन है सो फार जो हम रख रहे हैं वो ऑलमोस्ट प्रोडक्ट टू प्रोडक्ट वैसे वेरी कर रहा है. जो हमारी गिफ्टिंग प्रोडक्ट्स है उसके ऊपर हमने जो प्रॉफिट मार्जिन सो फार रखा हुआ है वो है ऑलमोस्ट 50 to 70%. और जो हम यानी कि जो आप शेयर में प्रॉफिट देंगे वो भी हमारा जो है टोटल अमाउंट ऑफ शेयर्स में से जितना भी होगा वो टोटल अमाउंट ऑफ प्रॉफिट में से जो भी कंपनी अर्न करेगी एट द एंड ऑफ ईयर दैट विल बी।
ठीक है। और इस स्पेस में आपके कंपैरेटर्स कौन हैं, वो उसकी भी आपने डिटेल्स मेंशन, हु इज ऑपरेटिंग ऑलरेडी इन दिस स्पेस, हु आर यू फेसिंग, व्हाट सॉर्ट ऑफ मार्जिन्स डू दे ऑपरेट ऑन, ये इस टाइप।
ओके जी जी जो अगर हम गिफ्ट स्टोर के हिसाब से देखें जिस तरह की फैसिलिटीज़ हम प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं उस हिसाब से हम सोल प्रोप्राइटर हैं। यहाँ पे पूरे पाकिस्तान में सिर्फ नक्श ही है जो कि आपको एक ही वेबसाइट में जो है वो आपको प्रिंटिंग फैसिलिटीज़ भी दे रही है, इंटीरियर डिज़ाइनिंग की भी दे रही है, गिफ्ट्स की भी दे रही है, बास्केट्स की भी दे रही है। बाकी अगर हम नज़र दौड़ाते हैं तो हमारे पास द वेयर हाउस वाले आते हैं जो कि कस्टमाइजेशन में मास्टर्स हैं, पिक शॉप वाले आते हैं जो कि कस्टमाइजेशन में मास्टर्स हैं, बास्केट्स हैं, बास्केट के कुछ स्पेसिफाइड पर्सनस हैं, उसी के साथ basket.com है, basket.pk है और पाकिस्तान में इस तरीके से हैं। उसके अलावा जो है अगर इंटीरियर डिज़ाइनिंग में आ जाएँ तो हमारे पास इंटीरियर डिज़ाइनिंग में तो खैर बहुत सारे आ जाते हैं यहाँ पे। तो हम जो चीज़ कर रहे हैं इंटीरियर डिज़ाइनिंग में हम कोई प्रोडक्ट्स फ़िलहाल नहीं बनाते। हम हमारे कस्टमर्स के साथ जो हैं वो उनको उनकी एक्सपेक्टेशन और उनकी डिज़ायर्स के मुताबिक जो है वो 2D एंड 3D डिज़ाइन शेयर्स करते हैं एंड दैट सेम विल बी डिलीवर्ड इन आवर सर्विसेज।
ठीक है।
So a little bit of feedback for you, if you allow me. Number one, I didn't really get what is your USP and what is your key point of differentiation. That's number one. Number two, you're in the gift service space, and your presentation did not reveal that you guys have the creative drive, which is essential for a gift brand. The third thing, which I'm really confused about, is how have you really done your evaluation when you're looking at 150,000 probably net that you're making every year, and you start with $1 million or $2 million. And furthermore, I'm sorry, but I felt really offended when you showed up with your packages of silver, bronze, gold. I mean, you need to look at some kind of YouTube tutorials before really making a pitch. So could you explain me on the first 3 points, if you don't mind? Because your space is very good, your sector is good, but I think there's a serious execution problem here.
Okay. Basically, we are going to do gift products. Basically, gift products is an idea that came up when we have facing that a lot of people want to gift to other people's as well, but they did not know that what to give them and how to give their unique products. So, like that, we have the magic mirrors, we have the magic cushions, we have the magic mugs, we have a lot of variety of that's unique products that differentiate us from a customized gifts as well. And your next question was that we give you that over category network that for investors. So that's our policy, and we have plans that we will open the offline stores at the very top notch areas of Lahore and Pakistan, furthermore Karachi, Islamabad, and furthermore. And we have a team of a lot of our friends and over a lot of our family members as well who are currently working in interior designing firms as well and printings and also in.
So you want to go into retail? You want to go into retail? That's why you're raising investment?
Yeah.
Well, I'm out. I think going into retail is probably the worst that one can do in these times. Thank you.
No. Okay.
Of the product, because you haven't showed us how your product looked like, to be honest. I was expecting to see, because if I'm an investor, I would be really interested to see what are you offering other than the products. I'm not even sure what products you are offering. And secondly, what metrics are you measuring in your products to understand that you are growing, the right customers are coming, who is your target customers exactly? Because I'm still not sure what is your like market niche. So I think you should work on that as well.
Okay. Well, Our target customers are the university-going students, the business sectors, who are working in the business sectors, and the age group is basically confined to the 18 to 45 range of age group. We are targeting this age group.
Okay. Khurram, your mic is mute.
You know, this mic is a really issue. I think Zoom is doing a good job. Like, it actually gives a reminder if your mic is off and you start speaking. I was actually really impressed by that. But anyhow, basically, you guys can talk afterwards. You can correct yourself. जो जो चीज़ें पॉइंट आपको बताए गए हैं उसको मजीद देखें और जैसा कि मैं आपको सेशन में भी बता रहा था कि बहुत सी चीज़ें आपको पिच के अंदर सीखने को मिलती हैं कि आप उसको किस तरीके से अपने फेवर के अंदर कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं so I would just say the simply same thing which Shafat bhai said that I'm out तो मैं भी normally कर देता हूँ लेकिन ये कि you have to correct those things and come back and talk to those very people. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Next हमारे पास जुल्फिकार साहब हैं. Can you, जुल्फिकार साहब, introduce yourself first and then we can move on.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम gentlemen. मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है बिल्कुल ठीक?
जी जी बिल्कुल आ रही है.
Sir, my name is ZULFIQAR and I'm the founder and CEO of CargoTECH. What is CargoTECH? CargoTECH is the Uber of cargo. We connect shippers.
One second. Like you haven't started your pitch yet. मैंने तो अभी सलाम दुआ के लिए आपको कहा था, टाइम दिया था कि आप सलाम दुआ कर लें.
अच्छा अच्छा.
We're going to be starting now. Give me a minute.
Sir, आवाज़ में थोड़ी इंटरप्शन थी इसलिए मैं सुन नहीं सका आपको.
अच्छा चलें.
जी सर, मेरा नाम जुल्फिकार है and I'm the founder and CEO of CargoTECH.
Now.
Sir, what is CargoTECH? CargoTECH is we are the Uber of cargo. We work same like Uber but in commercial cargo systems. We connect shippers like industries, mills, wholesalers, ports with the commercial vehicles and truck stands and fleet operators. Now through our mobile application and dispatcher. If my presentation you can see my presentation. Yes. Now what is the problem? Next slide please. Yes, what is the problem? The main problem is disintegration between the shippers and transporters. If you have seen, there are a lot of industries who want to ship their products from one place to another place, but they are facing a lot of problems. Only phone calls, references, waiting for long hours, time and safety, cost is compromised, technology is not involved anywhere. They are being monopolized by the existing available fleet operators who are submitting their quotations, and ultimately the industry people have to utilize those people, but they cannot go for any other option. So they are stuck up with these people, and these transporters who are already operating in the market are using obsolete vehicles, overloading, and their vehicles maintenance is nowhere. Every time you will hear that your cargo was going, sorry, and it got accident and all the items are damaged. So these type of problems are too much coming. As per statistics, in Pakistan, they are using approximately 80% used vehicles, which are more than 20 years older. So this is a huge problem which we want to cater and which we want to improve through our application to our dispatcher software. Now, how we are providing solutions? We have time-bound safety, real-time traceability on your mobile phone, and cost-effective solution. Through that solution, you can get all these benefits. These are the 4 basic principles for us. We are using the modern technology, and we want to build trust with our shippers as well as with the drivers to get the confidence of the drivers on one side and get the confidence of the shippers, which I already explained. And through this means we are also encouraging the new comers, new entrants, new graduates who want to come and scale their business. They want to come and they can, same like Careem and Uber, they can operate with us and earn money. Team, Mr. Farid and I, we are both founders. Farid is co-founder. He's my friend and my colleague since my college. We have been knowing each other for last 25 plus years. He is also a mechanical engineer like me. Then he went to England. He started his MBA from Manchester University, and then he established his own software house. And my career is, after graduation, I started working in the transport automobile sector. I worked in all multinationals in Pakistan, in truck manufacturing and in transport industry. Then I went to GCC. I worked there in Mercedes-Benz. I have worked in Japan, Africa, and Tajikistan. And I found this problem is everywhere, even in Africa, in Central Asia, and in Pakistan. This problem is prevailing too much. No one is. This is not actually has become an industry in Pakistan, but it is a huge market which requires to be tapped. In January, we started our pilot project, and in January we did our tests and trials on ground. We tested our application, we tested our software. We took on board approximately 10 paying shippers, and we took 100 drivers on board. We worked on them, we convinced them, because in driver sector, these are all not qualified people, even not educated people. So there is a lot of problem in understanding them to how to operate the application. But when they understood that how to operate, then they started enjoying it. Same like Facebook or WhatsApp. So in our pilot project, in January, we spent in testing, and in February and half March, we earned approximately $2,000+ by doing this business with 10 shippers. Our projection for 5 years is, it was before COVID that we were planning to achieve $100,000 by the end of 2020 in our revenues with a 20% margins. And in 5 years, we expect that we will reach $1 million. After successful completion in complete Pakistan, we have planned to move to some countries in Africa and as well as in Central Asia. This is the statistics of Pakistan market. Cargo statistics is approximately 510 as per JICA and World Bank statistics of 2009. So now it has become double. So you can say it is 100,000. 1 million tons per year cargo is moving in Pakistan. Our ask is $365,000 for 5 years plan, in which we have made a distribution for customer acquisition cost for shippers, customer acquisition cost for drivers, marketing, team building, and technology, and against the 10 to 15% equity. But we have one more option because of this COVID. We were unable to add this, so let me explain you that also. We have 18 years plan now because of disturbance of our pilot project. We have planned for 18 months with $100,000 and 15% equity. Thank you, sir.
Great.
Any questions?
You have finished in 5.5 minutes. That's
Khurram Sahab, I'm over.
So, questions, guys?
Okay, my first concern is that you did not prepare a presentation. Like, totally I'm uninspired.
Sir, can you please come back again?
Hello, can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Awaz disturbing.
Yeah, we can
please.
hear you fine. Mustafa is just he can't hear you very well. Come again.
Okay, so
sir, please come back again. Disruption in voice.
Yes, sure. I think you did not work on presentation at all. I did not see your product. I don't know what you're offering exactly. So I think this is my major concern, to be honest. I don't even know your business model and like.
Okay, so Mustafa, regarding the presentation, let me clarify, because it wasn't a proper presentation. It was some sort of a document.
I can't hear you, sir.
So it didn't show the pictures how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I could not read all that content on the.
Yeah, so that's the issue. Just to clarify.
Yeah, sure. So have you tested your product in the real market and verified the business model already? Hello. I think he can't
Yes.
hear us.
You in January, February, March.
I think he's having a net issue. Zulfiqar sir, can you actually hear us?
Sir, I can't hear you.
I think there is a net issue on your end, just literally after finishing the pitch. I think there is an issue on your end.
Please.
Yeah, he's having a net issue, I think. But as far as the pitch is concerned, I think I can actually show you what he has prepared. 1 second. So it makes sense that exactly what's... So if you look at it, that was the slide, Mustafa.
Okay.
So basically, that was the present, but because it was just like a PDF or, so that's what the presentation was.
Oh, okay.
But it truncated as a text when it just played as a presentation. So that's what happened actually. But just to give you an idea, that was the issue. Okay. So the team slide was like this. So, Zulfiqar sir, we can't hear you still. I think you are having a trouble. Sorry, 1 second. Try it now because your mic was mute. And I can't unmute it because it's muted on your end. You have to unmute your mic. Shall we try a few more minutes and wait for him? I think it got dropped off. So the next pitch we have is Mavish. Are you ready on your end? It's Mikasa.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine, but we can't see you because your camera is
unfortunately, I'm actually at a place where if I switch on the camera, then I lose connectivity.
All right. Okay. Sure.
So would it be okay if I left the camera off?
That's fine. That's up to investors. Is that, guys, is okay? I believe it's okay.
All right. Okay. So shall I share my slides with you now?
1 second. Let me just line up things for 1 second before I give a go ahead. Then you can actually start. So just 1 second. But I'm loving it. This is the first time we are actually doing the pitching online. So, but I wasn't expecting that it's going to be this smooth. I mean, obviously we have some hiccups, but I guess it's good enough. So your time starts now, Mavish.
All right, so I just wanted to give you a brief story of a very small setup. It's called Mi Casa. Mi Casa in Spanish means my home. And the school started in the outskirts of Lahore with the impetus of offering high quality education to very low destitute street kids. And having been associated with education myself for the past 17 years, and knowing that there are about 22.8 million people, especially kids who are out of school, I was driven to take on this challenge with my mother, whose name is Silva. She's had 30 years of experience in education. She's the founder for Mikasa. And I happen to be
we cannot hear you properly. Probably your mic is too far from your mouth. I don't know.
Yes. Can you hear me now? Is this better?
It's better now, yeah.
All right, sorry about this. So the story is that my mother, her name is Silver. She's been in education for about 30 years. She's also been educating people in very remote areas of Pakistan. And myself, I'm a Cambridge University graduate. I'm a Shell Chevening Diffid Noon Foundation scholar with a distinction in business studies, and I've actually established business schools around the country, UET being one, and then I was also the head of Department for School of Education at Beacon House National University. And I was a part of the ACER report, which was basically gathering statistical data on education in Pakistan. So we set up Mikasa to address this problem, this huge gap which exists, where street kids can't afford high quality education because of financial impediments. So Silvat runs the operations, HR, and strategy, and I liaison with external stakeholders for raising funds. Next slide, please. So we're a small school for destitute, underprivileged street children who cannot afford education. Most of these children are either orphans or are from very poor backgrounds. The idea is to offer high quality education to street children of Pakistan, high quality education at a very, very nominal price. And this is backed up by the fact that 22.8 million children are out of school, so we are trying to address this gap. We've created a model where the families of these children and the kids themselves do not have to compromise on their current sources of income to gain education. And some of the wonderful key takeaways from our little project is that that the transformation is just absolutely phenomenal. 80% of our children end up doing O levels and A levels, and they're at par with all the students who graduate from elite schools. And they are now working either in good organizations or they're actually studying in good universities. If I could have the next slide, please. So we've educated over 200 kids in the past 17 years who are now studying in even universities as big as LUMS. 50% of these children are now gainfully employed, as I've already mentioned. Gainful employment means that each one of these graduates are earning at least 50,000 rupees per month. Now, post Corona, we'll have to do a follow up and figure out how their incomes have been affected. But so far, we know that they're at least earning 50,000 per month. We offer free books, classrooms, and educational material. We've already created an impact whereby the students are employed. 80% of the students clear A levels, O levels exams, and they're willing to either go into a technical institution or they end up in a university. Or we actually liaison with a lot of different stakeholders, such as corporations and other organizations, to hire these students. So the market that we're addressing are low-income households. We're offering high value education at a very low cost. Sometimes we offer them scholarships where they don't even have to pay anything. And we also have a system for the teachers who also belong to very humble backgrounds. We train them, we help them impart education. We give them pedagogical tools which have been developed in-house. Since I've had a degree in education also, so I have developed these tools myself. And we've trained 200 plus teachers so far. And the impact has been that every year we also win a world wildlife competition every year because our school believes in inculcating values where we have respect for environment and we have respect for improving our overall sort of climate. So our biggest competition happens to be Danish schools in Lahore because it's government backed. They get a lot of funding from donors and they offer high level of education because they've got good buildings and they've got a lot of backing from donor agencies. So we're just a small speck in a large ocean and we are trying to expand as well. Next, please. So our financials are somewhat confidential, but they're weak at the moment because they're donations based. We have a large community of very, very philanthropic people who actually try and contribute, but mostly it's self-financed. Myself and Mrs. Silvat, we have financed it ourselves. So we need to expand our school. Obviously, it's funds based. We need more teacher training resources. I've been talking to University of Cambridge to help us out. They've been very helpful also. They've tried to give us some materials as well. In local areas, we've also been given some investments in terms of books, chairs, but we need more technology oriented materials like computers and tablets and perhaps tech enabled classrooms, because the world is now going towards blended learning, and as we see in the COVID crisis, everyone has gone online. So we serve a niche market, therefore growth is unpredictable at this moment, but we feel that it's going to grow at about 20% per year. This is based on the statistical analysis and surveys that we've done. So how much investment do we need? We are willing to give up 20% equity against investment, but at the moment we need at least 100 million just to expand the network and replicate the model. So this is a small exercise that we did. Our kids that you see in this picture are either orphans or they're street children, but you can see the transformation. They've all participated in a fantastic sort of a contest that was held by World Wildlife Federation, the WWF, where they won the first award for environmental change related projects. All of these projects were made by the children themselves with the help of these trained teachers that we had. So that's about it. If there are any questions, I'm open to answer them.
Anybody wants to start, or should I take the lead?
Go ahead, please.
Go ahead.
Mavish, right? Okay. Mavish, either I'm not sure. I mean, this is the third pitch I'm attending here for the first time, pretty much. But I think you guys just don't take either. You don't take us seriously, or you don't take this platform seriously enough. I think if you have such a great pitch and you come with such an amazing background with BNU and you've been studying in the Cambridge, number one, I believe, and you've been setting up a business school, I believe your presentation was pathetic. And pardon my French if you don't like it, but I'm very direct. You're here in front of us. We are here. I don't understand three things. Your marketing plan didn't really have a marketing plan. You mentioned you have a value proposition. This is point number two, and please answer me that. Your model is not clear. It's a donation-based model. So you're telling me that you want to provide education, which is cheaper and it is very high quality, but then the model is not there. The third thing, I don't know for how long you've been in business with. And while you were giving your pitch, I actually went on Google and I Googled Mikasa. There's not even a single website, and there are 5 likes on your Facebook page without a logo. So I don't exactly know what you're doing. And you've asked us, correct me if I'm wrong, that's 100 million against 10 or 15%. Would you like to justify your valuation here? And what is the 100 million going to be used for? So essentially, I'll tell you my position right now. I might be a donor, but definitely not an investor unless you kind of clear 3 or 4 of our questions. What is your GTM? What is your exact value proposition? Have you bootstrapped? If not, which doesn't seem like, because you're both putting money from your pocket. So if you could please elaborate on it.
Thank you very much for your feedback. I was told only a day ago that we were not being considered. And this morning, I got a call in less than about an hour from the presentation that we are being considered. So I'm sorry if the presentation wasn't as good as you wanted it to be. Usually my presentations aren't as basic as you saw them to be. My value proposition is very simple. The value is basically creating a type of serving a niche where a lot of street kids do not have access to primary school education, and we're trying to bridge that gap. And as far as the other side of the business is concerned, in terms of logo and the website, so far we didn't have enough funds to actually set up a website. or to actually have a proper designer design the logo and properly manage it as a business, because it was primarily being run as a philanthropic organization. It's only before the COVID crisis that we were doing fine, but post-COVID, there was a lot of problems in terms of ensuring that everyone was paid and there was no issue in sustaining the system. So I'm sorry to disappoint you on those fronts. Had I been given more
How long
time.
have you been in business?
How long has Mikasa been in business for, or are you asking about my work?
Mikasa, how old is Mikasa?
Well, we started in 2003 from a two-room system, just like ED Saab did. It was a pilot project, and now we've expanded into at least 8 classrooms.
Right. Thank you. I think it's more like an NGO than a business model. I'll be out from this. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best. And by the way, do reach me out. Maybe we can help you raise funds and raise donations to push. We definitely need education, and I'm always there to support education and healthcare in this country.
That's so very kind of you. Thank you so much.
Any questions from Jahangir Saab?
Yeah, no, I think I had a couple of questions, but they were cleared from the last Q&A. I was also confused whether it's a for-profit social enterprise or it's an outright philanthropic organization. So that was cleared up. So I guess same here. You can reach out later on maybe and give us some details so we can pass it on to our friends who can sort of help out with the donations. But as far as the business is concerned, I'm out as well.
Yeah, same goes with me. I think there's no like business in terms of as a business, so it's just a non-profit. So definitely we can help with raising funds for the charity, but definitely like investment is not something we can do.
So basically, you have to come up with some sort of business model. Like if you are actually pitching something initiative. It has to be. I mean, there are ways through which you can actually run a business under this non-profit thing, but there are different mechanisms you have to actually look at. But thank you very much. So the next one we have is Healthy Bite. So that's Muzaffar. Muzaffar, please start your pitch. Your time starts.
Thank you very much for joining me. Actually, I am going to introduce you about my startup, which is Healthy Bite. Healthy Bite basically a lunchbox for the school-going children. So I want to give you a brief introduction that why I have feel the need of that lunchbox for school-going children. In our own family, we have some children who are school-going, and we face the issue of their lunchbox. So that's why I have decided to cater the needs of the school-going children, and I have built this model. Here are some problems. Problems as mentioned in my presentation: 40% stunted growth issues and 20% obesity, overweight. 8 out of 10 parents are worried about their children lunch. Unhealthy lunches are source of lower academic and future professional performance. Depression, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia.
We lost the voice.
Yeah, he's having a technical issue in terms of form. Muzaffar Saab, carry on. We can't hear you very well. I think your connection is just really bad. You have to stop moving. I don't know why you are moving and why you are not actually sitting in front of the computer, or like with the phone if you don't have the. We can't. So your mic is on mute now. आपका mic mute हुआ है इसका. आपका mic mute है इसका.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. I don't know why you are walking around. Why are you walking around at different places?
Actually, I am facing some signal problems. That's why I am adjusting about
Wherever
the
you
4G
are, just
signal.
sit down, please. Here, we can hear you fine. At this particular location.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Can you hear me? My first slide is some problems that I have identified. 40% stunted growth issues and 20% obesity problems in school-going children. 8 out of 10 parents are worried about their children's lunch. Unhealthy lunch boxes are source of lower academic, future professional performance, depression, bipolar disorders, schizophrenia, and other diseases. I have designed this model. This is basically a lunch box. A lunch box for school-going children. And here are some solutions which I have mentioned here. Providing lunch boxes with well-balanced nutritional diet and proper growth and development. We will provide 60% pure organic foods, contain proteins, lower fat, fewer calories, less sodium and vegetables and whole grains. Our school meals are affordable and satisfying the parents and children due to low cost, structure, and great meals. Next, please. Next slide, please. This is our value proposition: healthy, fresh, yummy, and presentable. Other values: convenient and easy small toy in each lunch box. This concept is the small toy concept is the food will be shaped like toys. Not we are going to provide a toy in our lunch box. The foods will be shaped. Next, please. Next is unfair advantage. The best value price is equal to food quality plus food presentation, price, service plus love plus attention and care. First mover advantage. We are basically I am going to start this startup. I hope that in Pakistan I am the first one going to start this concept. Only one model working in India and America. And next, please. This is the Healthy Bite menu. You can check it. Next, please. Next, this is our menu. This is our packing. And next slide, sir. Customer segment. We are going to capture the customer segment who are health conscious, parents, busy lifestyle, eat often at canteen, are not good home cooked foods. Target market. We are going to target the market of Lahore, which is around 50,000 students, and the students who are age bracket of 3 to 10 years. Next, please.
I think it's frozen up, so I'm not quite sure like whether, yeah. I think it's the internet issue on his end. We can wait for a few minutes. In the meantime, you guys can actually have a look at the presentation. We still have time. So that's the cost structure. If you want to have a look at the cost structure. So
don't break my Apple charger, I'll kill you, literally.
So this is like a place, right?
Now it's not.
Just let me know if you want to actually look at it further, because place, rent, interior, food processing is asking for like not too much, but 12.5 lakh, I think.
So how is it scalable? My concern would be like, I'm not sure if he joins back again.
So that's the detailed sheet in terms of the actual That's the cost structure. So I'm not quite sure whether that money is needed for like 3 years or लग तो ऐसे ही रहा है कि
I think this is idea stage, and well, I think it requires a lot of work also. It's not the whole point. I think यहाँ पे Khurram, you've done a wonderful job of putting up this platform together and inviting us. But I guess, as rightly pointed out in the previous talk, previous presentation, that the individuals who are coming and pitching their ideas need to have more sort of thoughtful and detailed presentations and models. Correct. And I understand they don't have that sort of being here, and it's different because having international expectations and working with local individuals over here, it's very different. They don't have the required, obviously, training and the grooming that's generally there in sort of pitching for these events. But still happy to go ahead and look at all the investment. Maybe something comes up which is quite interesting. But as of now, it's a mix between small businesses and startups. So in essence, more of these, apart from, I was quite interested in CargoTECH, which I wanted to know more about the platform, which looked like an actual tech startup. The rest have been small businesses. So, yeah. And I think
this is a good point. Let me, while we have time for this, basically on and on. I mean, this is not the first time it's happening. This been happening for some time now. The reason is, I mean, it is good that we actually screen it to a level where, I mean, just get about, let's say 15 startups from 300 startups, and then get to the point that only those startups actually pitch. The approach towards this whole process was that rather than actually training them, how can you train them? I mean, I conducted this session. I don't know whether you actually watched it or not, but a few people actually did watch it and told them exactly what needed to be done. What you said to them is being told yesterday to them. So, and it's been many times it's been told. It's not the first time. So I think that this process itself, them pitching continuously, hearing from us that it's just crap, it's like, I'm out. Don't bother.
I'll be courteous enough to not label anybody as crap, but they, in whatever effort they made. But point is that nobody also has adjusted to the COVID environment. Right. It's been almost three months now that we've been in the COVID sort of thing in Pakistan since March, and their business models aren't even aligned on those lines as yet. So if, for example, Healthy Bites is there to do a lunch tiffin service, which is a big market in India because obviously the population size is much bigger. But if you have to replicate that now, given the situation of schools being closed here, how do you expect me to even go ahead with the proposition? I can't even question. I don't know what to question exactly because the whole point.
Okay, so Jahangir bhai, let me on this particular point. Let me come in. Faisalabad ki or Sialkot ki factories. These guys have been doing business for 30-40 years now. They've been selling in the international market. Football बेच रहे हैं. मतलब इस level की football बेच रहे हैं कि you cannot. I mean, the world cannot actually compete with them in terms of the manufacturing. उनको नहीं समझ आ रही कि you have to pivot. मैंने 3 महीने पहले I actually discussed this particular point 3 months ago. मैं literally early February की बात कर रहा हूँ. I discussed कि यार ये turn around these factories. आपकी जो textile factory है, आपकी football making factory है, start making ventilators in those factories. Start making the protective gear. 3 months ago, वो नहीं कर रहे. तो ये बेचारे बच्चे क्या करेंगे यार?
One thing, if I may allow, because I'm sorry, I was trying to get on my cell phone. Unfortunately, I couldn't. One thing I found very pandemic in all these presentations is, number one, these are not original ideas. Even for a startup, you have to do a scaling model. They have they lack, but they're all copycat model, which is fine. India didn't invent Uber Eats. Market segment was big, they had the resources, they're raising billions of dollars or whatever is happening. Pakistan is also the 5th most populous country in the world. The problem is people who are trying to do this They have not been briefed. They are copycat models, but no scalability, no proper evaluations. How? Okay, I'll give you 10,000 for 7%. For in our part of the world, हम 7% देते हैं. अगर हमने 7% लेना तो मैं bond नहीं कर दूंगा यार कोई. अगर we are for illiquidity for so many years and taking risk, we are not looking for 7%. He has no assets to back that 7%. They barely have anything. So I think so there is a tremendous disconnect, and I think so someone has to brief them कि ये पाकिस्तान आप अपने मामू से पैसा नहीं रेस कर रहे, अपने चचा से नहीं रेस कर रहे. You are going out to talk to professional people who do that for their living for the last 25-30 years. It breaks my heart क्योंकि मैं आपके साथ ही था University of Management and Technology या वो जो भी स्कूल था, and I was really feeling sorry for those kids. You know, एक बच्चे को मैंने पिक किया, मैंने उससे बात की. होता ये है कि पाकिस्तान में they go back to their uncle. मुझे कहता है मेरे अंकल कह रहे हैं for that kind of money I will give you 5% of the company. I said, why don't you ask your uncle to put his money where his mouth is? Guess what? 48 hours later, he called me back and he said, what do you propose? I said, now my offer is off the table.
Okay, so guys, we have a dedicated session for this conversation. We're going to have 1 hour session literally tomorrow. We're going to be all like actually 1.5 hour session. हम 10:30 बजे से रात 12 बजे तक बैठ के यही बातें हमने कर रही हैं. So we had like one page dropped off, so we had like so let's
इनको prepare करो. Khurram, you have worked so hard. I think so. All of us in the panel, including yourself, I know you were trying to help them in Lahore when I was there as one of the judges or whatever. One of the biggest challenges we are facing is they read a lot of stuff from Google and whatever. They read about companies who are successful, but they have no idea how to scale up to that model. Evaluations के उनको कुछ पता नहीं, उनके बोर्ड पे कोई बंदा नहीं, उनका हाथ कोई होल्ड नहीं कर रहा. वो बेचारे आते हैं हमारे सामने, वो क्रूसिफाई हो जाते हैं. हम अमेरिकनों की तरह या ब्रिटिशर्स की तरह सोचते हैं. और अगर आपने फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर्स लाने हैं, you have to think like us, not like पाकिस्तानी से चाचा ने ये कहा.
अमजद भाई, एक बच्चा निकलता है या 2 निकलते हैं. मैं आपको अपनी एग्जांपल दे देता हूँ. मैंने तकरीबन 1000 पिचेस सुनी होंगी पिछले 5 साल के अंदर, बड़ी सीरियस किस्म की, जब 10 पिच होती थी. बेसिकली आई पिक्ड वन. वो जो मैं 3 महीने की आपको एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ ना, वो अपनी दूसरे दिन कर रहा था. जब उसने फरवरी के पहले हफ्ते में ये सुना कि यार स्कूल बंद हो गए हैं, तो उसने सबसे पहले अपनी सारी डिजिटल ट्रेनिंग, अपने सारे रोबोट्स, जो स्टेम की एजुकेशन की ट्रेनिंग करवा रहा था, सारा कुछ. इट्स अ ह्यूज स्टार्टअप. अब नाउ ही स्टार्टेड मेकिंग प्रोडक्टिव गियर कि यार मैं जो रोबोट्स बना रहा हूँ, मेरे पास वही असेंबली लाइन है, वहां पे मैं वेंटिलेटर या यूवी सैनिटाइजर बनाना शुरू कर देता हूँ. Anyhow, it's a long debate. We're going to actually have a conversation on this. So let's go to Daud. Daud, I'm sure you must be ready for your pitch. Your elixir is lined up. So please go ahead if you're ready.
Yes, sir.
हम यहाँ नजर नहीं आ रहे आपके कैमरा, तो I have your presentation ready, so start.
Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum salam. Your time starts now.
Okay, sir. So please start again. Alex is an electric bike that is running on batteries. My name is Daud Ahmed. I am graduate BS Computer Sciences. My role in this startup as a hardware assembler. Alex provides electric bike that runs with rechargeable batteries during 2.5 hours charging time and travel up to 45 kilometers. And its speed is 40 kilometers per hour. If battery during running time battery low, due to charge a battery through pedal, it is dynamo supported. And total पाकिस्तान में यूनिवर्सिटी और कॉलेजेस जाने वाले 8 मिलियन स्टूडेंट्स हैं जो बाइक्स पे एवरीडे जो यूनिवर्सिटी जाते हैं, जो दिल्ली का 150 और 200 का फ्यूल ऐड करवा के यूनिवर्सिटी और कॉलेजेस जाते हैं। प्रॉब्लम इज मेन जो प्रॉब्लम है कि फ्यूल वार इज नाउ अ डे और हीट इंक्रीज हो रही है, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग का पाकिस्तान दुनिया के 7th लार्जेस्ट कंट्रीज में इसके कर रहा है और एक्सपेंडिचर ऑफ फ्यूल आए दिन फ्यूल की प्राइसेस एस्केलेट करती हैं। मैनी हेल्थ इश्यूज, हार्ट के केसेस आ रहे हैं फ्यूल फॉसिल फ्यूल की वजह से और लंग्स प्रॉब्लम्स हो रही हैं। एवरी डे 5 to 10% इंक्रीज करते हैं ड्यू टू फॉसिल फ्यूल्स की वजह से। नेक्स्ट प्लीज।
मेरी बुक देना जल्दी से।
हाँ, सोल्यूशन यह है कि बैटरी से चार्जेबल बाइक चलेगी और ये एनवायरनमेंट फ्रेंडली है और फ्यूल का कोई खर्च नहीं है और इसमें एनवायरनमेंट इफेक्टिव है और इसकी 25 PKR पर प्राइस आ रही है पर चार्ज पे जो ट्रेवल करेगी 45 किलोमीटर। नेक्स्ट प्लीज सर। मार्केटिंग टारगेट मार्केट मेरी अभी यूनिवर्सिटीज और कॉलेज स्टूडेंट्स को, ऑल टाइप ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स, डिलीवरी सेक्टर लाइक फूड पांडा, उबर ईट्स एंड उबर क्रीम बाय किया और सोशल मीडिया कैंपेन्स लाइक डिजिटल मार्केटिंग, mass media, print media, free service test rides, test unit samples. Sir, please next slide. कंपेटिटर पाकिस्तान में मेरा अभी दो है, एक ई-बोल्ट और जोटला बाइक्स है। एलिक्स उनसे डिफरेंट इस तरह है कि हमने डेनमो स्पोर्टेड बाइक बनाई है जो बैटरी ड्यूरिंग अगर राइड इसकी बैटरी लो हो जाती है तो आप इससे डिस्टेंस भी ट्रेवल करेगी और इसकी बैटरी भी रिचार्ज होगी। और इसमें एलिक्स कस्टमर की बाइक लेके भी ये पिक्चर में शो हो रहा है, तो मैंने कस्टमर में बाइक दी है दो, उनको मैं उसकी सिंपल बाइक को इलेक्ट्रिक बाइक में कन्वर्ट कर रहा हूँ। अभी इसकी सिर्फ ये मोटर लगाई है, बाकी अभी कंट्रोलर और इसकी रेस और बैटरी लगनी है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज सर। ये फाइनेंशियल डिटेल्स, ये टोटल मोटर ओवरऑल 20,200 की मुझे कॉस्ट पा रही है और 600 यूनिट्स 640 यूनिट्स ये 6 मंथ का ओवरऑल इसका है। तो 640 यूनिट्स मैं 6 मंथ में बनाऊंगा तो ये 1 लाख। ये प्रोजेक्शन ग्राफ है। फ्यूचर प्लान में कोलैबोरेशन विद ये फ्यूचर प्लान है, पार्टनरशिप बिटवीन बिजनेस लाइक पाकिस्तान पोस्ट, TCS, लेपर्ड्स, फूड पांडा, उबर करीम। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड सर। सर ये डेमो प्लीज ओपन कर देगा। ये सर फर्स्ट वीडियो।
In order to play video,
सर दूसरी स्लाइड
क्योंकि ये नहीं है सही ना। Let me see if I can actually manage.
तो सर मैं शेयर कर सकता हूँ स्क्रीन पे डेमो
लिंक। यू कैन शेयर। तुम अपनी साइड से शेयर कर दो।
ओके सर।
ये बाय द वे तुमने खुद से बनाई है? ये जो पिक्चर्स दिखाई हैं ये क्या, ये कौन बना रहा है इसको?
ये सर मैंने खुद बनाई है फाइल।
Nice. So this
Can
very
you do the picture again, Khurram, if you don't mind?
1 second. Zoom in much further. Let me see if I this is it. I don't know whether you can watch it very well, but
Yes, we can.
yeah.
Yes, there it's right.
Okay, दाऊद तुमने कुछ और चीज अपनी एंड पे शेयर करनी है? तुम्हारा टीचिंग टाइम इज डन, बट कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो कर सकते हैं, अदरवाइज इफ यू वांट टू शो समथिंग देन यू कैन शो.
Okay.
सब प्रॉब्लम हो रही है जरा स्क्रीन शेयर करने में.
Sorry, go ahead. आप लोगों ने क्वेश्चन करने हो तो just go ahead.
Daud, I have a question for you. ये जो आपकी बैटरी है, when you recharge it, जब आप पैडल करते हो, how long will that charge last? And originally जब आप उसको इलेक्ट्रिक से चार्ज करोगे, and how long will that charge last? आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है दाऊद? दाऊद
मैं स्क्रीन आई थिंक शेयर कर रहा है तो उसकी वजह
सर इलेक्ट्रिक से जब चार्ज
right. Go ahead, Daud.
ये सर कट की आवाज आ रही है.
Okay, it's all right. Take your time. ये बताओ, when you paddle, how long will the charge? जब आप पैडल करोगे,
सर इलेक्ट्रिसिटी से चार्ज.
दाऊद
सर पैडल. जी सर.
जब आप पैडल करोगे बाइसिकल को, वो चार्ज कितनी देर आपको लास्ट करता है?
जी सर.
खुर्रम आपसे सवाल करें, मैं ही कैन हियर यू बेटर देन ही कैन हियर मी.
यार दाऊद कितनी देर लगती है चार्ज करने में? I think when you try to actually share the screen,
right,
because the bandwidth cannot actually handle that. Don't worry. उसको
I think Khurram, just let him speak and just answer the questions. I think we don't need any more presentations.
I think it got dropped off. So I think it's a good thing. Basically, जो real talent इस हवाले से है ना कि अगर आपको कोई मिल जाए कि खुद से बना रहा है. मुझे भी ये चीज जो है ना वो सामने नजर आई कि यार एक्चुअल में मैंने 2-4 स्टार्टअप इस तरीके से कि खुद से जो वो चाइनीज मॉडल है ना कि व्हाट कैन यू बिल्ड योरसेल्फ, मतलब खाली एप्स और उसके ऊपर फोकस नहीं है, बट एक्चुअली कुछ खुद से मैन्युफैक्चर कर सको. सो ही गॉट ड्रॉप्ड ऑफ. डू वी हैव अ सोलो सीयू जमशेद यहाँ पर? आई थिंक he's going to log back in.
कितनी 40 साइकिलें बनाएगा to scale that model? कौन से शहरों में लॉन्च करना चाह रहा है? क्योंकि साइकिलें तो भरी पड़ी हैं पाकिस्तान में.
Yeah, once it comes back,
Is it going to be used in universities to go from one place to another?
यार ये तो अब अमजद भाई वो आएगा तो फिर उससे पूछेंगे ना अभी.
अच्छा. मैं कह रहा हूँ if I can't able to ask the questions, maybe आप पूछ सकते हो.
Yeah, once he logs back in, I think.
Cycling picked up in Pakistan over the last few months. And it's really interesting to see that there are a few shops popping up all over the place. That's what I've heard, some of it I've seen. But he has a very good price point, which is 20,000 rupees, correct me if I'm wrong, per bike. And that's very interesting because if you actually buy something from the UK, from one of the leading websites, it is at least 600 pounds and ranges all the way to 2,000 pounds for a hybrid, paddle bike with a battery. Now, the question we need to find out is that obviously one, the few of us on this part, and one obviously is that what's the life of the battery itself, and what's the maintenance cost. So there's a lot of questions I think we should be answering.
Okay, hey, now it seems that we all are interested in what you are making. तो तुम जरा कुछ बताओ जो questions है. सबसे पहले तो चार्ज का बताओ कि चार्ज स्क्रीन शेयर करने का और ये बताओ कि कितनी देर में चार्ज होगा.
यस सर, आप 20 किलोमीटर डिस्टेंस ट्रैवल करेंगे तो आपको 10 किलोमीटर का चार्जिंग टाइम आएगा थ्रू पैडल डायनेमिक्स पोर्ट्रेट से.
So you guys fire away, यार. मैं पूछना जो भी.
While we are riding the bicycle, it has an engine. The whole purpose is man being lazy as we are. It's not an exercise bike. यार ये वर्जिश की बाइक नहीं है. तो जब हम चलाएंगे तो हम तो मोटर यूज करेंगे. तो इसको फिर स्टैंड पे खड़ा करके चार्ज करेंगे. How that works? या जब चार्ज खत्म हो जाएगा, we will bicycle it. कैसे? What is the thought? आप क्या सोच रहे हैं? Price point आपका बहुत अच्छा है. If you do an economy of scale, I'm trying to find out how we can, if there's any interest on my part, and we can all speak for ourselves. आप ये बताएं कि चार्ज खत्म हो गया. पाकिस्तान में चार्जिंग स्टेशन तो है नहीं, right? Like we have here in United States with stations and all that. लोग रखे हुए जो चार्ज करेंगे. आप इस बाइसिकल को मैंने 20 मिनट करा दी है, 20 किलोमीटर. उसके बाद मैं 10 मिनट साइकिल करूंगा. How does that work?
यस सर, अब इसमें टोटली सर सर इसमें 45 किलोमीटर इसका डिस्टेंस ट्रैवल है. यस सर, टोटली 45 किलोमीटर का डिस्टेंस ट्रैवल है. 45 किलोमीटर के बाद आएगा इसकी बैटरी जो 45 किलोमीटर.
Can you pour out, please? Please.
सर टोटली इसका 45 किलोमीटर डिस्टेंस टाइम है. अगर 45 किलोमीटर जब इसका डिस्टेंस टाइम पूरा हो जाएगा तो इसकी अगर बैटरी लो देती है तो फिर आप इसको इस पे पैडल से रिचार्ज कर सकते हैं. डिस्टेंस भी ट्रैवल करेगी और रिचार्ज भी करेगी.
वो डायरेक्ट चार्ज कर सकती है किसी स्लॉट में, किसी कार्स में लगा के, कुछ ऐसे काम हो सकते हैं?
ये सर मैं क्वेश्चन नहीं समझा प्लीज.
जो आप साइकिल बना रहे हैं उसको मैं किसी प्लग के अंदर लगा कर चार्ज कर सकता हूँ उसको, ताकि मुझे चलानी ना पड़े और मैं 20-25 किलोमीटर डायरेक्ट चार्ज करके इलेक्ट्रिक बाइक की तरह चला लूँ.
यस सर, 220 वोल्ट पे आप किसी भी सॉकेट में लगा के चार्ज कर सकते हैं.
अच्छा, वेरी गुड. और वो चार्जिंग कितनी देर लेती है चार्ज करने में पूरी बैटरी?
सर 2.5 आवर्स.
अच्छा, 2.5 घंटे की चार्जिंग में कितने किलोमीटर चलती है?
सर 45 किलोमीटर.
4 से 5 किलोमीटर.
45
किलोमीटर सर.
45, ओके.
अच्छा दाऊद, मेरा सवाल है एक कि आप ये बाइक रेडीमेड ले रहे हैं और उनके ऊपर ये किट्स लगा रहे हैं. आप किट बना रहे हैं या बाइसिकल आप मतलब किसी रॉ फॉर्म में ले रहे हैं, उस तरह बना रहे हैं? मेरा ख्याल है आप किट्स बना रहे हैं, राइट? तो ये किट्स किसी भी बाइक में लग सकते हैं.
सर मेरे पास कस्टमर राफोन के भी आते हैं, वो मुझसे मांगते हैं खाली हब मोटर चाहिए या खाली कंट्रोलर चाहिए बाइक का, तो वो मैं सर उनको दे देता हूँ। और सर मेरे पास ये अभी रिसेंटली दो कस्टमर आया था मेरे पास, 2 बाइक्स लेकर आया था और पीछे भी लगाई थी साइड्स पे। उसने कहा था मेरी सिंपल बाइक है, इसको बाइक में कन्वर्ट कर दें इलेक्ट्रिक बाइक में, तो
ये
कर
क्या
देते हैं। और किसी को इलेक्ट्रिक बाइक चाहिए। जी सर
नहीं, आप बोलिए, आपकी बात खत्म हो जाए तो बताऊं।
वो सर सिंपल बाइक अगर किसी को इलेक्ट्रिक बाइक चाहिए हो तो वो भी बना के दे देते हैं। और जो इलेक्ट्रिक बाइक सर मैं सेल कर रहा हूँ वो 30,000 कॉस्ट सेलिंग प्राइस है। वो जो कस्टमर अपनी बाइक लेकर आता है उसको 20,000 उसकी कॉस्ट पड़ती है ओवरऑल। वो जो किसी को मोटर वगैरह या हम मोटर चाहिए।
यार 20,000 रुपए में कितना बचता है आपको नेट मटेरियल?
सर 20,000 रुपए में मुझे
करते हो, जेब पे कितना लगता है?
सर टोटल सर उसमें से मुझे जो इलेक्ट्रिक बाइक में बना के सेल कर उसमें से मेरे 4,000 मेरा प्रॉफिट आता है। वो जो वो बाइक मैं सेल करता हूँ उसमें से जो कस्टमर बाइक लेकर आता है मेरे पास सिंपल बाइक, उसमें से मेरे 5,000 प्रॉफिट।
अच्छा, एक मेरा छोटा सा सवाल है, क्या हम इसको किसी ऐसी प्रोडक्ट बना सकते हैं कि कस्टमर इसको खुद ही प्लग करके अपनी किसी भी बाइक के साथ प्लग करके इस्तेमाल कर सके, यानी आपको इंस्टॉलेशन ना करनी पड़े?
जी सर, लेकिन अभी कस्टमर को वो उसमें फैक्ट्स नहीं पता, क्योंकि वो वोल्टेज के, बैटरीज के और मोटर्स के वो फिर कन्वर्जन बिटवीन बैटरी टू मोटर वो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स आता है। अभी इसमें रिसेंटली मैं ये यूटी में वो एनवायरमेंट साइंसेस डिपार्टमेंट है, उन्होंने मुझे बुलाया था, तो वो भी इस तरह की ना बाइक बनाना चाह रहे हैं। तो उन्होंने पूछा था कि क्या चीज़ें कॉन्फ्लिक्ट आता है बीच में, क्योंकि बैटरी से जब आप एक्सीलरेटर देते हैं तो एकदम अगर कंट्रोलर ना लगा हो तो एकदम बाइक आगे चली जाएगी, तो आपसे कंट्रोल नहीं होगी। आप पर्सन को जल्दी समझ नहीं लगेगी कि क्या नाम है, कंट्रोलर जरूरी है इस बाइक में।
कितने पैसे ढूंढ रहे हैं आप, हमसे कितने पैसे चाहते हैं और कितने % देंगे अपनी कंपनी का?
सर मैं 1.2 बिलियन मतलब के 1.5 बिलियन सर, और 25 जी सर 25% इक्विटी।
यार बेसिकली 15 लाख रुपए चाहिए यार, 12.5-15 लाख रुपए, और वो कह रहे हैं कि जी 20% इक्विटी दे रहे हैं भाई साहब। ये तो मेरा ख्याल कर ही नहीं यार डील, बल्कि जरा अच्छी डील दे देते। मुझे भी नया अगर बैठा हुआ होता तो अभी लड़ाई हो जाती है।
Daud, आपको how much time do you need to scale this model, and how much time do you need to make one engine जो ये लगता है बाइसिकल पे?
यार अमजद भाई टाइम खत्म हो गया है, 8 minutes are over. Other people are waiting. ऑफर कर रही है, करें, नहीं कर रही है, आगे चलें।
आप एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन, सॉरी व्हाट वाज इट
सर मुझे कंप्लीट साइकिल बनाने में सर,
गो अहेड, लास्ट क्वेश्चन।
दाऊद 15 लाख रुपए का क्या करोगे? इसके लिए फैक्ट्री की जरूरत है या नहीं? 50% पे डील क्लोज करते हो तो मुझे बताओ, डिपेंडिंग कि मैं आपकी बनी हुई बाइक देखूंगा।
ओके सर, डन सर। सर अभी जो मुझे प्रॉब्लम फेस करना पड़ रहा है सर, मैं जोगे वाले में जहाँ पे मैं साइकिल बना रहा हूँ सर, मैं उनको पर अपनी जो साइकिल जो भी मैं रॉ मटेरियल जो भी मैं सेल करता हूँ तो मैं उनको 10% देता हूँ एज उनकी मैं जगह यूज कर रहा हूँ। तो सर ये मेरे लिए वो अगर 4,000 में से जो मेरा प्रॉफिट आता है उसमें से 10% मेरा उन्हें चला जाता है, ये मुझे इशू आ रहा है। और सर दूसरी मेरे पास भी जगह नहीं है जहाँ पर मैं इसको चीज़ों को ला के रख के बना सकूँ। तो तीसरी सर मेरे पास जो प्रॉब्लम इशू है वो मेरे पास टीम नहीं है जो इसको टैकल कर सके, जहाँ वो इसकी मार्केटिंग कर सके। उसकी टीम मैं हायर करूंगा उसमें, ये चीजें सर फेस है अभी।
यार अगर तुम्हारी प्रोडक्ट चलती है ना जैसे आप मुझे बता रहे हैं, और अगर उस पे सारी वर्किंग हुई, ऑलराइट, आई विल गिव यू जगह, आई विल ब्रांड इट, create a product out of it, I'll market it, and I'll put 1.5 million which you want as an open line. मैं आपके हाथ में 15 लाख नहीं दूंगा, मैं आपको ओपन लाइन दूंगा और अपने हिसाब से अपनी टीम को पैरेट प्रूफ करके एग्जीक्यूट करूंगा। 51% शेयर आपकी कंपनी का लूंगा। अगर ये डील ओके तो तुरंत कैन यू हेल्प अस एग्जीक्यूट? आई विल बी मोर देन डिलाइटेड टू लुक इनटू दिस प्रोडक्ट।
यार दो बंदे यार हमें भी डाले ना इस डील के अंदर, क्या अकेले अकेले कर
आ जाए somebody wants to pitch in, 5-5 करके 3 डाल देते हैं।
क्या क्या ख्याल है भाई?
थैंक यू सर।
चलो ठीक है
सर। 51% ज्यादा हो जाएगी, वो फिर सारे कस्टमर्स को भी, वो क्लाइंट्स को भी पे करना है।
नहीं 30% यार, तुम इक्विटी नहीं ले रहे, तुम्हें उतनी इक्विटी जितनी तुमने 25% कही है वही होगी 25%, उससे ज्यादा नहीं ले रहे तुम्हें यार, हमने एम्पावर करना है, हम कोई तुम्हारे ऊपर डाका डालना थोड़ी आए हैं यार। बट एनी हाउ लेट्स टॉक।
ओके सर, मैं आपको सर जिस व्हाट्सएप से सर मुझे वो मैसेजेस आ रहे थे तो सर मैं उनको अपनी वीडियो व्हाट्सएप कर देता हूँ, तो आप फिर उनसे ले लीजिएगा।
हाँ बेसिकली वीडियो कर दे। आज के बाद ना, कॉल के बाद थोड़ी सी ड्यू डिलिजेंस करते हैं ऑन कैमरा। ऑफर आ गई है आपको बेस्ड ऑन ड्यू डिलिजेंस कि जो आप कह रहे हो वो सही है, कंसीडर इट अ डील, कर लें।
थैंक यू
तो इंशाल्लाह गुड जॉब यार, एक्सीलेंट। फाइनली काम की को कुछ सुनने का कुछ भी बड़ी मजेदार है, तो थैंक यू दाऊद, वेल डन, बहुत अच्छी बात है।
ओके सर,
मजा आया। थैंक यू
सर, थैंक यू सर।
ओके जी, आगे चलते हैं। वी हैव सेंडवेयर टेक्नोलॉजी, I don't know whether I pronounced it well or not, but we have I believe you can't see your picture. Walaikum assalam.
सर क्या हाल है सर?
अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
Can we start now?
जी सर स्टार्ट करें, आपकी पिक्चर नहीं आ रही है।
एक मिनट, ये हम स्क्रीन शेयर करते हैं।
मैं आपकी स्क्रीन शेयर कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन पहले अपनी स्क्रीन, आप अपनी चेहरा दिखा दें। आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन जो है वो स्केड्यूल हो रही है, एंड देन आई शेयर यू।
मुझे लगता है आपके जंप
कर दे नहीं काम
करता है। Nobody the camera on.
अच्छा, you want to share your own presentation? Okay, go ahead.
कैमरा में मेरे ख्याल से कुछ इशू आ रहा है।
ठीक है,
इस वजह से
कैमरा साफ होने वाला है भाई, लेंस साफ करो कैमरे का, too much smoke on it.
चलें, that's fine. Go ahead with your presentation, guys.
I think it's not working. थोड़ा सा जूम करो। अच्छा, आपको स्क्रीन नजर आ रही है? हेलो,
आ रही है आपकी स्क्रीन नजर।
कैन वी स्टार्ट?
Yeah, start.
Go ahead, guys. You see your screen. Go ahead. We have the presentation here. Don't worry.
ओके, थैंक यू। बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। सबसे पहले थोड़ा सा डिस्कस करते हैं कि सेंडर टेक्नोलॉजीज है क्या। सेंडर टेक्नोलॉजी बेसिकली इज एन इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कंपनी जो कि कॉस्ट एफिशिएंट और एनर्जी एफिशिएंट सॉल्यूशन प्रोवाइड करती है लोकल और ग्लोबल प्रॉब्लम को। हमारे पास यहाँ पे कंप्लीट R&D की टीम होती है, वो ये करती है कि आपको एक प्रॉब्लम देखती है, उसके पॉसिबल सॉल्यूशन निकालती है, उनमें से कोई एक बेस्ट सॉल्यूशन लेके वो मार्केट में हम उसको प्रोड्यूस करते हैं। हमारा जो फर्स्ट प्रोडक्ट हमने लॉन्च किया था वो 1600 के नाम से था, जो कि 12 वोल्ट की डीसी मोटर स्टार्टर किट था। ये सिलाई मशीन के लगती है, सेविंग मशीन जो होती है, आप किसी भी किस्म की नॉर्मल सेविंग मशीन में ये मोटर लगा सकते हैं। ये किसी भी 12 वोल्ट बैटरी के ऊपर डायरेक्ट सोलर पैनल के साथ चल सकती है। इसकी ये जो बैकवर्ड एरिया है इनमें काफ़ी मार्केट है, नीचे जो अंदरून सिंध है, बलूचिस्तान है, वहाँ पे इसकी बहुत ज़्यादा मार्केट है। इसके हमने अभी तक 2 मॉडल लॉन्च किए, एक हमने वुडन में लॉन्च किया है, एक हमने लॉन्च किया है मेटल स्टार्टर के साथ। इस पर हम थर्ड प्रोडक्ट भी लॉन्च करने वाले हैं। दूसरा जो हमारा जो इस टाइम मेन फोकस में प्रोडक्ट चल रहा है वो है इंटेलिजेंट सैनिटाइजिंग एंड टेम्परेचर सेंसिंग वॉक थ्रू गेट। आपने इसे देखा होगा करंट पैंडेमिक में कि जहाँ पे ऑफिस बंद है, जहाँ पे और स्टोर बंद है, तो जहाँ हम उसके लिए ये वॉक थ्रू गेट उनको इंस्टॉल करके दे रहे हैं डिफरेंट जगहों पे। स्कूल्स में हमने इंस्टॉल किया है, हमने एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट में इंस्टॉल किया है, हमने चर्चेज में इसको इंस्टॉल किया है, हमने कुछ फैक्ट्रीज में भी इसको इंस्टॉल किया है। हम कुछ एनजीओ के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, कल भी हमने एक फाउंडेशन के साथ इंस्टॉल किया है और नेक्स्ट वीक हमें और भी इंस्टॉल करेंगे। तो ये उसका एक बेसिक सा प्रोसीजर है कि ये कैसे काम करता है। जैसे कि आप थोड़ा सा इससे नोन भी होंगे कि जब आप इस गेट के थ्रू पास होते हैं तो इसमें हमने ऑटोमेटिक सेंसर लगाए हुए हैं, वो आपको डिटेक्ट करते हैं, आपके ऊपर स्प्रे करते हैं और आप उससे पास होते हैं 2 सेकंड में, 3 सेकंड में। ये हमारे पास कुछ इसके मॉडल्स हैं, हमारे पास इसकी एक बहुत वाइड रेंज है। हमारे अभी तक इसके 4 मॉडल हम लॉन्च कर चुके हैं। जैसे कि फाइनेंशियल प्रोजेक्शंस में अगर हम आ रहे हैं तो आपको नजर आ रहा होगा जैसे स्क्रीन के ऊपर हमने शेयर किया 16 SU की प्रोडक्शन, जो कि आपको मैंने स्टार्ट में मेंशन किया है कि 12 वोल्ट की सोलर पावर्ड मोटर है। इसमें जो है जो स्टार्टिंग हम ले रहे हैं ना, जो हमने जब इसकी फर्स्ट कॉस्टिंग की है और फर्स्ट इसको प्रोडक्शन में डाला तो इसकी कॉस्ट हमारे पास 650 आ रही थी पर प्रोडक्ट। उसको हमने मार्केट में अभी तक तकरीबन हम उसके 400 प्रोडक्ट बेच चुके हैं। ये हमने कुछ आपके साथ रफ प्रोडक्ट शेयर किया हुआ है, उसके साथ हमने रेवेन्यू शेयर किया है कि हम पर ईयर इससे 3 मिलियन प्लस कमा सकते हैं, 3 मिलियन प्लस विद मिनिमम 12,000 या 12,000 से ऊपर अगर हम प्रोडक्ट सेल करें पर ईयर में। और अभी तक हम इसके 400 यूनिट सेल कर चुके हैं। इसके बाद मैं आपको फाइनेंशियल प्रोजेक्शन दिखा रहा हूँ सैनिटाइजिंग वॉक थ्रू गेट्स के। इसमें हमारे पास जो एक गेट है जो स्टैंडर्ड साइज का है, जो 4x4 और जिसकी हाइट तकरीबन 8 फुट हो, उसको बनाने में तकरीबन 16 घंटे लगते हैं। एक गेट को बनाने में 16 घंटे लगते हैं। हमने उसमें अपना 60% मार्जिन रखा हुआ है, जो हमने अभी कुछ इंस्टीट्यूट्स में, गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट के साथ भी हम काम कर रहे हैं, एनजीओ के साथ भी काम कर रहे हैं, हमने ये इंस्टॉल कराए। मैं आपको हमारे जब से हमारे QSU और सेंट्रल टेक्नोलॉजीज ऑपरेशनल है उसके बाद की मैं आपको सेल्स दिखा रहा हूँ। हमारे जनवरी से लेके ऑनवर्ड की आपको स्क्रीन पे शेयर दिख रही होंगी। हमने 16 से कितना कमाया, हमने 16 के 2 मॉडल लॉन्च किए, एक मेटल के स्टार्ट है और एक हमारे पास वुडन स्टार्टर के साथ है। हमारे पास इसमें जो सैनिटाइजिंग वॉक टू गेट किट्स है, हमने एक ये शुरू किया था एक बनाना कि इसके अंदर जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक किट बनती है हम वो सेल कर रहे थे। जैसे बहुत दूर के इलाके, कराची हो गया, सिंध हो गया, लाहौर हो गया, वहाँ थोड़ा सा मुश्किल होता है, तो हमने उनको कंप्लीट किट बना के दिए, कंप्लीट किट्स, और वो हमने इनके साथ शेयर किया। ये आपको मैं एक रफली फिगर दिखा रहा हूँ हमारे मंथली सेल्स का। ये थोड़ा सा अप्रैल के महीने में थोड़ा सा डाउन हुए थे, थोड़ा तकरीबन इसमें हमारे पास 40% डिक्रीज आया था, वो करंट पेंडेमिक की वजह से। बाकी हमारे पास मई में सेल्स इसकी फिर से बूस्टअप हो गई हैं। अभी जून में तकरीबन 1 वीक की हमारी सेल हुई है, वो भी 100 के से ऊपर की आ रही है फिलहाल। ये मैं आपके साथ अपनी टीम शेयर कर रहा हूँ। इसमें जमशेद अली है, ये हमारे फाउंडर है और CEO भी हैं। मेरा नाम अंसुर मीर है और मैं मार्केटिंग एंड सेल्स हैंडल करता हूँ। हमारे साथ एक और हमारे टीम मेंबर है आमिर सुहेल, जो कि टेक्निकल साइड और डे टू डे जितने भी ऑपरेशंस होते हैं उसको हैंडल करते हैं। हमारे पास मोहम्मद अरसलान है, जो कि हमारे जितने भी इंटर्नलीज हैं उनके ऑपरेट करते हैं, प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर हमारे साथ। तो अब हम ये देखिए कि आप पता करें कि स्टैंडर्ड यहाँ पे आया क्यों, स्टैंडर्ड आपसे क्या चाहता है। हम आपके 3 4 चीज़ों में बेसिक सपोर्ट चाहिए। सबसे पहले हमें फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट चाहिए क्योंकि हम इसको स्केल अप करना चाहते हैं। हम आप चाहते हैं कि एक अपनी की प्रोडक्शन को स्केल अप करें। दूसरा, अभी लॉकडाउन की वजह से हमें रॉ मटेरियल मिलने में थोड़ी सी मुश्किलात हो रही थी, जो कि ये जून से काफ़ी अच्छा हो गया। दूसरा जो है, हमें पीआर चाहिए, हमें आपके रिलेशन चाहिए कि जो कि हम मार्केट तक पहुंच सके, सैनिटाइजिंग वॉक थ्रू गेट के लिए हो कि वो 16 SU के लिए। प्लस हमारी जो इसमें बेसिक जो थोड़ा सा इशू आता है, हमारे पास मार्केटिंग का आ रहा है, क्योंकि हम इसके लिए बेसिक वर्कर भी रहना चाहते हैं, ऑन ग्राउंड मार्केटिंग भी, और सोशल मार्केटिंग तो हम कर रहे हैं। हमारा इस टाइम विजन क्या है? बेसिक जो हमारा विजन इस टाइम है ना, कि हम जितना भी प्रोडक्ट बनाए मेड इन पाकिस्तान। जैसे कि हमने 16 SU मोटर मैन्युफैक्चर की, इसके हम 2 मॉडल अभी मार्केट में लॉन्च कर चुके हैं। थर्ड मॉडल हम इसका लॉन्च भी करने वाले हैं, जो कि 220 वोल्ट पे भी चलेगा और किसी बैटरी पे चलेगा। तो इसमें हमारा जो मेन मोटो है वो मेड इन पाकिस्तान है, कि हम पाकिस्तानी प्रोडक्ट को यूज़ करते हुए पाकिस्तानी प्रोडक्ट को हम मैन्युफैक्चर करें और अपनी पाकिस्तानी लोकल मार्केट में इसको सेल करें। So this is our motto. Let's innovate. If you have any questions, you can ask.
Great timing. To the minute, your pitch is finished. Guys, go ahead.
What are you with this model? आप chemicals खुद डाल रहे हैं या वो जो chemicals spray होते हैं, they are being used by the buyer? What kind of chemicals are those? Do you have any study or या सिर्फ आप machine बेच रहे हैं? Number one, that's my first question.
जी सर, we are selling chemicals too. ये WHO से recommended chemicals हैं, कैल्शियम हाइपोक्लोराइड। हमारे पास इसकी एक फ्रेंचाइज है, हम उसके थ्रू ऑल ओवर पाकिस्तान इसकी सेलिंग कर रहे हैं।
And it's approved by World Health Organization, right?
प्लस हमारे पास यूटी पेशावर के केमिकल इंजीनियरिंग के प्रोफेसर हैं, हम उनसे भी गाइडेंस लेते हैं, वो हमारे साथ टीम में ही है।
अच्छा, क्योंकि उसकी लॉन्ग टर्म कोई स्टडी है वर्ल्ड हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की जो आपको बता सके दे आर नॉट कार्सिनोजेनिक्स या कैंसर कॉजिंग नहीं है, अदर हेल्थ इश्यूज नहीं होंगे? Can you hear my question?
Just use the top of the brown thing.
Can you hear my question, Umar bhai? Hello?
सर आपकी आवाज में थोड़ी डिस्टॉर्शन आ रही है, कैन यू रिपीट प्लीज?
Sure. मैं कह रहा हूँ, do you have any studies जिससे पता चले कि ये जो chemicals आप use कर रहे हैं स्प्रे के लिए, they are not carcinogenics, and उन पे study हो कि they are safe for humans to inhale? Is there a solid study for that?
जी सर, बिल्कुल, ये WHO से रिकमेंडेड सोल्यूशन है, आप उनकी वेबसाइट पे भी चेक कर सकते हैं। ये कैल्शियम हाइपोक्लोराइड है। इस टाइम मार्केट में 9 किस्म के सोल्यूशंस अवेलेबल हैं, जो कि सैनिटाइजिंग गेट थ्रू में यूज़ हो रहे हैं, ऑल ओवर पाकिस्तान भी और पूरे वर्ल्ड में भी। जो इसमें यूज़ हो रहा है कैल्शियम हाइपोक्लोराइड 30% क्लोरीन वाटर, ये इस टाइम बेस्ट सोल्यूशन है, क्योंकि जब आप एक बंदे पे स्प्रे होता है एट अ टाइम, तो उस पे बहुत भी ज़्यादा हो तो 8 ml से 10 ml के दरमियान लिक्विड उस पे स्प्रे होता है। ये बहुत ही माइन्यूट अमाउंट में है। और दूसरा, ये आपके जितने भी कपड़े होते हैं उसको 3 से लेके 5 सेकंड के अंदर सैनिटाइज कर देता है कंप्लीटली।
My last question will be, what is so unique and valuable about this product कि मैं कल पाकिस्तान में $10,000 लेके आऊँ और मैं ना बना सकूँ? What separates you from competition? Because I don't like price wars. मैं चाहता हूँ something unique and valuable. कोई पैटेंट है आपके पास, anything? क्योंकि हम चारों आज के कल पाकिस्तान की मशीन बना सकते हैं. What sets you apart?
सर, इसमें जो है इसका कोई पैटर्न नहीं है, क्योंकि ये मेटल फ्रेम से बनता है और उसका किसी किस्म का पैटर्न नहीं आता, कोई भी बना सकता है। लेकिन हम जो इसको दे रहे हैं, हम जो हमें यूनिक बनाते हैं, हम सर्विस देते हैं। हम इस ऑलरेडी इन अ मार्केट है, हमारे पास हमारे कस्टमर्स मौजूद हैं। हाँ, हमने इसको पेशावर के अंदर सबसे पहले जब हमने लॉन्च किया था, तो हम अभी इसको कुछ गवर्नमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ भी काम कर रहे हैं, NIC पेशावर के भी साथ अभी लग जाएंगे तकरीबन, सब NIC पेशावर के अंदर भी, उनके साथ भी हमारा तकरीबन बात कंप्लीट होने वाली है। दूसरा सर, इसमें यह है कि हमने एक यूनिक फीचर डाला हुआ है, वो है टेम्परेचर सेंसिंग का। जैसे कि आपको पता है, आप किसी मॉल में जाएँ, किसी स्टोर में जाएँ, तो आपको टेम्परेचर गन लेके आपके फोरहेड पे लगाते हैं, टेम्परेचर सेंस करते हैं। तो हमने ये फीचर इसके अंदर डाला है कि ऑलरेडी इसके अंदर वो सेंसर इंस्टॉल किए। अगर कोई पर्सन आपके गेट के अंदर आ रहा है या आपकी बिल्डिंग के अंदर आ रहा है, सबसे पहले अपना फोरहेड वो आगे करेगा, उसका टेम्परेचर वहीं पे डिटेक्ट होगा, उसको पता चलेगा। आपको वहाँ पे एक एक्स्ट्रा बंदा बिठाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। आपको एक एक्स्ट्रा जो पर्सन है उसको बिठाने की, जिसको आप मंथली कम से कम 20,000 30,000 सैलरी देंगे कि वो जो आने वाले बंदे हैं उनका सिर्फ टेम्परेचर चेक करें। ये फुली ऑटोमेटिक हम इसको लेके गए हैं। प्लस हमारे पास सर इसके अभी जो हमने लॉन्च किए हैं 4 डिज़ाइन लॉन्च किए, जिसकी रेंज 30,000 से लेके 2.5 लाख रुपए तक है। वो हम कस्टमर फुली कस्टमाइज उनको बना के देते हैं, उनके नाम के साथ, उनके लोगों के साथ, जो कि बहुत पॉपुलर चल रहा है। कस्टमर इसको बहुत ज़्यादा पसंद कर रहा है क्योंकि उनके साथ फ्री ब्रांडिंग हो रही है।
पाकिस्तान में any protection for you? Any protection that you can file to protect you from, because आपको तो पता पाकिस्तान में रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग के सारे गुरु हैं, तो you know anything that you have filed or is pending, ताकि कोई आपका कोई something unique that you know, मैं कल पाकिस्तान में आऊँ, मेरे दोस्तों की स्टील मिल्स हैं, सबके हम जानते हैं लोगों को, हम पैसा लगा दें अगला 4 दिन में, आपको तो पता है पाकिस्तान का, what you have to set yourself apart. What kind of protection will an investor get other than हम अपने connections भी लाते हैं and सारा कुछ करते हैं because पाकिस्तान में people are concerned. So tell me about what can you do to make sure आपके 16 घंटे में मॉडल कॉपी ना हो जाए, कोई जाके गुजरा वाले में खोल कर ये मशीन ना बनानी शुरू कर दे।
सर ये जो है हमें जो अपार्ट करते हैं ना, इससे हम देते हैं वारंटी। जैसे अगर आप 16 की बात करें ना, तो इस तरह के मार्केट में और प्रोडक्ट हैं भी। हमने जो लॉन्च किया है इसको हमने 100% कॉपर में लॉन्च किया है और इसके साथ हम 1 ईयर की मेंटेनेंस वारंटी दे रहे हैं, जो कि कोई भी और दूसरा बायर नहीं दे रहा इस टाइम। अगर आप मार्केट कंपटीशन में देखें ना, इस तरह के 2-3 ब्रांड्स और भी मौजूद हैं, लेकिन उनके हमसे सस्ता ही बेच रहे हैं, लेकिन हमारी सेल्स उनसे काफ़ी ज़्यादा है। वो इस बात पे कि एक तो हमारी क्वालिटी और दूसरा जो है हमारी सर्विस है, क्योंकि हम 1 ईयर इसकी कंप्लीट रिप्लेस वारंटी देते हैं। और प्लस इसमें आई गेट्स की बात, तो सर ये इसमें यूज़ होता है मेटल फ्रेम और फाइबर ग्लासिंग यूज़ होती है। आपकी बात बिल्कुल सही है, इट कैन बी कॉपीड एनीवेयर, कोई भी इसको कॉपी कर सकता है, लेकिन सर्विसेज को कोई कॉपी नहीं कर सकता। आप जब एक कंपनी के साथ डील करते हैं, वो आपको सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड करती है, हम आपको कंपनी वारंटी देते हैं कि अगर आपका कल को प्रोडक्ट खराब हो रहा है, हम आपको सेट करके देंगे। अगर एक नॉर्मल लोहार बनाता है, वो कभी भी आपको इस चीज़ की वारंटी नहीं देगा कि मैं आपको ये रिप्लेस करके देता हूँ और मैं आपको चेंज कर देता हूँ। प्लस इसमें सर ये है कि हमने जो इसमें एक चीज़ मेंशन की थी अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन में, वो थी सैनिटाइजिंग वॉक थ्रू गेट किट्स। इसके अंदर जो सर्किटरी यूज़ होती है, इसका नोजल सिस्टम हो गया, इसका स्प्रिंग सिस्टम हो गया, इसका इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सिस्टम हो गया, हमने सर उसके किट्स बना के वो सेल किए। उसमें भी हमने काफ़ी ज़्यादा प्रोडक्ट और काफ़ी ज़्यादा मार्जिन में प्रॉफिट कमाया। वो इस तरह के, जैसे हमारे कराची के कुछ हमारे डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स थे, उनको ये चीज़ चाहिए थी। अगर ये चीज़ हम पेशावर से कराची ट्रांसपोर्ट करें तो मिनिमम 40,000 सिर्फ उसके ट्रांसपोर्टेशन पे लगता था। तो हमने उनको 15,000 10,000 में वो किट प्रोवाइड की। हमने कहा फ्रेम खुद बना लो, आप फ्रेम खुद बनाएं और हम आपको एक किट्स प्रोवाइड करते हैं, जिसमें हमने काफ़ी ज़्यादा कमाया।
I have a question.
We are continuously changing our market strategy और दूसरा प्रोडक्ट भी हम continuously change कर रहे हैं मार्केट को देखते हुए।
ठीक है, go ahead. We have only about 2.5 minutes left. Please go ahead.
Just very quickly. तो बेसिकली आप जो है वो प्रोडक्ट कंपनी नहीं है, आप मुख्तलिफ प्रोडक्ट्स बेस्ड ऑन रिक्वायरमेंट आप बनाते हैं। आपके पास इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कैपेबिलिटीज हैं, आपके पास डिजाइन कैपेबिलिटीज हैं, तो आप बेसिकली एक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग टाइप की कंपनी है जो कस्टमर की रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से प्रोडक्ट बनाते हैं। दैट्स व्हाट योर पिच इज। क्योंकि अभी पेंडेमिक चल रहा है तो आप बेट्स बना रहे हैं, ये खत्म हो जाएगा आप और बनाएंगे, राइट? तो बेसिकली आपका ये बिजनेस मॉडल है।
बिल्कुल। और इसके साथ सर हमारा जो बिजनेस प्रोडक्ट्स पाइपलाइन में है, बिल्कुल सर, हमारा जो बिजनेस मॉडल फोकस करता है वो इस पे करता है कि कोई भी लोकल या ग्लोबल प्रॉब्लम को देखना, उसके लिए कॉस्ट और एनर्जी एफिशिएंट सॉल्यूशन प्रोवाइड करना। जैसे कि हमारे इस टाइम 2 प्रोडक्ट पे रिसर्च चल रही है, 2 प्रोडक्ट पे। एक है हमारे पास ये डीसी आयरन, आपने देखा होगा इस तरह ये नॉर्मल बहुत ज़्यादा बिजली खाती है। अगर आप किसी दर्जी के पास जाएं या किसी ऐसे सेंटर के पास जाएं, फैसलाबाद जैसे सर ने अभी जिक्र किया, फैसलाबाद के अंदर बहुत बड़ी आरएमजी इंडस्ट्री है, बहुत बड़ी। तो वो उनका एक मोटर का खर्चा और एक शेविंग मशीन और एक जो इस्त्री का खर्चा है ना, वो उनकी बिजली की कॉस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा आती है। हम उनको कम्प्लीटली वो रिप्लेस करके देते हैं डीसी मॉडल पे, जो कि सोलर पैनल के साथ भी चल सकता है, किसी भी नॉर्मल बैटरी के साथ भी चल सकता है। और वो आपकी 5 साल में आपका बिल आएगा, उसको तकरीबन 3 महीने के अंदर वो रिकवर करके देता है।
अच्छा, मेरा एक सवाल है कि आप इस तरह की यानी ऑटोमेशन टाइप की चीज़ों के ऊपर भी काम कर सकते हैं इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए। फैसलाबाद में बहुत सारी इंडस्ट्रीज हैं। जी, तो आपने ये कंज्यूमर मार्केट पे क्यों फोकस किया है कि आप इंडस्ट्रीज के ऊपर भी फोकस कर सकते हैं और यानी इंडस्ट्री लेवल के प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉल्व कर सकते हैं अपने इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एक्सपर्टीज की वजह से?
बिल्कुल सर, हमने अभी फैसलाबाद के अंदर कुछ इंडस्ट्री के साथ कोलैबोरेशन की है। पेशावर के अंदर हमने मेडिकल कंपनीज और सर्जिकल कंपनी के साथ कोलैबोरेशन की है जो कि डिफरेंट मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट को इंपोर्ट करते हैं। हम उनको पाकिस्तान में मैन्युफैक्चर करना चाहते हैं बाय यूजिंग पाकिस्तानी वर्कर्स, पाकिस्तानी जितना भी हमारे पास प्रोडक्ट है उसको यूज करके हम वो प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च करना चाहते हैं। हमारी अभी लास्ट वीक एक कंपनी के साथ कोलैबोरेशन हुई है सिस्को नाम से। वो इस टाइम पेशावर के अंदर सबसे बड़े इंपोर्टर है मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट्स के। तो हमने उनके साथ कोलैबोरेशन करके इसकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट्स।
Okay, guys, you can talk to him further afterwards if you don't want to make your mind right now. But I think it's they're manufacturing some good stuff, so this is what it is.
I think I'll just add a bit of feedback for him.
Sure.
What he's doing is interesting, and he's actually making money on the skill set rather than on a product. And that is, I think, exactly what he needs to market in his presentation. He's not a product-based company. He's a provider of certain skill set, जिसके through he addresses industry-level problems or consumer-level problems. इस तरह की चीज पे तो which can generally then attract some sort of एक आपकी डायरेक्शन बन जाती है ना, एक फोकस आ जाता है कि अच्छा ये करते हैं ये लोग, क्योंकि ये वॉक थ्रू गेट्स और ये सारी चीजें शॉर्ट टर्म है, ये बहुत सारी कंपनीज कर रही हैं। और इसमें जिस तरह से खुद ही पॉइंट आउट किया था कि ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कॉस्ट इज हाई, so there are a lot of local players who are doing it in every city. So it's not a product which we would like to invest in. It's so he should focus. This is my feedback to him. Okay, he should focus. They are into innovating products and addressing industry challenges and solutions with regards to manufacturing या इस तरह की चीज पे, और उस तरह अपने आप को highlight करें.
I would actually agree with the gentleman here. It's definitely your skill set, which you need to market. Gates are being done all over the place, and frankly speaking, I don't even know, because my personal take on the gates is that it's actually more infectious compared to disinfecting anybody, because everybody's passing through it, they sneeze and all the rest. And moreover, it's very expensive because it takes a lot of electricity. You have to continuously put up one generator. That's what I've heard. However, I was very interested in your product, which was a solar DC-based sewing machine, and obviously an iron press. But I think that, frankly speaking, you're a great sales guy. Your selling skills are amazing, and you're very smart. You responded to Amjad very, very cleverly on few questions. And I think you all you need to do is focus on bootstrapping, and you don't really need anybody to help you with investment.
सर बिल्कुल, हमने अभी रिसेंटली सर एक इन्वेस्टमेंट रेस की है लोकल कंपनी से। ये हमने एक इन्वेस्टमेंट रेस की है ये गेट्स के लिए। दूसरा जो हमारा जो इस टाइम मेन फोकस चल रहा है वो 16 SU पे चल रहा है। हमारा जो मेन प्रोडक्ट है वो 16 SU है। हमने जो कंपनी अपनी स्टार्ट की थी 16 SU से स्टार्ट की थी। हमने उसके 2 वर्जन लॉन्च किए और तीसरा हम ये मार्च के अंदर लॉन्च करने वाले थे, लेकिन इस पैंडेमिक की वजह से ये थोड़ा डिले हो गया। अभी सर हम उसको सेकंड वीक ऑफ जुलाई के अंदर लॉन्च करेंगे। वो ऐसी मोटर है कि जो AC DC के ऊपर दोनों चल सकती है। जैसे कि अभी कुछ ऐसे इशू आए हमारे पास कि जो टेलर्स हैं उनके पास वो ऑलरेडी काम कर रहे हैं, उनके पास बिजली का सिस्टम है, वापडा है, पाकिस्तान गवर्नमेंट है, उन्होंने ऑलरेडी उसको लगा के दिया हुआ है। व्हाई वुड दे बाय आवर प्रोडक्ट? तो उनके लिए हमने ये सोल्यूशन किया कि अगर आपके पास घर में कोई भी स्पेयर बैटरी पड़ी हुई है, आपके पास मोटरसाइकिल की कोई बैटरी पड़ी हुई है, UPS की बैटरी पड़ी हुई है, तो आप अगर दिन में आपकी 4 घंटे लोड शेडिंग है तो आप उसके साथ डायरेक्ट अपना ये कनेक्ट करें 16 SU। आपको कुछ चेंज करने की जरूरत नहीं है, ना आपको नई मशीन बाय करने की जरूरत है। 12,000 10,000 आप फिर लगाएं। आप 800 रुपीज के अंदर बिल्कुल आप उसको चेंज कर सकते हैं। 800 रुपीज के अंदर आप हमारी मोटर लगाएं, अपनी मोटर हटा के हमारी मोटर लगाएं। आप इसको AC में भी चला सकते हैं, आप इसको DC के ऊपर भी चला सकते हैं। दूसरा हमारा जो 4th मॉडल था, हम RMG इंडस्ट्रीज ऑफ फैसलाबाद के साथ कोलैबोरेशन करके काम कर रहे हैं। उनके पास यूज होती हैं बड़ी मोटर जोगी के नाम से, तो वो कपड़े की मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करते हैं। स्वेटर हो गया, लेदर हो गया, उसको थोड़ी ज़्यादा पावर चाहिए और वो प्रोडक्ट है इस टाइम पाकिस्तान में कोई भी चल नहीं है। हमारी उस पर वर्किंग जारी है, तकरीबन 70% उसका प्रोटोटाइप का काम भी कंप्लीट हो चुका है और इंशाल्लाह हम बड़ी ईद के बाद उसको लॉन्च भी कर देंगे। तो हमें जो बेसिक इन्वेस्टमेंट चाहिए थी वो हमें 16 SU के लिए चाहिए थी, और जो आपने सर एक गेट का मेंशन किया कि ये बहुत ज़्यादा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी लेते हैं, तो उसका भी हमने अल्टरनेट सोल्यूशन निकाल के इसको हमने 12 वोल्ट पे बनाया है। हमने डीसी मोटर यूज़ की है, डीसी सर्किट, डीसी सेंसर यूज़ किया है कि अगर आप इसको 24 आवर भी चलाएं ना, 24 आवर, तो आपकी पर डे की कॉस्ट इस पे आएगी 25 रुपए। 25 रुपए से आपका इसके ज़्यादा नहीं आएगा अगर आप हमारे वाले गेट को 24 घंटे आप चलाएं।
Thank you. You have gone way over time, and thank you for pitching. Your details are here. If anybody can be interested, obviously we cannot actually handshake at this point. I mean, a couple of guys are interested here, so we'll connect back later on. But thank you very much. Daim, you are next. So everything is ready on our end. So please, your time starts now.
Yes, sir. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Okay. Hi, my name is Daim Bhatt. 5 years ago, I started a software agency out of my dorm room in Florida. I worked at a restaurant and even drove Uber at nights to save up enough money to expand my operations, and eventually grew into a team of over 20 people. 3 years ago, after due deliberation, I found great opportunity within the booming food industry of Pakistan. It did not take long for me to see that the entire sector was riddled with common issues of inefficiency, waste, suboptimal performance, and incoherent management, primarily owing to the use of outdated software being resold to restaurants with mere superficial changes. Did you guys hear me? With mere superficial changes, causing restaurants to miss out on the valuable resource of data analytics and having to rely on expensive yet inefficient third-party solutions being produced abroad. This is where MEMON comes in. With almost 3 years of development, we have made MEMON into a 360-degree restaurant management platform by introducing a well-integrated and user-friendly system that aids in the day-to-day operations of a restaurant through the use of state-of-the-art point-of-sale software, data analytics, dynamic inventory management, accounting, and payroll services. Furthermore, we wanted to introduce restaurants into the web sphere without hurting their bank accounts or having to rely on high-commission third-party food delivery services. This is achieved by MEMON's proprietary online and social ordering plugins, as well as white-label restaurant mobile applications. With data protection and platform security being at the heart of the platform, restaurants never have to worry about data lost or theft ever again. Now, I'd like to show you what the current market looks like. This is what currently is being offered in the market, and you would be surprised to know that these are in fact market leaders. Now, I would like to briefly show you what the MEMON platform looks like. This is the MEMON dashboard, allowing restaurant owners and managers to manage their restaurants from anywhere in the world in real time. This, I think there's a lag. This is our menu builder. One second, I'm sorry. It's not updated on that screen.
Naim, we are on the MEMON dashboard. Which one you want to go on?
The next one.
Okay, here you go.
I thought, yeah. Yeah, this is our menu builder. Our platform has been upgraded to feature drag and drop functionality for easy operation of the platform. Next, please. This is our inventory management module, providing restaurants with analytics and tools to successfully manage their inventories. Next, please. This is our staff management module. Next, please. This is our payroll management with integrations with fingerprint sensors, facial recognition, swipe cards, geotagging, and more to easily and securely generate payslips. Next, please. This is our user-friendly point-of-sale software available through web browsers, Windows applications, Android, and iOS tablets in both online and offline modes. Next, please. Our complete POS software is available for mobile devices, allowing cashiers with Android and iOS devices to start taking and managing orders from their cell phones without any special equipment. Next, please. These are our white-label mobile applications. Next, please. Our online ordering plugin, which can be incorporated on any website, as well as directly into the Facebook pages of these restaurants. Next, please. our mobile application for our restaurants, restaurant management and owners to see their restaurant statistics in real time. Next, please. And finally, our advanced reporting module, providing easy to understand essential reporting to our restaurants. In total, the MEMON platform has over 148 modules and sub-modules. Next, please. MEMON operates on a software as a subscription model, which provides restaurants with cost-effective and modular packages, starting at just $2,500 a month, up to our most comprehensive package of just ₹8,000. Next, please. Saving restaurants millions of rupees in commissions, development, operational, and marketing costs. MEMON has, in the first few months, already secured over 80 locations and hope to further tap into an estimated market of over 25,000 restaurants in Pakistan and a global market of over 15 million restaurants. Next, please. By the year 2024, we project to be earning a net profit of 4.5 billion rupees every month from subscription alone. Next, please. MEMON fares considerably low compared to the competition and hope for this to give us a massive boost while capturing the market. Next, please. These are some of our clients currently in Pakistan. Next, please. We have secured partnerships with some of the most renowned companies in the world to help us launch MEMON in the United States. These partnerships have allowed us to become a payment processor, earning revenue on every credit card swipe, both in-store and online, as well as giving us the ability to provide business loans and line of credits to these restaurants in the United States, earning us commissions. MEMON will also be providing an omni-channel communications platform, integrated natively in the platform to allow restaurants to leverage the power of SMS, email, Facebook, WhatsApp, and other social media channels to market their restaurants. We have the next 2 years planned with plans to launch our own discovery platform, our hardware, multiple teams, and much more. With the right funding and guidance, we are sure to achieve all of this and much more. Thank you.
Try and tag things out for days.
I'm a little familiar with this industry since I've invested in some companies in the past, and I'm also invested in some vodka company and Saffron Road. I was a seed investor in those back in 2011. I live in Florida, and I'm very familiar with it. I will say, let me ask you a straight question. First of all, you said there are softwares right now that do exactly the same in the United States. There are, software that manages your bar, tells you, how much you're making. And there are softwares right now that a lot of people are using in the United States for exactly what you're doing, right? Tell me about what are your revenues, first of all. Number one, what are your revenues last year, since you have some client base? Number two is, I would like to know what sets you apart from whatever anyone is doing right now, because there is an educational part of it. The most expensive thing to do in any new investment or any new idea is how you're going to market it, and marketing is the biggest cost that is involved. So I would like to know your burnout rate right now. How much would you spend in marketing? And above all, what sets you apart from whatever is being done right now? This can be done anywhere in the world. So it's being done. So please explain that to me.
Okay, so like you mentioned in the United States, so after all of my research and some of the competition that we've showed you, there's not a single vendor that's doing all of this in an integrated system. You have the white label apps one place, you have the POS one place. So you're living in Florida, in Tampa, I think, you should be familiar with Square POS and Clover, all of these. Well, all of these point of sale softwares were built to be for the wider audience, for the general retail market. Square, Clover, all of these big names, they're not built for the restaurant industry specifically. There's a lot that goes on when it comes to the restaurant industry. There's, dynamic inventory management, recipes, a whole bunch of stuff. Then there's different sizes and, everything changes. So that's the first thing where, how do we differ ourselves? Secondly, as you mentioned, revenue. So we launched in December 2019 as a testing phase. We have not marketed as of yet. We've only, just gone from word of mouth and, connected with a few vendors that we know about. Right now, we are generating over $7,000 monthly in revenue. This is just a subscription, and our burnout rate currently is $4,000. So we have hit profit. The system that I showed you is our upgraded version, which has, for the last 6-7 months, the 60-70 locations that we've been testing it with, we have slowly been building the system further and further. We've been improving, we've been taking our feedback, and we've integrated, a lot of more features than we previously had, which we're taking to market when it comes to, once we actually go full out marketing. When it comes to marketing as well, apart from the generic social media and cold calls, we actually already, with some of the companies that we partnered with that I showed you in the integration and partnership slide, some of these companies actually, these are billion-dollar companies, and they actually love the software so much. They offered us that because, for example, one of our omni-channel sales partner, they actually have a lot of restaurant clients, big names as well, Papa John's included, all of these. And one thing that they were saying that they're interested in partnering with us in such a way that we have a mutually beneficial relationship. So they would pitch for us our platform for their current clients as well. And again, that's one source. We have a referral program, so we're going to be giving them commissions while they give us commissions when it comes to the omni-channel, SMS and all of these packages. Further, we have, these business loans companies that we partnered with and the processing companies. They have a lot of these clients. One of them is actually a vendor for one of the previous POS names that I took, Clover, and they liked our software so much that they want to be marketing our product instead of Clover when it comes to the restaurant industry. So yeah, hope that answers your question.
So let me, anybody else wants to ask a question or?
Yeah, I think I'll just want Diane to highlight a bit on the COVID scenario. How are you adjusting your model to the given situation? Because as we understand, restaurants in all parts of the world are closed, and not all restaurants rely on deliveries. So even the big restaurants or top tier restaurants, they usually don't deliver in Pakistan, for Karachi for that matter, I know about, and even in the West. So what is, how are you going to address that issue?
Okay, so firstly, when COVID situation hit us, we essentially what happened was, all of the restaurants closed down for a bit, and they paused their subscriptions. But something that's now happening, which is in our favor, because we have these online ordering solutions, through Facebook, website, white label apps, we're getting a lot more inquiries coming in because they want to get that, because these food delivery companies that they're delivering through currently, such as Food Panda, Cheetah, Eat Mubarak, and so on, they're charging up to 40% per transaction. The minimum at the moment is 25% commission per sale. So by integrating our platforms, they get that extra revenue for hiring their own delivery system, partnering with companies. We also help them get connected to those. And second, because of this, one thing we've started doing is, because we don't provide the delivery service ourselves, we've actually started working on a delivery module. So what that does is we have three basically options in that delivery module. We open up our platform for the general public to sign up to become delivery riders for multiple restaurants. And again, the restaurant has the option who they want to hire based on reviews and policies. Secondly, we're integrating with these delivery companies in Pakistan and abroad in the United States for asking them to connect our system with them, which will allow them to sign up with us as well. So for example, let's say one of our delivery companies, we get an order and somebody has hired that delivery company, they would get a notification through all of their delivery network, and somebody would pick it up and deliver it. And third, the delivery model will also let them manage their in-house riders.
Well, that's fine. See, that's exactly what I wanted to know, because as a segment, what you've told me about the delivery business, what you just explained is a segment of the business which is a delivery model or the online ordering model. I'm more concerned is because that's not even, I think, more than 30% of restaurants share of food delivery, as opposed, that's in fast food, it's different. But in fine dining or like tier 2 restaurants, their sales from deliveries is about 20-30%. So I have wanted to understand how you're going to address that issue in terms of the growth and the numbers that you projected and the funding you're raising, linking all that into that.
Well, the numbers that we've actually showed is based on our research for COVID. Like you mentioned, that 20-30% is the delivery. That's actually not true anymore, because everybody is, they want to order online rather than going in, and because there's going to be a drastic shift in the world throughout for the restaurants. And I don't think in the near future, for at least 6, 7, 8 months, dine-in is going to be open. At least that's a bare minimum. And people need to eat. Food is something that you need no matter what. So one day or another, they are going to order. And now if you see, even in Pakistan, people in the first month, they were afraid to order outside. Now it's gotten so common. I see food delivery riders, 6 or 7 of them going by every shop. So people have started ordering online more and more, and that's where our social ordering plugin is where which is really good, because restaurants don't even need to invest in a website or get an app. They can just they have a Facebook page, they can integrate it right there. When they put up an ad, order from us, somebody clicks, they go directly to the Facebook page without leaving, place an order, and make it an integrated experience for both the consumer and the restaurant. And of course, the restaurant is going to go further ahead because they're saving 40% in commission. So,
okay, guys,
thank you. I'd like to connect with you later on after this call. Maybe Khurram can introduce us.
Yes.
And I'd love to go over the model and understand a bit more things, and I'll give my other panelists a chance to ask you as well. So we'll take it later on after this.
Definitely, that would be great.
It was great. I mean, the graphics. I mean, I have an IT company. We do develop software and we make mobile apps and everything. So I really sensed that the UI was pretty good. I don't know about the UX at this point, but I think you have come up with a great product. And I think, I mean, obviously, all Pakistani made is great. So this is just like 2 minutes from me, and I would love to know more about that as well.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. I'm sorry, I think you were saying something.
Yeah, so I was saying we have few hotel chains in Dubai and as partners, and obviously every single hotel that we have comes with F&B and bars and clubs and all the rest of it. There are software companies approaching us on a regular basis. Now my advertising agency has huge penetration when it comes to the HoReCa. And while keeping that kind of penetration, I mean, we have served more than approximately 100 plus restaurants, cafes, and bars when it comes to branding, digital marketing, and all the rest of it. What I really don't get is the very clear differentiation, and revenue was a question that Amjad asked, and probably you didn't really answer very clearly, or maybe I missed it. So I really want to understand what's your ask. What are the revenues you're making, and is it a subscription-based model? Is it a one-off sale? What's your how do you?
Yeah, Shafad bhai, sorry, we have to take offline. All of this, the panel is waiting for some time now. We are almost 14 minutes late, running with this. So inshallah, we'll have Diane is going to be available. We can actually arrange a conference call at some point in time. So inshallah, or you can I can pass on the number.
Yeah, definitely. If you could go
pitch, and would love to know more about that. So thank you very
much. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Thank you. You guys have a great day.
Thank you. So guys, perfect. So I mean, it wasn't so good in the beginning, but I think it turned out okay. Last 3 pitches, and another one was coming up, but we scheduled it tomorrow because we are already running late. I'm just very sorry, I have to wake you up early morning. But
no, I wake up actually early. Just that I was trying to make my wife some breakfast, so I got a little late on that. I was trying to
get some breakfast, and then while you run this stream, because we're going to have a very great panel coming up, so they're going to be discussing a lot of good things. Thanks, Shahid bhai. Thanks, Mustafa, and thank you, Jangir bhai.
Thank you, Khurram. Thank you for having us.
Thank you very much.
I don't know whether you guys are here for this evening session with the SMEs, or maybe like tomorrow, you're going to be doing with the startups as well. So Fakar is going to be coordinating with that, but we have another SME session. There's a lot of things happening. I mean, pretty much 10 hours of programming. So I hope everything goes well. Just pray for us, inshallah. Thank you very much for being there, and you were so patient, all of you. So thank you very much for that. So guys, now we have a panel discussion, and it's on technology track. So we have people connecting from all corners of the world. But just a quick one, our formal.
Pakistan is a country with great potential. Now, Pakistan, in my opinion, is ready. Right now is the best time for investors to come to our country.
Now, Pakistan's stock market is booming. Stock prices are at their highest level ever, and investments are pouring in.
Spending more than $50 billion on energy and infrastructure in Pakistan.
So hope we're going to have a great discussion, Rashid, right?
Yes, hopefully we do. We've got a great topic on hand.
Okay, great. So I'm going to hand it over to you. Next session is about IT. How can we actually increase our exports in IT? And we're going to be discussing a lot of things in blockchain and development and all that. And how can we actually partner with overseas organizations and everything. So over to you.
How to increase software technology exports of Pakistan from $2 billion to $10 billion? That's a big question. It's a big topic. I'm your host today from Investing Pakistan, Jumpstart Pakistan, Rashid Khan, the CEO of Evacuation from Melbourne, Australia. I got great panelists on hand as well. Obviously, the topic is huge, but I think our panelists have got huge experience in there too. I will start introducing a little bit of them, and then I will let them introduce themselves. We got Azhar here, who is a software technology expert. He's an educationist as well, working in artificial intelligence and few other fields. We got Andreas. If we can see Andreas, yes, Andreas. He's a guy from the blockchain, so he got ample knowledge in blockchain and other upcoming technologies, and vast experience coming from his side as well. And then we got Salman Ansari, who got a lifetime experience of different technologies, from government sector to telecom to IoT. So there's a huge brand we're gonna expand today on this topic. So I will let them introduce themselves. So start from Tayyab. Tayyab, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Thank you for the introduction. And I'm just gonna update briefly about myself. I've been working as a technology manager, doing all the technical area management, with respect to cloud services, Microsoft Azure, data science, and all those things. I have been doing that, and envisioning the whole AI process in the company, builds the team, and successfully deliver the products. That's my recent output. So I think that's it. I can explain. We can come to topic bit later.
Yeah, look forward to hearing a lot more about those things and how that will incorporate to our topic. I'm moving to Andreas. Andreas.
Hi.
Hi.
So I've got around 20 years experience in technology. Started off in telecoms. Funny enough, by building tower masts for the telecom operators back in the UK. moved into the operators, launching. I was a technical lead manager for launching Labara Mobile as an MVNO in the UK back in 2003, 2004. Moved into value-added services, and for the past 10 years, I've been running MEMON Mobile. So MEMON Mobile is a bespoke software technology house. Actually, the office, my first employee was in Islamabad, and my office has been in Islamabad for the last 10 years. So I have a good kind of overview of the landscape of Pakistan in terms of IT and software development, and how that can grow. And as you mentioned regarding the blockchain, for the past 5 years, we saw the technology potential of this, and we launched an enabler platform. We have a kind of financial technology platform, we have a blockchain technology platform, we have our own software technology platform. So on top of that blockchain enabler, we have launched quite a few companies, including the Abu Dhabi Health Authority, for example, doing their birth certificate issuance, and lots of other companies delivering real technology to them on top of the decentralized protocols.
Thank you so much for your intro. I will move on to Salman Ansari, who got huge experience in almost telecom sectors to IoT. So Salman Ansari, up to you.
सलमान साहब, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है, आपका माइक जो है वो म्यूट हुआ हुआ है।
अब ठीक है? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Okay. Amongst all these young people, I'm an old fart, so bear with me. I started my work after I graduated in 71. I set up a company with Siemens, which is the first electronic company, electronic manufacturing. We did all sorts of stuff, including radars, including the initial filters for all the centrifuges for the nuclear program and so on. Consequently, I did some other work. Then I set up Paktel, which is Pakistan's first mobile company, which is Zong now. After that, spent some time, set up SuperNet, which is Pakistan's first internet company. So it was interesting to set it up, and once operations begin, it becomes pretty boring. Consequently, during General Musharraf's time, I was appointed as an advisor. So during that time, I did the policy and telecom deregulation and so on. Since then, I've been working on a variety of things. Currently, I'm focusing on smart buildings, smart campuses, data centers, and mentoring young startups, young people. I spend a lot of time with them. I'm trying to bring IT and English into madrasas, to bring them to a different level, change the psyche. So whatever time I have left, my wife insists on me in helping her in gardening. So that's what I do.
So that's a real good intro. I'm into gardening as well, so we'll probably take that thing a little bit offline. Let's get back to our topic. There's a lot of things we're gonna cover today. I have created some subtopics in there too, because our topic is huge. From taking an exponential growth, we are talking, from few $1 billion to $10 billion. If we keep that figure in mind, this is a huge task. We actually set it up for ourselves. If we got to get there, we cannot get there without some of the topics we're going to discuss right now, but I think we're going to cover them one by one. Since I will probably start the first topic, which is, how government can support from, there's two perspectives, which I believe, from the budgetary perspective and from the policy perspective. So I'll throw this one to Salman, because Salman has been in that domain for some time. So he has been an advisor to the government. So maybe he can share a little bit of light that how the budgetary and the policy change from the government can help initiate that goal. Salman, up to you.
Okay, I think I looked up, with the freelancers and so on and so forth, I don't think we do more than $1 billion currently. Perhaps because people don't declare this, because of taxation reasons and so on, we might be higher. But that's what the statistics say. I personally feel we can very easily go that 10x times if we were to provide the necessary facilities give encouragement to all these universities. Have we have National Incubation Center here. We have all universities. There are lots of software technology parks. There's work going on, but there is really no direction in terms of converting what they're doing into something which is exportable, or even some of them are scalable within Pakistan, but not all of them are exportable. When much earlier in my life, I used to see lots of Indians going to the US. My son also went to the US, and he discovered that Indians used to pull in more Indians, and Pakistanis were very lax. This is about 30 years ago, not 25 years ago. They didn't really encourage more Pakistanis to come, and consequently, if you just take a inventory of all the top IT companies, Satya Nadella, Google, you name it, most of the big companies have Indians at the top and not Pakistanis. You've got to look inwardly and say, what are we doing wrong? What is happening? Why we are not able to create that level of expertise in Pakistan or even in the US to be able to put Pakistanis at a position where they can pull in more Pakistanis there. The second thing is they had their whole bunch of IITs, which are a class unto themselves. They produce a very high level of intellect. We've got some good universities, but I don't see the thrust. Generally, I go and see they have the startups and so on. They're very amateurish from my perspective to become really international level stuff. I don't really know what the government can do. They try. The government, Imran Khan's government is very pro everything, but they need direction. They need a very strong. The weakest thing they have is they don't have a good IT minister. They do not have a proper infrastructure. This lady, Tanya Aidrus, who's come here, is lost somewhere because she's trying to digitize Pakistan, and she's not even been across Pakistan to see what exists there. So I wish somehow somebody could get to Imran Khan. Imran Khan has a very short attention span. And if he can at least bring this to the forefront and say, give targets to his decision makers in all that, whether they're agriculture, there's lots of IoT applications in agriculture, education, everything he has to, currently, if people are talking about e-education because of all this COVID, this virus, I feel we have the potential, as we always have had, but if people from abroad, Pakistanis living wherever, the England or the US, they should get together, form support groups, petition the government that they're going to help, they're going to fly in some time, or maybe help create jobs or help create projects where they'll get stuff done in Pakistan, trigger it off. That loop is missing.
Samasa, I didn't want to interrupt you because you were going from one topic to the other, but I think Jumpstart Pakistan is just one of that platform. It's just providing that guidance to all the overseas Pakistanis to come to Pakistan from a technology perspective. I think we stick to that particular topic of, how government, what policies need to be amended in the government. Obviously, there is a guidance going on from the Jumpstart Pakistan chapter Jumpstart platform as well as to the government, that what is required so that we can bring that atmosphere into that whole scenario, into the whole picture. I think I'll move the same topic to Andreas on that particular, because he has been to Pakistan for the last 10 years. So I think he's as Pakistani as we are. So he would have gone through all those. From a foreign perspective, what do you think is lacking and what we can improve? Because obviously we always see these, there's shortcomings and all that from the government perspective when you are investing in Pakistan as a foreigner. But there's always positives in there too. So what are the positive we can nail in there and increase that potential to another, an X factor?
Yeah. So I've seen Pakistan over the last 10 years, and it's gone through a massive transformation. So, the first time I went over to Islamabad to set up the office was in 2010. So the situation is so much different to when I was there last November, for example, when I came for the Lift event. So it is tremendously improved, and I think the time is right for this. So it's still seen as a very from an outsider's perspective, it's still seen as a risky kind of country to set up your business in. I think that starting to change, and perceptions are changing around that. So that the government is kind of pushing that message out quite nicely, I would say. From the perspective of actually running the business in Pakistan, there's still lots of issues that you need to get through. But I think talking about the export itself, how can we increase the export? Now, if you look at Pakistan has the third largest freelancing software market in the world, behind India and US. Now, that's huge. But what that pool of freelancers is not doing, and what the government needs to try and somehow do, or as an industry somehow do, is bring them up the value chain of creating value as an export, whether it's into companies like Infosys, for example, that India has set up, all these massive kind of outsourced development companies have come out of India and now Vietnam and places like this in the US, try and create those giants within Pakistan as well. At the moment, those giants are not there within Pakistan. So you can bring that massive freelance pool into more of a, up the value chain, rather than just freelancers working by themselves, earning some money. You can bring them into, be able to get into much larger projects, government projects and things like that add value ultimately to the export that we're trying to get to, the export value. And the other thing as well, once that happens, then you start building the ecosystem within Pakistan that this kind of freelancers and these entrepreneurs can start building up their businesses to create this kind of unicorns that we're looking for and things like that, which again will build up that export value out of Pakistan. So I think it's not because there's a lack of talent pool within Pakistan. In fact, there is a massive talent pool. I think there's about 10,000 graduates from IT, really good universities, IT graduates, really good guys, really clever. It's about 10,000 every year going into the job market in Pakistan. So it's not a small number. We have that pool. And, I've started a company there because I saw this, and I'm, I feel blessed that I have that talent pool that I can, get into my company and add value to my projects. But most of my projects are external. So, I want to see if I can get the internal projects within Pakistan as well. And this is where I think the challenge lies. And if we can address that somehow, it will add the value.
I think I will add to this one as well, but I think I'll move to Tayyab as well and get his opinion on the same topic. But because he has been in the education and in the artificial intelligence field as well. So that's a new dynamics of the technology. But I think I will get his opinion from the government perspective as of what government can improve, not just from the technology perspective, but from the policy and budgetary perspective, what they can do better that we can actually hit the target. Our target is $10 billion. That's our question. So, Tayyab, what do you say?
Yeah. So basically, I just want to start with the stats that the National Venture Capital Association, of US, they have raised $18.45 billion in 2019. So this is a huge potential in the AI field. We can leverage and provide the services and all those stuff for the AI to different providers. The challenge that I have faced, during setting up different AI and data science teams into the companies and all those things, I have seen that people are not, are not enough trained. They don't probably know how to be part of the corporate sector, how you can solve the real world problems and all those things. So that's the core issue that we are particularly facing in terms of AI and the data science side. People are not enoughly trained. They have a typical software engineering background, so we have to train them and getting them ready for the AI side. So that's the one thing. So training with the real life examples, that's the critical issue that we are facing at the moment. So maybe government needs to collaborate with the universities to provide technology, making an alliance with the companies to get an output and solve the real world problem. So I think that's the key area that government needs to work on, and make the relationships of universities with academia, with the companies that's working on their cutting edge technologies like AI, data science, blockchain, etc. So that's my take on this.
Yeah, I think Jumpstart is doing exactly that middle tier work. So from why I mentioned Jumpstart, because I believe that Jumpstart is that middle tier in between the academia, who is usually coming on board from the universities, which Andreas just mentioned, and the gap between that, the government facilitation. So guiding just not the government, but the academia as well. So creating that ecosystem of just not nurturing those people who are coming from the universities, but also guiding government that how we can incorporate all these facility models for the university graduates. I think just from this topic, I think we should quickly move to the second subtopic, which is very, very important as well, which is the software technology companies. So how the software and IT companies and the young talent of Pakistan come up with the innovative ideas. So we have talked about a lot of freelancing stuff, which is it's someone else's idea and they're working on it, and what we are contributing is freelancing stuff. But I think the second part will be how we come up with innovative ideas. I will put it to Andreas first, because he has been in that innovative industry.
Yeah, so I mean, as I said, it's not a lack of talent. The talent's there. So and as you say, this talent is working on somebody else's idea outside of Pakistan. So how do we bring some of that value back into Pakistan and package it up in a different way? So the entrepreneurs, right now, there's not many channels that they can reach out to. It's starting to change, and this is what Jump is doing as well. So it's, the incubators, the mentorships, and someone's doing that greatly, and there's a few other people I know are doing that. But it's not a coordinated effort, I don't think. So I think the government needs to take more control in this, in terms of getting more involved and set up those challenges, if you like, or hackathons or whatever it may be. So, but in a much better coordinated way. And they can bring the bigger companies as well. I know Google was doing that sometimes before, but you need those big companies, external companies, to come in and put input. And the government can do this because they can invite those big companies and incentivize them to come in somehow. The other challenge I see in terms of the, to your question, how do we build those companies? I mean, I don't think it's a lack of ideas. I think these guys do come out of university with lots of ideas. That they're very, they know the industry, they follow the news, see what's happening in the world. They're very, technology literate, and they have ideas. But I think the other thing they don't see is, if they launch their idea within Pakistan, it's very difficult right now because they don't see the potential of that idea. Maybe they don't see how they can go about it. They've got no idea how they can get the funding for the idea. They don't know how. There isn't that kind of support base that could potentially make them. In other countries, there is that support. Here, for example, in the UAE, you have so many programs and accelerators and incubators that you can, attach yourself to. it's only now starting in Pakistan, as I see it. So once that happens, then you're going to start getting more people into the getting this potential big companies going.
Yeah, I think first is that mindset change from I will be a job seeker to I will be a job creator. Maybe that the first part is, I think, entrepreneurship, and we definitely need a lot of mentoring in that space as well, which I will put on to Salman because he has been in that mentoring space. So how would we mentor all those ideas which are coming on board with these new startups? They come up with an idea, and how would you think that we mentor them and then take them to that next level, which is the international level from the quality perspective of the product, and then taking them one step further? So as we grow, obviously, the number will grow, but what do you say, Salman?
You see, the biggest challenge is changing the mindset of the parents starting. They put their kids to universities and so on and said, now, okay, what are you going to do? Sit at home? Go and get a job. So, naukri ka jo hai, the perspective of going and getting a job and work for somebody else, it destroys the child's creativity and he has to fit into a mold. The very few people who actually get into this, for instance, Jumpstart, Nest.io in Karachi, PITB in Lahore, and all the NICs which have been set up, they're doing a great job. But I don't see, when I go and talk to them, after they finish the project, whatever they've created, I ask them, are you going to take it to market? Are you going to make this your first job? And surprisingly, the people I see going to market are not the IT people. For instance, there's a set of people we judged at the NIC, and he had a product known as non-stop, like non-stop. That means he was making naans with Nutella in it and aloo in it. You've never had naans like this. And I said, what are you going to do? Are you going to make this your career? And in F10, sure enough, they have a shop here. Rush at all times. They've opened in other sectors also. So they're utilizing or leveraging the IT knowledge into coming into business. My take on this is IT is an enabler, and as long as you can get this point through, you get these people enabled, and they are going to apply it to the area that they are best in. Like I mentioned, there's a lot of talk about the madrasas and so on in Pakistan. I went to my masjid near my house and I said, look, what if I get the English schools, people, the children who are doing the A levels and O levels, if they have the social, they've got to do some social work. So in this masjid, I get them to talk to those young children who are doing hifz. When somebody does hifz, learns Quran by heart, his brain really opens up. Forget about the religious part of it. It's just it just opens up the brain, and it's so fascinating. These English medium children, teaching them IT, and those people are questioning them beyond their ability to answer, which is already the first step that you say, oh, good, this is getting somewhere. But this is just a one-off effort. We do need a proper, coherent government thinking to put ourselves into the market, into the whole space. India is doing, I think, $450 billion or something. We are less than $1 billion. I don't know if that's a registered amount. We're very far from our potential. And I personally look towards my colleagues who are abroad, colleagues who are far better connected, who understand and can rope in areas where we can actually we can go to the government. I can go with anybody else who's around here and talk to them. What policy changes do you need to get more IT enabled services coming out of Pakistan?
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that one, Salman. I will go to Tayyab on this one because he's in IT industry as well. So he has been in that data science and artificial intelligence. So innovative ideas are actually coming on board, but how would you nurture those innovative ideas? I think we had another topic on the other day, and we had that discussion of how we need to have a complete legal system to protect that idea first. But I will go to Tayyab for his thoughts. Tayyab.
Yeah, basically, first you need to identify what are the demand. It's maybe a global demand and local demands, and then on the basis of that, you need to identify all the use cases across different sectors, to come up with different ideas that might, generate different things like it may be a basic material sector, consumer goods, services sector, or energy sector, financial services sector. There are healthcare sector and professional services sector, compliance sector. So there are a lot of first we need to identify all the use cases, or maybe get the domain. So basically, if you're gonna go for a startup, then you need to have you need to apply a 4-step strategy. First, you need to get large property or data or training set. Second is the domain knowledge, deep insight within of the sector. And the third thing is the deep pool of talent, around applied AI, data science, blockchain, whatever technology that you're gonna opt. So go for these 3 things, and then after that, the international linkages or supply factors or infrastructure or human capital, technology and finance comes into the play. So basically, what you need to do is you need to come up with an idea exploration. You need to explore the data, explore the different data sets, find out the use cases from different sectors and see what's fit, and then you can contribute as an innovative startup for a different sector. So basically, and the fourth thing is then it comes up to the capital funding and all those things. That's come a little later, but we need to find out the opportunities within each sector, provide the deep insight about every possible option, and then present it along with a different deep pool of talent using different tools and technologies. So that's my take, how these talented generation can come up with an innovative startups that really contribute into the IT sector and help us to export the software or data science products across the globe.
I think you have already dig down into our next subtopic, which was how our technology companies can go into these new technologies. So we got a lot of we got a growth in that software technology companies, which is very, very good. But how they use the new technologies, because like the blockchain is dominating, it's going to dominate the market. So as artificial intelligence and virtual reality, and we're talking about IoT, we're talking about the robotics and the process automation. So all these topics, all these new technologies, or the process, process growth in these sectors is gonna multitude in so many ways. So how would we go into these universities and say, okay, we're gonna teach all of our students these new technologies. So if there's an innovative idea comes into this technology, we can help force them to use our people, and then they can come up with their own ideas. I think being into the newer technologies, all 3 of you guys have got immense experience in 3 different domains. I can see that. Maybe I will take Salman on board because he's on IoT and he's really keen on bringing some value from that IoT perspective. So I will probably put it on him, that how would he see the newer technologies dominating the market, and then how this will add value to our that figure.
Before I do that, I just like to add to what my colleague just mentioned on blockchain. One of the low-hanging fruits which will cause huge change in Pakistan is land record management. You have these patwaris and you've got all this you've got about 60 or 70% of all our court cases are land related, because they used to make it on lathas and it's a handwritten sort of a thing. We started a project in Lahore for land record management, but it didn't scale out of Lahore. If that comes in, it will unlock a lot of potential of the land which is there, decrease a huge number of court cases, a lot of murders which are committed because of that, and provide for clear title holding not only in the urban and the rural areas, but also in the urban areas like Islamabad or Karachi or Lahore. Those are projects which, if those people who know far more than me, I enjoyed hearing about it. I don't really know the maths and the details about these things. If they can come up with projects, we could actually petition the government, go to the Ministry of IT and say, hey, we've got a possibility of a team who can help us create a blockchain-based land record management system across Pakistan. So it need not be for Punjab and so on, because we've inherited this from the British of 1800 and whatever, and the same thing has continued. So whether you apply it in Sindh or Punjab or Frontier, it won't be a provincial subject. It can be taken as a subject across. Now that unlocks the potential for using this as collateral, proper collateral. This, if a bank takes this on and it's a blockchain validated ownership, they will be able to give more loans. Finance will be unlocked, which right now they're very skeptical. You say, this is my land, and so on and so forth. They say, how many owners are there? And then you take all those handwritten things, so it really doesn't come out. So I would love it if some of the people who know about blockchain, if we can get off after this, connect to each other and present a proposal to the government and say, look, this is how we can go take ahead and pull on people who are in Pakistan, outside Pakistan, whoever is able to help create this. And this one single thing will, in my view, do a tremendous good for Pakistan.
Yeah,
I think from just not from there, I think creating user case is the most important part. From the blockchain perspective, I think Anjas can maybe shed a little more light on it because he's from that industry. So I think creating a user case is the most important part of blockchain. So what do you say? Yeah, how would we create those user case which will become those ideas in future, or they will set the precedence for another milestone in the industry? What do you say, Andres?
So from my perspective on the blockchain and the way I took it 5 years ago, and I said to my team, guys, we need to become blockchain developers. That was back in July 2015. And I said to them, when I looked at it, it's a technology, it's a protocol, okay, it's an enabler. The use cases are there as you want to think of them. There's plenty of use cases. At the end of the day, it's a protocol. So if we start looking at it from that perspective as an enabler, without having something digital in the first place, you can't use something like a blockchain protocol. So, back to your point, Salma, having, digitizing and putting on the blockchain all the property records is great, but you need to have something digital to be able to put those records. So it's a much, much bigger transformational project that needs to happen, that the government needs to drive. Blockchain is just one part of it, that you're going to add the immutable layer on top of it to be able to distribute between everybody. But you need to have that initial, digitization part first. So if everything's still on paper, you're not going to be able to use blockchain. So this is where you need to start. So identifying the use case is quite easy. Pretty much everything you can apply some sort of decentralized protocol, because it adds the additional values on top of our existing protocols, our internet protocols that we have. So for me, I look at it completely differently. You don't go in to try and sell blockchain. Nobody tries now to sell you cloud. Nobody's trying to sell you internet. Yeah, nobody does that. So what we're not trying to do is, go in and do the initial use case definition, which is clearly right. That you have to define the use case. The use case is digitalizing the property records of Pakistan. But how do you go about that? It's a massive transformational project that needs to happen. So this is where, there are value adds on top of this technology that you can add, but without having the initial, as I said, it's difficult. Just I know we're running out of time, so I just want to go back to also the discussion of, what is needed for, to the initial question, to bring up the value of this export from Pakistan. And I think we touched upon the entrepreneurship. You need to make it, from a government perspective, make it very simple to get in and become an entrepreneur. So in the UK, for example, you can open a bank account, you can open a company, the same day. Sorry, maybe not the bank account, but the company you can set up the same day. There's lots of opportunities to get some initial funding from the government to nurture your idea and build your idea. I think in Pakistan, it's still, people still don't know, and there isn't so many routes for the entrepreneurs to go and take those R&D funds or whatever it may be, and start themselves and build themselves up. And maybe that's why they have to go and find a job, because they can't see and they don't have the potential to see some sort of investment that they can see them through for maybe 1 or 2 years to try. So, going back to your point, Salman, I think that is needed as well. But on the blockchain part, yes, you need to have something digital before you can put innovative technology on top.
Because it's a distributed network, and unless we have an actual platform sitting underneath there, we won't be able to execute anything on top of it. So that's pretty simple. I think we'll probably try to conclude this conversation. The reason being is we don't want to have the same the next team the same experience as we had, waiting for a time to turn up. But I think I will probably go with the final notes from every one of you, and then we'll conclude the conversation. I'll probably go to Tayyab first. Tayyab.
Yeah, in my opinion, because in Pakistan there is a hardware solution like robotics, autonomous cars, and all those things. That's going to be very difficult for even the government or the institute to provide R&D budget for that. But for the software side, maybe it's AI, data science, blockchain. These are the easy things, where you don't need to spend too much budget on this. So maybe, they need to find out the best vertical industry solutions, align the pool to work with the AI-powered startups, that provide the solution to existing corporate or existing sectors like healthcare, financial services, legal and industrial sectors, and provide them the AI-based solutions. Maybe that's the starting point where we can increase the software exports drastically.
Thank you so much, Tayyab. I think I'll probably move to Salman, because he has an immense experience in the field and in the domains. So we'll probably take his final note on this. Salman.
I don't think I can add too much. Mashallah, what has already been done, said so far, and I'm very privileged to have been in this part of this conversation. And this conversation must continue, because we can only initiate a thought process. Whatever has been said, people who are talking right now are speaking probably 1% of what they know. We perhaps Jumpstart could somehow, I have no idea how it could happen, have a possibility of having more somehow collaborative work starting, rather than just talking about it. Maybe exchange emails, phone numbers, and so on, and then we can offline start, and then see if we get somewhere, and then come back with that information and knowledge the next time we get together. This say, hey, okay, it was not just being talk. You've also done a bit of the walk as well.
Perfect. That's where the Jumpstart comes in. That Jumpstart has actually created that platform where just not the talks are actually happening. I will give my an example from myself, because I initiated some projects which are like, quite substantial amount of money I actually spent into some of the IT, and I got all these connections from the Jumpstart Pakistan. And because I knew the contacts I actually got, they were like well versed in the industry, and they knew what I actually wanted, and then it came to fruition. So one part is actually happening from the Jumpstart perspective. I'll probably add Andreas to his last minute note, and then I will conclude the conversation. Andreas.
Yeah, so I know we're short of time and just about to go over. Now, the three things for me would be, from the government side, need to somehow encourage and incubate and allow entrepreneurship to be able to get these ideas out and then make them into the potential unicorns. From the side of the external, I think the government is pushing the message out well that Pakistan is now well suited and come and do business. So I think the investment is there. So it's just trying to get those two together somehow. So I think there's great potential. It's not lack of talent, not lack of will. I think the government and the external investors and even the internal investors to build up this kind of incubator system within Pakistan.
Perfect. Thank you so much, everyone who actually participated in this. I actually learned a lot from this conversation too. I think I will conclude this into, so if we want to, take our export level of software export level up to $10 billion, if we want to make that as our benchmark in another 4 to 10 years time, 4 to 6 years time, I would say, then what we need to do is to create that entrepreneur culture first. We need to guide our young generation to become job creators, not the job seekers. I think that's the first point, which was raised from a few of the contenders, panelists in there. Second part is to align our education with the modern technologies. So if we got the entrepreneurs, we are building those entrepreneurs, they should be equipped with the best technological softwares, the best technological support from the technology perspective. They should know the best knowledge available, because knowledge is everywhere. Like you can get admission, you can get the resources attached to MIT and Harvard, and then you can align them to your own courses. But to teach them and to nurture them in a way that they actually know these tools to be used for their entrepreneurship journey. The third one, the government support is obviously very, very important, because they need to drive all these policies which are just not entrepreneur friendly, but they are business friendly. So, ease of doing business for these young entrepreneurs, and then the mentoring of all these young entrepreneurs. Also providing from the budgetary perspective, that's a policy. The first thing I discussed was the policy thing. The second one is the budgetary perspective, is providing R&D budget for all these young entrepreneurs who actually wanted to do something about their products, but they don't have that initial investment. So to allocate that R&D budget for our young entrepreneurs, so they can utilize that budget, and then they will create immense, I think, force from export perspective. And the fourth one is the IT and software technology companies need to be aligned with all these entrepreneurs and into the international market. So once they validate their ideas and they complete their startup journey, then the scalable level is on the international level. So they know exactly how they have actually grown and nurtured all their entrepreneurs. So I will conclude my conversation on this. Thank you very much, everyone who has joined in, and hopefully you have gained a lot of knowledge about how Pakistan can take its export from $2 billion to $10 billion. Thank you very much, everyone.
थैंक यू सो मच राशिद, आपने बहुत अच्छा पैनल डिस्कशन की और काफ़ी नॉलेज शेयर किया, काफ़ी अच्छे पैनलिस्ट आए जिन्होंने हमें ज्वाइन किया. आई होप हमारी ऑडियंस एंजॉय कर रही होगी और अपने क्वेश्चंस पोस्ट कर रही होगी. थैंक यू सो मच. हम न्यू पैनल की तरफ चलते हैं, उससे पहले एक छोटी सी कमर्शियल ब्रेक. 1 second. So my promo video. Here we go.
On this massacre of school children in Pakistan.
You think we are a nation who is only known for terrorism, but you're not aware that we own it when it comes to optimism. You can keep on thinking of the odds and stay in fright, or you can trust the facts you're about to witness by sight. We're not the troublemakers that the world think we are. We have achieved a lot that is enough to remove this scar. Let's start believing that our economy holds great potential and step forward to explore the prospects, cause that's essential. We're not just a remarkable marks present only in the past. Instead, we still hold potential to show the world we're blessed. We were an economy who was followed by others. We got shattered a bit, but stood again to aim for treasures. We made mistakes, faced the consequences, and suffered. This taught us a lot and enabled us to keep ourselves covered. We moved hills, gained titles, and made many other records. Our nation survived the turmoil and made its way through hazards. How can you doubt a nation who doesn't give up at any cost? Pakistan always come back on track when the world think it's lost. We're tough, skilled, talented, and unstoppable. You can check the stats to see how much we're capable. No matter you are national, regional, or international investor, our country has so much to offer. You just name the sector. We're coming forward with the conference of the year. Will you amiably join hands with us and provide your share?
हाय अगेन, आप लोग इन्वेस्ट इन पाकिस्तान देख रहे हैं और ये फर्स्ट टाइम पाकिस्तान में हो रहा है कि कोई ऑनलाइन कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही है। और सबसे अच्छी बात आपके लिए है कि आप फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट सब लोग अपने घरों में बैठे अपने फ़ोन से अपने लैपटॉप से एंजॉय कर सकते हैं और आपसे कोई चार्जेस भी नहीं लिए जाएंगे। ये हमारे पास जो स्पीकर्स हैं वो अराउंड द वर्ल्ड आए हुए हैं और आपसे अपना नॉलेज शेयर कर रहे हैं। साथ पिचेस चल रही हैं SMEs की, स्टार्टअप्स की, सो आपके पास काफ़ी सारा नॉलेज गेन करने के लिए टाइम है। अभी हमारे साथ हैं अमजद भाई एक और पैनल डिस्कशन के साथ। अमजद भाई कैसे हैं आप?
बस अल्लाह का फजला जी, यू डूइंग एन एक्सीलेंट जॉब, वेल डन।
जज़ाकल्लाह। अमजद भाई स्टार्ट करें उससे पहले मैं आप लोगों को एक टिप देना चाहूँगी कि अगर आप एंजॉय कर रहे हैं तो काइंडली अपने क्वेश्चंस कमेंट्स में पूछें, हम आपके क्वेश्चंस को साथ साथ ऊपर ले रहे हैं, ठीक है। साथ में अगर आपके कोई ऐसे फ्रेंड्स हैं जिनको ये ज्वाइन करनी चाहिए, प्लीज़ टैग देम। और अगर आप किसी ऐसे ग्रुप में हैं जहाँ पे आपको लगता है कि ऑडियंस है जिनको ये कॉन्फ्रेंस अटेंड करनी चाहिए, तो चूँकि ये फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट है तो काइंडली ये ग्रुप, ये जो लिंक है हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस का, ये हर ग्रुप में आप शेयर कर सकते हैं। यूट्यूब का लिंक है, हमारे 4 पेजेस पे चल रहा है, तो काइंडली इसको जितना स्प्रेड कर सकते हैं आप जरूर कीजिए। अमजद भाई आप स्टार्ट करेंगे, थैंक यू
जी। बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। आज का जो प्रोग्राम हम कर रहे हैं बड़ा फोकस्ड है और हमने जानबूझ के इसके ऊपर इतना ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं दिया ताकि इसके ऊपर फोकस रखें। आज जो हम एक्सप्लोर कर रहे हैं वो जो सेक्टर है वो एग्रीकल्चर का है, मगर जो डिस्कशन आज होगी पहले आधे घंटे में वो होगी लाइफ स्टॉक के ऊपर। तो मेरे साथ हैं डॉक्टर इफ्तिखार साहब जो कि एक्सपर्ट हैं इस फील्ड में, फार्मासिस्ट हैं, हेर्बोलॉजिस्ट हैं, रिनाउंड एकेडमिक्स हैं। और मेरे साथ और खावर खान साहब हैं। अस्सलाम वालेकुम खावर भाई, कैसे हैं?
अस्सलाम वालेकुम अमजद भाई, क्या हाल है? ठीक है डॉक्टर साहब, अस्सलाम वालेकुम
जी। मेरे ख्याल में पाकिस्तान में अगर कोई लाइफ स्टॉक गोट फार्मिंग काम कर रहा है तो मेरे भाई खावर भाई हैं। ये मेरे मुर्शिद हैं, मेरे टीचर हैं। जो
नहीं आप भाई हैं जनाब। ना ऐसे ऐसा शर्मसार ना करें। आप हमारे मोहसन हैं, भाई हैं जी।
देखिए जी मैंने मुख्तसर से मैं आप दोनों एक्सपर्ट्स को बताऊं कि हम क्या करने जा रहे हैं। पहला जो है वो ये है कि हमने देखना है कि लाइफ स्टॉक में पाकिस्तान में कहाँ अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं जो कि ओवरसीज़ पाकिस्तानी और जो दूसरे इन्वेस्टर्स हैं वो कहाँ इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं, चाहे वो गोट फार्मिंग है, चाहे वो कैटल फार्मिंग है, या कोई भी हो सकती है लाइफ स्टॉक में। और उसके बाद हमने ये देखना है कि दिक्कतें हम क्या आ रही हैं, क्या गवर्नमेंट के अदारे क्या रुकावटें पैदा कर रहे हैं, क्या हमारे पास पेडिग्री की रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं है, क्या हमारे पास DNA नहीं है, क्या जो हमारी मंडियां हैं उनके हालात कैसे हैं, जो बीच में ये जो लोग माफिया वगैरह कहते हैं वो क्या रुकावटें पैदा कर रहे हैं। और आखिर में हमने ये करना है कि सिर्फ हमने जो पाकिस्तान में मार्केट है उसको सर्व नहीं करना। ये जो हमारे लाइफ स्टॉक हैं, खावर खान तो इसके एक्सपर्ट हैं, हमारी जो ब्रीड्स हैं मैं समझता हूं कि दुनिया भर में सबसे बेहतरीन ब्रीड्स हैं, मगर उनका हमने तबाह कर दिया उनको क्योंकि हमने उनकी लुक आफ्टर नहीं की। तो कैसे हम उन पैरामीटर्स, उन हालात पे आ सकते हैं कि इन ब्रीड्स को हम बाहर के ममालिक में एक्सपोर्ट करें, उनकी जो वैल्यू एडिड प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, यानी कि जो मीट समोसा हैं, फिलिंग्स हैं, रेडी मील्स हैं, जो फ्रोजन या फ्रेश मीट है जो कि अभी बैन है, इवन मेरे ख्याल में खबर भाई, मेरे ख्याल में अभी हम लोग जो
जी,
लाइव
जी।
एनिमल है वो भी एक्सपोर्ट नहीं कर सकते। तो
नहीं
पहला
नहीं कर सकते।
जो
जी,
पहला
जी।
जो है, तो मैं डॉक्टर इफ्तिखार साहब के पास जाऊंगा कि क्या अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं हमारे यहाँ, जो कि अब तो बाहर से लोग डॉक्टर साहब आ रहे हैं जो ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानी है कोविड-19 की वजह से, तो उनके पास पैसे भी हैं, वो डेवलप्ड ह्यूमन कैपिटल भी है, तो उनके साथ हम क्या कर सकते हैं?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum to all the viewers in Invest in Pakistan. And first, I will congratulate all the management team of Invest in Pakistan for holding such an valuable conference globally. And उसमें जो सबसे ज़्यादा मुझे खुशी की बात ये लगी कि आपने अपने पाकिस्तान के ज़्यादा एक्सपर्ट्स को ये मौका दिया है कि दे आर कोऑर्डिनेटिंग विद ईच अदर इन वन रूफ। और आई अगेन बहुत ज़्यादा मैं आपको मुबारकबाद देता हूँ और इस काविश की सलाम करता हूँ। आपने जो क्वेश्चन किया है उसमें ये है कि हमारे पास जो लाइफ स्टॉक की पोटेंशियल है पाकिस्तान एग्रीकल्चर में, इसको अभी तक जो है सही तौर पे हम उसको मैनेज नहीं कर पाए। मैनेज इस तरह से नहीं कर पाए कि हमारा जो छोटा फार्मर है वो अगर 10 एकड़ पे बैठा हुआ है या 5 पे बैठा हुआ है, तो उसके पास वायबल जो है वो सोर्स ऑफ मार्केट है, और वहाँ पे जो एनिमल्स की कंसर्न डिजीजेस हैं उनके लिए उसको कोएक्स को वहाँ बुलाना पड़ता है, और ना वो किसी स्टैटिस्टिकल डाटा जो है वो हमने जो बनाया हुआ है, मतलब आई डोंट नो कि वो कैसे इन्होंने इकट्ठा किया हुआ है। छोटे छोटे गांव में छोटे छोटे फार्मर से भी हम पीछे मिले हैं पिछले 6-7 महीने में, जब हम अपनी इस कैंपेन में थे, तो वो बेचारे इस बात से परेशान हैं कि हमारे कम से कम 10 जानवर हैं, तो 10 जानवरों के ऊपर जो है हमारे पास शेड तक बनाने के लिए पैसे नहीं हैं। और दूसरा उनका जो दूध की जो पैदावार है उसको वो मार्केट करने के लिए भी वो जो एक बंदा उनके पास शाम को आता है वो अपने कंटेनर्स में डाल के ले जाता है। अगर दूध की जो है वो क्वालिटी वो जो आम शहरों में 110 रुपए या 120 रुपए लीटर मिल रही है, वो वहाँ से उस फार्मर से लोकली 50 रुपए या 55 रुपए में उठाता है। और ये कितना बड़ा जुल्म है। उस बंदे ने उसको कैटल को चारा भी डालना है, उसके साथ उसने उसकी मतलब उसकी फीड का भी करना है, अपने घर का पेट भी पालना है, और फिर उसकी ब्रीड भी कैसे इस चीज़ को मेंटेन करेगा। और इस लिहाज से ये जो डेयरी का जो उसका आउटपुट है वो उसमें वो मार खा रहा है इसमें। दूसरा मेरा फोकस ये है कि वाई नॉट कि हम इतने बड़े बड़े फार्म हाउसेज जो हैं उनके ऊपर हम मतलब फोकस कर रही है गवर्नमेंट, ये करना है वो करना है, तो हम छोटे साइज का जो मतलब फार्म हाउस है वो डेवलप करें जिसमें वैरायटी हो इसकी, काउस की, बफलोस की, एक प्रोपोर्शन के तहत हम उनको दें, और साथ गोट हों तो और साथ इसके हम उसके लिए कैटल का भी इंतज़ाम करें, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के लिए उसके पास डंकी 1-2 हों, और उसके पास राइडिंग के लिए जो है जाने आने के लिए कल्चर भी शो करता है, मतलब एक हॉर्स वगैरह जो है घोड़े मतलब उसमें रखें। और इसमें जो आप उस पर भी जा सकते हैं कि ये हमारी जो पोल्ट्री है, देसी पोल्ट्री जो है वो भी उसी फार्म में मतलब वो कुछ मतलब कोई 5, 6, 7, 8 दर्जन जो हैं उनको वो जैसे एक हमारा ट्रेडिशनल मेथड है उसके ज़रिए उसको ब्रीड करवा सकता है, अंडों से ऊपर हैचरी से, अपनी जो लोकल उसका ट्रेडिशन है, तो वो वहाँ पे एक एनवायरनमेंट बन जाएगा। इसके लिए हमने अपने एक फार्म हाउस पे वो इसका मॉडर्न ये सारा जो कॉन्सेप्ट है वो दिया है। इसमें सबसे पहली बात जो है ना वो अपने उस फार्मर को उस जंजाल से निकालना है जिसमें वो महरूम फील कर रहा है कि उसके पास ना तो ट्रेनिंग रिसोर्सेज हैं, ना उसके पास बेचारे के पास इन्वेस्टमेंट है कि वो बार बार की मार खा के तो वो मतलब हमें सप्लाई दे दूध की। और वो जो कैटल है जो उसने रखा हुआ है उसकी जो ब्रीड उसके पास है, क्या वो उस इलाके में वो ब्रीड उसके साथ उस एनवायरनमेंट में ज़्यादा सेफ है या नहीं है, या उस वो बेचारा इस काबिल है कि उसको उसकी प्रॉपर एनवायरनमेंट दे रहा है या कि नहीं दे रहा है।
डॉक्टर साहब मैं ज़रा आपको काटना चाहता हूँ, तो ये तो अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ और डिफ़िकल्टीज़ हैं। मेरे ख्याल में डॉक्टर इरफान जाहिद साहब भी शामिल हो गए हैं। अस्सलाम वालेकुम भाईजान, कैसे हैं?
जी वासलाम, here is Dr. Irfan Zahid ji from Lahore, Pakistan.
Yeah, welcome Dr.
जी वेलकम। तो डॉक्टर साहब
आई एम सॉरी, मैं बहुत लेट ज्वाइन किया मैंने, थोड़ा सा भी थोड़ी देर पहले एक दोस्त ने जो है उन्होंने मुझे कॉल करके लिंक भेजा, तो मैंने आई हैव जस्ट एंटर्ड दैट एंड इट्स ग्रेट प्लेजर फॉर मी टू बी इन द सेशन, यू नो। अभी मैं अपने भाई की बात सुन रहा था, मैं जो डिस्कशन हो रही थी, आई एम सॉरी मुझे उनका नाम नहीं ज़हन में आ रहा।
इफ्तिखार साहब है, डॉक्टर इफ्तिखार साहब,
इफ्तिखार साहब डॉक्टर इरफान जाहिद मेरा नाम है। लाइफ स्टॉक का जो इशू है आपने जो हाईलाइट किया है वो भी एक जगह पे ठीक है, एक लिहाज तक लाइफ स्टॉक का जो मेन इशू है पाकिस्तान का, जब हम पाकिस्तान की बात करते हैं तो पहले हमें लाइफ स्टॉक का जो पैटर्न है अवेलेबल इन पाकिस्तान उस पर नजर रखनी चाहिए कि वो क्या है। बेसिकली हमारे पास जो लाइफ स्टॉक है ऑलमोस्ट 85-86% लाइफ स्टॉक जो है वो इंडिविजुअल कीपर्स के पास है। इंडिविजुअल कीपर्स मीन 1 to 4 एनिमल्स जो मेंटेन कर रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल ठीक।
एक बड़ा इशू ये है, और उसका अगला जो बदकिस्मती हम कह लें कि उसका जो इंडिविजुअल कीपर्स है उसका तकरीबन 42% जो लाइफ स्टॉक है वो लैंडलेस लोगों के पास है। तो जिनके पास एक मरला जमीन नहीं है, दे आर डिपेंडेंट ऑन द लैंडलॉर्ड्स। सबसे आपने बात की कि वो जो है वो मिडल मैन जो उनसे दूध उठा रहा है, जो शहर में बेच रहा है, वो प्रॉफिट ले रहा है, वहां से वो 45, 50, 55 इस रेट पे उठाता है, दैट्स ट्रू। लेकिन वो जो लाइफ स्टॉक फार्मर हमारा जो 85-86% लाइफ स्टॉक फार्मर है, बेसिकली वो कमर्शियल लाइफ स्टॉक फार्मर है ही नहीं। वो सब्सटेंशियल लाइफ स्टॉक फार्मिंग कर रहा है कि वो सिंपल एक एडिशनल सोर्स जो है अपनी फैमिली को फीड करने का, उससे 2-4 रुपए बच गए उसको वो भी ऐड करने का, इसके अलावा उसका मकसद नहीं है। कमर्शियल माइंड के साथ वो लाइफ स्टॉक कीप नहीं कर रहा। एक तो इशू ये है। दूसरा जो करने वाली बात है वो जो पाकिस्तान में वो एग्जैक्टली ये है कि उन लोगों की जो उनमें से मेजॉरिटी लोग जो अनपढ़ भी हैं, जो लैंडलेस हैं, उनके लिए जो प्रोग्राम लेके आए ताकि वो लोग जो हैं उनकी उसमें ट्रेनिंग्स भी हो, उसमें पर्टिकुलरली जिस तरह आपने ब्रीड की बात की तो उनको ये ज़हन में हो कि उन्होंने अच्छी ब्रीड रखी है। दूसरा उनको ये हो कि ये एक उनके लिए अर्निंग हैंड है। ये बड़ा जरूरी है कि वो जो भैंस या गाय एक रखता है या 2 रख रहा है, उसका 1 किलो दूध बेच रहा है, कोई आधा किलो बेच रहा है, कोई 1.5 किलो बेच रहा है, उसको ये जहन में हो कि वो जो जानवर रख रहा है वो उसके लिए एक अर्निंग हैंड है और उसने उसको इम्प्रूव करना है। ये चीज है जिस पे हमें स्ट्रेस करने की जरूरत है, और जब तक उसके जहन में ये चीज नहीं आएगी कि वो उसको एक अर्निंग हैंड के तौर पे रख रहा है, वो उस वक्त तक ये चीज कामयाब नहीं। क्योंकि मेजॉरिटी आप देखें कि 85-86% लाइफ स्टॉक उनके पास है। जो बाकी 14-15% लाइफ स्टॉक है वो सिंपल जो है वो ऑर्गेनाइज्ड फार्मर जो हम कहते हैं कि मीडियम साइज या स्मॉल होल्डिंग्स वाले या मीडियम साइज या लार्ज साइज कमर्शियल जो फार्मिंग कर रहे हैं, ये उनके पास है। तो ये एक बेसिक चीज है।
इरफान भाई, जो ये जितना भी आपने हालात बताए हैं डॉक्टर इफ्तिखार साहब ने और आपने, देखें आप अगर ब्राज़ील चले जाएं तो वहाँ भी हालात सही हैं। सबसे जो बड़ी पोल्ट्री की कंपनी है ब्राज़ील में, सादिया जिसका नाम है, वो एक कोऑपरेटिव फार्मर्स हैं। लोग इकट्ठे करके स्मॉल होल्डिंग जो है वो रिसोर्स को पूल करते हैं और इकट्ठा करते हैं। मगर उसमें एक जो चीज़ है जो मिसिंग है पाकिस्तान में, वो ये है कि गवर्नमेंट के जो अदारे हैं, यानी कि स्पेशली जो वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग के अदारे हैं, वो बड़ा रोल अदा कर रहे हैं कि वो छोटे छोटे बच्चों को, देखिए हमारी जो पॉपुलेशन है 60% यूथ है, जिसमें 4 to 8% सिर्फ यूनिवर्सिटी में जा रही है। बाकी जो 92 to 96% है, उन खुदारा उनके साथ क्या हो रहा है। तो हमें वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग जो है उसकी तरफ जाना चाहिए ताकि जो पैरामीटर्स हों क्वालिटी के वो कंसिस्टेंट हों, और जो प्रोडक्ट आता हो वो एक सेंट्रलाइज्ड ब्रांडिंग की तरफ आए ताकि उसको इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में लिया जाए। तो मैं
एक चीज मैं ऐड करूंगा सर। काइंडली क्या हम ये जो हमारे जो डॉक्टर साहब ने भी पॉइंट आउट किया है अजहर साहब ने कि क्या ये जो हमारे फार्मर्स हैं जो बेचारे इंडिपेंडेंटली लगे हुए हैं, जो हमारे सिलेक्टेड 18 to 19% हैं, जो लोग कंट्रोल फार्मिंग कर रहे हैं, क्या हम इनको उनके साथ बॉन्डिंग कर सकते हैं? कोई ऐसा हम इसका मतलब प्रोग्राम ड्रा कर सकते हैं?
बिल्कुल, वो दोनों चीज जिस तरह डॉक्टर साहब ने ब्राजील की मिसाल दी है वो चीज पहले टेकअप करने वाली है, और उसको मैं वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग बाद की बात है, सेकंड स्टेप है वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग। मैं इस ज़हन का आदमी हूं कि हमें पहले अपनी जो स्कूलिंग है वहां पे इम्पॉर्टेंट जो सब्जेक्ट्स हैं जिसमें ह्यूमन फूड है, एग्रीकल्चर, ये पार्ट एंड पार्सल ऑफ स्कूल एजुकेशन होना चाहिए, ताकि जो बच्चा स्कूल से आगे निकले उसको खुराक की अहमियत का पता हो, उसको अपने मुल्क की देखें। जब पाकिस्तान बना था तो इट वाज अबाउट 72-73% जो था वो एग्रीकल्चर बेस्ड था, सारा रूरल पॉपुलेशन थी। वो देखे किस स्पीड से माइग्रेट कर गए ये सिटीज में, अर्बन एरिया में, और रूरल एरिया जो है वो किस तरह कम हो रहे हैं। जब तक हम अपनी जो स्कूल के जो एजुकेशन है उसमें दूसरे सब्जेक्ट्स के साथ साथ मतलब उसमें ट्रैफिक लॉज या दूसरी चीजें ऐड करने के साथ ये इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि ह्यूमन फूड जो है, ह्यूमन हेल्थ के बेसिस जो है, ये स्कूल की एजुकेशन का हिस्सा होना चाहिए। और उसके बाद जब बच्चा आगे जाता है, जब मैट्रिक कर लेता है, वोकेशनल के लेवल पे जाता है, तो फिर पर्टिकुलरली सब्जेक्ट वाइज वो जो है जो बच्चा एग्रीकल्चर में इन्वॉल्व है, गांव में जो लाइफ स्टॉक में इन्वॉल्व है, उनकी फिर वो अकॉर्डिंगली वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग सेंटर जो है, वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट जो है, वहां पे उनके कोर्सेज कराए जाए, उनको वहां कंटिन्यूसली कोर्सेज, वो एक ये नहीं है कि 1-2 महीने का या 3 महीने का कोर्स करा के।
1 मिनट। अच्छा, खाबर साहब जो है ना वो बड़े आराम से बैठे हैं, तो खाबर साहब मैं खाबर साहब का इंट्रोडक्शन दे दूं। ये साहिवाल में होते हैं, मेरे ख्याल में इनके पास बीतल बकरियों का पाकिस्तान में सबसे ज्यादा जो है ना अजड़ है। और मेरी 1 साल पहले इनसे मुलाकात हुई, मैं नस्लें ढूंढ रहा था, भाईजान इफ्तिखार साहब ने मुझे कहा कि आप लाइफ स्टॉक में आए, क्योंकि वहाँ जो आप हमारी बकरियों की ब्रीड्स है ना वो खत्म हो रही हैं। तो मैं पूरा
बीतल इज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट ब्रीड।
मैं बताता हूँ,
इनको बात करने दें, क्योंकि ये प्रैक्टिकली पाकिस्तान में सबसे बड़े ब्रीडर्स हैं। और मैं आपको ये नहीं कि मैं इनके मुंह पे बात कर रहा हूँ, ये जो इनकी कस्टमर सर्विस है ना, मैं यकीन आपको बताता हूं, मैंने सारी जिंदगी बाहर गुजारी है, जो कस्टमर सर्विस इनकी है ना, मैं खुदारा कहता हूं कि किसी के पास नहीं है दुनिया में। ये इतने आप या मेरे जैसे ये पढ़े नहीं है, मगर ये पंजाबी के याद नहीं, इन्हें गुज्जी मार पाई है। सुनिए,
पहले तो मैं फरहान साहब को मुबारकबाद दूंगा कि उस इलाके में बीतल इन्होंने रखी है जो बीतल का ओरिजिनल एरिया नहीं है। सबसे पहले तो इनको ये मुबारक हो कि इन्होंने उस जगह पे
हम इसको सिंध में ढूंढ
जहाज है, एग्जैक्टली व्हाट आई एम सेइंग, इट्स रियली जहाज।
इनको बात
मैं आपको बताता हूँ, मेरी तरफ से तमाम भाइयों को अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी, बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। जो ये हमारी मेरी तरफ से तमाम भाइयों को अस्सलाम वालेकुम, बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। जो ये अंबरसरी बीतल है ना जी अमजद भाई और डॉक्टर साहब, मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि ये अंबरसरी बीतल जो है, ये लैलपुरी अंबरसरी बीतल इसे कहा जाता है। ये साहिवाल में है, ये इजाद साहिवाल की है, ये इंडिया से आई है, अम्बरसर शहर था, इजाद साहिवाल की है जो उन्होंने संभाली हुई है। अब तो बहुत कम होती जा रही हैं अंबरसरी नस्ल, इंसान जो है ना एक दफा इसको कम करता जा रहा है। माशाल्लाह अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, अमजद भाई हैं और भट्ट साहब हैं, उन्होंने अंबरसरी बीतल का फार्म बनाया है। मैं कहता हूं कि फार्म इस अंबरसरी बीतल के फार्म बने, इंसान इससे फायदा उठाए। एक तो इसकी दूध की कैपेसिटी दूसरी बकरियों से ज्यादा होती है, 5 से 6 लीटर ये दूध करती हैं। अंबरसरी बीतल जो होती है ना, ये 5 से 6 लीटर दूध करती हैं। और इनके जो बकरे होते हैं, उनके जो कद होते हैं कम अज कम 50 इंच ऊंचे होते हैं और 70 इंच लंबे होते हैं, और इनका कंपटीशन होता है वजन का कंपटीशन होता है फैसलाबाद में। इस दफा जो फर्स्ट नंबर पर बकरा आया था उसका 310 केजी वजन हुआ था,
माशाल्लाह
310 केजी वजन हुआ था, और सेकंड बकरे का 306 केजी वजन हुआ था। ये जो अंबरसरी नस्ल है हमारे पाकिस्तान की, ये पहचान है, हमें चाहिए इसको संभालना। डॉक्टर साहब इस पर थोड़ा सा गौर करें।
फरहान भाई, मैं एग्जैक्टली मैं आपसे एग्री करता हूं कि लेकिन ये बड़ी मुख्तसर सी आप कह लें कि पॉपुलेशन इसकी फैसलाबाद और आपके साहिवाल एडजेसेंट एरिया में रह गई हुई है। फैसलाबाद के उन कंपटीशन में मैं खुद जाता रहा हूं, और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आपने 5-6 का मैंने वो बकरी भी देखी जिसका 9.5 किलो दूध था
जी।
मैंने वो बकरी भी फैसलाबाद में देखी।
मैंने अपनी बकरी चोई है, मैंने अपनी बकरी जाती चोई है, 24 घंटे बाद उसने 12 किलो दूध दिया है, 12 लीटर दूध दिया है।
असल में इसमें जो प्रॉब्लम दी है ना सिंध में, जो हमने जब इसको ढूंढ रहे थे तो वहां पे उन्होंने ब्रीड जो है ना
सिंध वाली वो डॉक्टर साहब आपकी बात ठीक है,
उसमें उन्होंने क्रॉस करवा दिए हुए हैं।
उन्होंने क्रॉस, डॉक्टर साहब वो आपकी बात मैं बताता हूँ, सॉरी मैंने आपकी बात काट ली है। ये जो सिंध में नस्ल होती है, वो जो सिंध में नस्ल होती है वो सिंधी होती है, वो कंबोरी होती है, उसे अंबरसरी बीतल नहीं कहा जाता।
वो बीतल नहीं है, वो कमोरी है।
कंबोरी है और गुलाबी है।
एक मिनट,
कंबोरी और गुलाबी है,
वो डिसीव करते हैं मार्केट में।
एक मिनट देखिए, 5 मिनट रह गए हैं।
बीतल का जो ओरिजिनल ट्रैक है वो शकरगढ़ का एरिया था।
मेरी बात सुने प्लीज। देखिए 5 मिनट रह गए हैं। हमारा आखिरी मकसद जो है, जो आखिरी, बड़े ब्रीफली प्लीज रखें, ज्यादा लंबी गुफ्तगू जो है अब नहीं हो सकेगी, कि हम ये सिस्टम है इसको कैसे तब्दील करें, और ये जो हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स एंड सर्विसेज हैं इनको ओवरसीज लेके जाएं, क्योंकि इसी तरीके से हमारी जो इकोनॉमी है और हमारा जो लाइफ स्टॉक का सेक्टर है वो बढ़ेगा। तो डॉक्टर साहब, इफ्तिखार साहब, आप मुख्तसर सा जवाब दें, फिर डॉक्टर इरफान साहब, और आखिर में जो है ना अपने खावर साहब हैं, इसके ऊपर बात करेंगे। 5 मिनट रह गए हैं बस।
जी सर, मैं सिर्फ 1 मिनट में वाइंड करूंगा। सर इसमें हमसे सबसे ज्यादा जो है ना वो हमें अपने लाइफ स्टॉक से जो डेयरी प्रोडक्ट्स हैं उनकी इकोनॉमिक वैल्यू के हिसाब से हमें उसकी एक्सपोर्ट का इंतजाम करना चाहिए। और ये सारी बात जो सर ने अभी बताई है उसमें यह है कि हमें उनकी ट्रेनिंग देनी पड़ेगी, एजुकेट करना पड़ेगा, फिर वोकेशनल यूनिट्स के हब्स बनाने पड़ेंगे ताकि हमारी जो है ना लोकल प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़े। आवर साहब हमारे पास एक मिसाल है जिन्होंने मतलब सब कुछ अपने कंस्ट्रेंट्स के बावजूद जो है इस वक्त वो छाए पड़े हैं साहिवाल में। ऐसे ही हमें हुनरमंद लोग जो हैं इस तरह की पोर्ट्स में चाहिए ताकि हम अपनी जो है ना इस वैल्यू एडिशन कर सकें इकोनॉमी में, पाकिस्तान की एक्सपोर्ट्स को जो है कर सकें। अगर ये दूध जो है एक्सपोर्ट हो सकता है या टेट्रा पैक में या जिस तरह भी है, हम ये भी कर सकें। दूसरा, गोश्त की पैदावार जो है उसमें जो बड़ा एनिमल है वो उसकी गोश्त की पैदावार हम उसको कैसे बढ़ाएं और वो भी हम एक्सपोर्ट करें, इकोनॉमी तभी बूस्ट होगी।
इरफान भाई
चीज जो है हमारी पोल्ट्री की है सर।
इरफान भाई आप आखिरी 1 मिनट में।
जी 1 मिनट में मुख्तसर से आपको देखिए जी, हमारा जो पोटेंशियल एनिमल लोकल है, मैं वो समझता हूं कि वो हमारी बफलो है, जो नीली रावी है और उधर कुंडी है सिंध में। बफलो अगर आप इसका एनालिसिस देखें तो बफलो रिच इन फैट है बट लो इन कोलेस्ट्रॉल है। हमें इसको एक्सप्लॉइट करने की जरूरत है इंटरनेशनली। एक तो मीट पर्पज के लिए भी, जो दुनिया में बेस्ट बीफ जो आपको मिलेगा वो आपको बफलो का बीफ मिलेगा, जो हेल्थ पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से। हम नॉर्मल बीफ को ना देखें, हम इसको हेल्थ पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से एक्सप्लॉइट करें। इसी तरह जो चीज मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, जिस तरह डॉक्टर साहब ने बात की है, डॉक्टर साहब ने, कि हमें वैल्यू एडिशन की तरफ जाना चाहिए, हमें रॉ चीज कोई एक्सपोर्ट नहीं करनी चाहिए। अगर हम बफलो मिल्क का चीज जो है अगर इस पे जाएं तो ये दुनिया का बेस्ट चीज जो है वो हम प्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं पाकिस्तान में, और पाकिस्तान के पास इसका पोटेंशियल है। बदकिस्मती है कि हम वैल्यू एडिशन से बहुत दूर हैं।
खबर भाई, आखिर में आप जो गोट फार्मिंग के जो अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं, यानी कि जो आपके सामने नजर आ रही हैं बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटीज, जो बाहर से लोग आ रहे हैं वो इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं, उस सामान को बाहर लेकर जाना, उसके ऊपर मुख्तसर सा आप बताएं कि क्या गवर्नमेंट क्या कर सकती है और हम क्या कर सकते हैं।
मैं बताता हूं सर। आजकल जो इंसान है ना वो देख रहे हैं कि चीजें कम रेट पर, कम रेट पर देख रहे हैं और गोश्त वाला माल ले रहे हैं, काटू माल ले रहे हैं। प्योर चीज जो है ना, प्योर चीज पर इंसान गौर तवज्जो कम दे रहे हैं, प्योर चीजों पर कम तवज्जो दे रहे हैं, और प्योर चीजें अंबरसरी बीतल पर कम तवज्जो कहते हैं कि उसका रेट ज्यादा होता है। ये नहीं पता कि उसकी कैपेसिटी कितनी होती है, कैपेसिटी उसकी कितनी होती है। आगे जाकर जितना फायदा मंद ये आपको अंबरसरी बीतल होगी, ये नहीं हो सकती। तो बेहतर ये है कि मंडियों से माल ना खरीदें, मंडियों में दाग वाला जानवर जाता है। जो भी हमारा भाई बाहर से इन्वेस्ट करना चाहता है वो मंडियों में ना जाए, वो फार्म पर जाए, एक दो फार्म का विजिट करे, विजिट करके चीजें देखे, देखने के बाद चीजों की पहचान करे और ले, और उसकी दूध की पैदावार बढ़ाए।
बहुत शुक्रिया जी, टाइम हो गया है। मैं यूं करूंगा डॉक्टर रहें यहीं पे क्योंकि हमारा हॉर्टिकल्चर का नेक्स्ट प्रोग्राम आएगा। खबर भाई बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, हम आपस में ताल्लुक रखेंगे। डॉक्टर इरफान साहब बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आपने अपना कीमती वक्त निकाल के इस मौजू के ऊपर लाइट डाली। ये सिलसिला जारी रहेगा। जंपस्टार्ट पाकिस्तान एक ग्लोबल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जो कि एग्रीकल्चर और 12 और खित्ते हैं जिसमें हम काम कर रहे हैं। सो वी विल टेक दिस फॉरवर्ड, इंशाल्लाह वी विल क्रिएट अ पॉलिसी पेपर आउट ऑफ दिस जो कि हम गवर्नमेंट को सबमिट करेंगे। हम कोशिश करेंगे कि जो जो डिफ़िकल्टीज फार्मर्स को आ रही हैं उनको किसी तरीके से हल किया जाए। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जी, अल्लाह हाफिज़। नेक्स्ट जो आ रहा है हमारा प्रोग्राम है वो हॉर्टिकल्चर के ऊपर है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जी।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी।
कैसे हैं हजूर?
कैसे हैं आप? खैरियत से हैं?
यूँ करते हैं, मैंने एक्चुअली जो लाइफ स्टॉक का सेक्टर था उसमें मैंने 3 सवालात जो हैं अपनी पैनल को के सामने रखे हैं। पहली बात ये है कि ये जो हॉर्टिकल्चर है उसमें कौन सी अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ हैं, और दूसरा जो सेक्शन है कि बॉटलनेक्स क्या हैं, और बॉटलनेक्स के बाद हमने ये देखना है कि कैसे उन बॉटलनेक्स को हम आउट ऑफ द वे करें ताकि ये जो हमारा प्रोड्यूस हैं या सर्विसेज हैं उनको ग्लोबलाइज किया जाए। तो पहले आप यूं करें, खुद अपने आप को प्लीज इंट्रोड्यूस करें और जो आपके एक्सपर्ट ओपिनियन है वो सामने रखें, फिर हम डिस्कशन में चले जाएंगे। सो अवैस भाई, लेट्स स्टार्ट विद यू। और
श्योर जी, अस्सलाम वालेकुम एवरीवन। मेरा नाम अवैस है और बाय एजुकेशन आई एम एन इंजीनियर। पिछले 12 साल से डिफरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के साथ सप्लाई चेन में काम किया है, एंड आई स्टार्टेड माय वर्क विद यूनिलीवर पाकिस्तान, और फिर अब 2 और MNCs के अंदर सप्लाई चेन और फिर लेटर ऑन बिजनेस रिलेटेड मैनेजमेंट का हिस्सा रहा। 2017 में अपना एक छोटा सा काम शुरू किया इन स्कर्बी, which was pertaining to horticulture, and we have so far established Baltistan's first fruit and nuts processing facility, and what we are aiming towards is के उस एरिया की प्रोड्यूस को इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड्स के ऊपर प्रोसेस करके, पैक करके और एक्सपोर्ट किया जा सके, विद अ मेजर कंसंट्रेशन ऑन मेकिंग श्योर कि हम वैल्यू एडिशन की तरफ जाएं। So that's a brief introduction about myself, and we'll looking forward to this great.
Faisal Saab, welcome to the show. Please अपना इंट्रोडक्शन कर दें ताकि लोगों को पता चले। ये दुनिया भर में लोग देख रहे हैं, तो there you go, it's your turn.
जी, अस्सलाम वालेकुम जी। थैंक यू वेरी मच अमजद साहब, आपने ये मौका दिया। मैं मैनेजिंग पार्टनर हूँ एग्रीमैन मॉडल फार्म्स का, और हमारे फार्म्स हैं तहसील लालियाँ है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट चनियोट में। एंड एक और कोइंसिडेंस है कि अवैस साहब यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं, एंड ही सेड कि ही इज पार्ट ऑफ यूनिलीवर, तो आई एम आल्सो पार्ट ऑफ यूनिलीवर इन द सेंस कि आई एम ऑडिटर इन वन ऑफ देयर इंटरनेशनल प्रोग्राम। So I do their audit, after every quarter, which means every 3 months. So that is one part of me, and I'm also into social sector. एक हमारी non-profit organization है बच्चों के लिए, तो मैं उसका भी हिस्सा हूँ KKAWF के नाम से. So this is what I do.
तो मुख्तसर से आप दोनों से मेरी रिक्वेस्ट होगी. इफ्तिखार साहब अस्सलाम वालेकुम.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम सर.
आगे तो मेरे पास वैद साहब हैं, इज एक्चुअली डूइंग सम फ्रूट एंड नट, और अपने फैसल साहब हैं, ये फार्मिंग, फ्रूट फार्मिंग का भी कर रहे हैं. आप तो एक्सपर्ट हैं, आप फार्मासिस्ट हैं, हर्बल के भी एक्सपर्ट हैं, बहुत सारे फील्ड हैं. तो एक्चुअली वेरी ब्रीफली मैं आपको कहूँगा कि पहले एक मिनट में आप तीनों ये करें कि हमें बताएं कि जो ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानी बैठे हैं, जो जुनूनी पागल हैं पाकिस्तान में इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए, वो ज़रा डरते हैं कि कहाँ करना है, सेफ हेवन कहाँ है. और अब तो मिडल ईस्ट से आपको पता है कि सारे बेचारे वापस आ रहे हैं क्योंकि सिचुएशन ऐसी है. तो घर बैठ के वो जो सरमाया उन्होंने कमाया वो तो ज़ाया नहीं करना उसको. अगर उन्होंने उनमें से अगर 10% भी वापस रहे पाकिस्तान तो इन्वेस्ट करें. तो आप हमें अपॉर्चुनिटीज बताएं कि क्या, कहाँ हॉर्टिकल्चर में वो कर सकते हैं, क्या क्या नई चीजें हैं जो वो इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं या उगा सकते हैं, और फिर हमने देखना है कि डिफिकल्टीज क्या है और उनको कैसे मिटिगेट करना है. तो मैं डॉक्टर इफ्तिखार साहब ब्रीफली प्लीज ये इस समरी को लेके आगे चलें.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. इसमें सबसे पहले जो हमारा फोकस होना चाहिए वो ये होना चाहिए कि हम कन्वेंशनल क्रॉप से ये हम कैश क्रॉप्स की तरफ बढ़ते हैं. जो हमारे एग्रीकल्चरिस्ट है, जो एग्रीकल्चर वाले बच्चे हैं या लोग हैं, उनको फोकस उस तरफ लेके आए अपने लोकल फार्मर का. इसमें हमने जो अभी कैंपेन शुरू की है एग्रीबाइट के प्लेटफॉर्म से, उसमें हमने यही किया है कि जो हमने छोटा फार्मर है उसको कन्वेंशनल क्रॉप से कोई आमदनी नहीं हो रही थी, तो एक तो किचन गार्डनिंग सेटअप के ऊपर, और दूसरा जो हमारी कैश क्रॉप्स हैं जो उस इलाके की एग्रोजोनिंग जो हुई है, जो पोटेंशियल क्रॉप्स उसमें आ सकती हैं या ग्रो कर सकती हैं, जिनका फंक्शनल ग्रुप जो है वो ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग है, हमने उन इलाकों में उनकी कल्टीवेशन का जो है ना एक प्लान बना के उनको दिया है. और हमें इस चीज़ की ज़रूरत है इसलिए कि ये अभी मुझे खुशी हुई है, मतलब जो बलूचिस्तान से जो हमारी कैश क्रॉप्स का जो इन्होंने फूड ग्रेड जो नट्स हैं वो सारी उसकी वहाँ की क्रॉप है उसको जो एक्सपोर्ट का जो प्लान बनाया है. और अगर ये पंजाब में और दूसरी चीज़ों में हम इसको मॉडलाइज कर लें तो मतलब ये हमारे जो इन्वेस्टर्स बाहर पाकिस्तान में जैसे बैठेंगे या वेट कर रहे हैं, उनको किसी किस्म की डरने की ज़रूरत नहीं होगी. और ये छोटे छोटे एक हमारे प्रोडक्टिव यूनिट्स बन जाएंगे. और जिस तरह ऑडिट करने जा रहे हैं ये अभी बता रहे थे लालिया में, तो मतलब ये सारी चीज़ें इसमें फोकस करें, इसमें ऐड करें अपने क्वेश्चनियर में कि उस फार्मर को थोड़ा सा इनिशिएटिव दे के आएँ कि भाई इसमें ये तो ये भी उड़ सकती है. पिछले दिनों हम चन्नौट में गए थे और वहाँ पे एक हसनैन साहब उन्होंने एक फॉर्म बनाया हुआ है हर्बल एंड मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स का, बड़ा अच्छा उन्होंने इनिशिएटिव लिया हुआ था, और बड़ी महंगी और अच्छी चीज़ें जो आम बहुत ज़्यादा रेट की हैं वो उन्होंने वहाँ पे ट्राई की थी और हम उनका सैंपल लेके आए हैं. हमें इस चीज़ में थर्स्ट है और इंशाल्लाह ताला बड़ा पोटेंशियल है इसमें. We will go forward to listen about more developments from your side. Thank you, please.
अवैस भाई, आप तो इस जर्नी से गुजर चुके हैं क्योंकि आपके पास कॉन्सेप्ट था. आप वो क्या कहते हैं इंग्लिश में, you've got the scars on your back. तो आप बताएं कि अपनी एक्सपीरियंस क्या थी, डिफिकल्टीज क्या थी, कैसे आपने वो डिफिकल्टीज को मिटिगेट किया, और जिस पोजीशन पे आप हैं, आप तो अब अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह इंटरनेशनल मार्केट्स में भी उतरे हुए हैं. तो आपने ये जर्नी का हमें बताएं ताकि जो सुनने वाले हैं इससे सीखें और इनकरेज हों कि वो इन्वेस्टमेंट इन पाकिस्तान करें.
Right. So, thank you very much, Amjad bhai. I'll start with a small bit of. In fact, I'll start by answering your first point के opportunity क्या है, ठीक है. तो ये opportunity जो है ये आप ये समझ लीजिए कि पाकिस्तान हर साल जो है ना वो $8 बिलियन की फ्रूट, वेजिटेबल्स और हर्ब्स ग्रो करता है. $8 बिलियन, राइट. जिसमें से अगर सिर्फ वेस्टेजेस को देखें, और वेस्टेजेस की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ ऑन फार्म वेस्टेज, यानी जो चीज ग्रो होती है और वो फार्म पे ही जाया हो जाती है, वो $3 बिलियन की है, ठीक है. और हम उसमें से सिर्फ $91 मिलियन लेस देन 1% को प्रोसेस कर पाते हैं, ठीक है। सो ये एक वैल्यू स्ट्रीम है ऑफ लॉसेस जो एग्जिस्ट करती है, तो ये अपॉर्चुनिटी साइज है, पहली बात। दूसरी चीज आपने ये पूछी कि जी आप अपनी जर्नी बताएं। मैं ओवर द पास्ट 3 इयर्स एक चीज में कन्विंस हुआ हूँ, और वो हिस्टोरिकली सेटअप है कि ब्रिटिश पाकिस्तान या सब कॉन्टिनेंट आए क्यों थे। अगर आप अपने हिस्ट्री लेसन्स को जहन में रखें तो दे केम फॉर द इंडियन स्पाइस, राइट, एंड दैट्स आल्सो हॉर्टिकल्चर। जो अभी तक मेरी बहुत ही लिमिटेड सी स्टडी है, साउथ एशिया इज होम टू सम वंडरफुल हॉर्टिकल्चरल स्पीशीज नॉट फाउंड एनीवेयर एल्स। और जो ये प्रोवेनेंस है ना, ये हमारा जो है वो, मैं तो इसके अंदर अपने आप को बिल्कुल घुसा लिया है। हमें सीमेंट करना है, हमें कोई नई चीज नहीं लेकर आनी बाहर से, हमने दुनिया को बताना है। जिस तरह इटली बताता है कि जी फलाने गांव की चीज जो है वो दुनिया की बेहतरीन चीज है, इसी तरीके से हमने बताना है कि जी हमारे यहाँ जो चीजें ग्रो होती हैं वो दुनिया की बेहतरीन है। फॉर इंस्टेंस मैं आपको कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग इंसाइट देता हूँ। ये आम के सीजन के अंदर जो है वो जामन ग्रो होती है, और जामन जो है वो इंटरेस्टिंगली पाकिस्तान से लेके इंडोनेशिया तक ही ग्रो होती है दुनिया में, और कहीं नहीं होती। एंड इट्स कॉल्ड जावा प्लम इन इंग्लिश। सो ब्रिटिश जब आया उसको समझ नहीं आई कि इसको नाम क्या दें, तो उसने जावा प्लम नाम दे दिया, बिकॉज वो लगती प्लम की तरह है, आलू बुखारे की तरह लगती है, और वो होती इस बेल्ट के अंदर। It's not grown anywhere else. Why hasn't this been made popularized across the world? मेरा काम खुबानी के साथ बहुत ज्यादा है because of where my setup started, right? खुबानी की birth place जो है वो एरिया है। मतलब दुनिया में खुबानी अगर कहीं लगना शुरू हुई थी तो वो हमारे नॉर्दर्न एरियाज के अंदर लगना शुरू हुई थी। And so on, मतलब I can count numerous examples of such. So हमने एक चीज जो मेरी टेक अवे रही है, और मैं ये चीज दूसरों के सामने भी रखता हूँ, वो ये कि हमने प्रोवेनेंस को जरूर जहन में रखना है कि हमारी जो अपनी चीजें हैं वो हम पॉपुलराइज कराएं दुनिया के अंदर। Now coming to my journey, to take not much of your time, हमने जी एक छोटे से प्रोजेक्ट से काम शुरू किया था। One of my juniors from college, who is from Skardu, he came up with this problem कि यार इतनी सारी खुबानी ग्रो होती है और वो जाया हो जाती है, so why don't we convert that into an opportunity? मैं उसके अंदर इंटरेस्ट लिया, एंड व्हेन आई लुक थ्रू सम रिसर्च मुझे पता चला कि जी पाकिस्तान छठा सबसे बड़ा मुल्क है दुनिया का जो खुबानी ग्रो करता है और एक्सपोर्ट कुछ नहीं करता। 177,000 tons of apricot is grown every year in this country, out of which 125,000 tons is grown only in Gilgit-Baltistan. And none of it is exported, right? We are nowhere in the top 100 countries that export apricot or its byproducts, whereas we are the 6th largest in production. So we started off from there, and this is to inform your viewers कि जी बड़ा simple है ये identify करना कि हम किस चीज के अंदर काम करें। अपने आप की प्रोडक्शन की डेटा सेट्स देखें, FAO की वेबसाइट पर जाएं और देखें पाकिस्तान की रैंकिंग कहाँ है, और ये देखें कि हम एक्सपोर्ट कितना करते हैं। अगर उसमें बहुत बड़ा गैप है तो ये एक्चुअली एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है। हम ग्रो बहुत सारा कर रहे हैं और हम एक्सपोर्ट कुछ नहीं कर रहे, या हम उसको प्रोडक्टिव नहीं बना रहे, और उसको बनाएं प्रोडक्टिव। बेतहाशा ऐसे एग्जांपल्स हैं। मैंगोज तो खैर सारी दुनिया कर रही है, बट क्या नाम है, अमरूद, guava is a fantastic example of such. Dates is a fantastic example. We are 6th in production globally in dates. We don't export anything, right? Or very insignificant numbers, and so on and so forth. So there are multiple such examples which can be taken, and you start small, you understand the produce, and then you go around and search the world. अब तो हर चीज अपनी फिंगर टिप्स के ऊपर मौजूद है। मैंने बिल्कुल इसी तरीके से किया मेरी जर्नी के अंदर। I learned how Netherlands was doing it, how Australia was doing it, how other countries, Turkey was doing it in the case of apricots, and then just replicated that here. And when you do that, you are able to prepare products or value added products which are up to their standards as well. So you've got the benchmarks जो कि internationally available, and you just need to bring your product. In fact, our product is essentially better than what I find elsewhere. So it's very easy for us to ramp up to that level, since everyone has done the hard work of understanding how things should be done. So yeah.
अवैस भाई, मुझे पता था कि ये मैं प्रोग्राम कर रहा हूँ, तो मैं यूके में बैठा हूँ. वी प्रॉब्ली गॉट द लार्जेस्ट फूड सर्विस कंपनी हियर इन यूके, जिसके जो सप्लाई चेन मैनेजमेंट है इज अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड. तो मैं डेफ्रा से बात कर रहा था, डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट, रूरल एंड फूड अफेयर्स. तो यहाँ पे अब ओकरा जो है वो तकरीबन 10 पाउंड का किलो बिक रहा है. जो ग्रीन चिली है वो तकरीबन इतने की बिक रही है. टिंडा जो है वो मिलता नहीं है. करेला जो है 12 पाउंड का बिक रहा है. अच्छा, ये जॉर्डन और केन्या से, साइप्रस से, इजिप्ट से आ रहा है, मगर यहाँ से नहीं आ रहा. तो मैं अब फैसल भाई, क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि आप अवैस भाई की तरह बहुत इंटरेस्टेड हैं इसमें, मैं अब चाहूँगा कि जैसे अवैस भाई ने अपनी जर्नी बताई है, ताकि लिसनर्स सुन सकें कि क्या डिफिकल्टीज हैं. और सबसे जो मैं समझूंगा जो आपने फोकस करना है कि ये जो प्रोड्यूस है उसको कैसे हम अपनाएं और उसको उसके पैरामीटर्स हैं ऐसे लाएं कि वो इंटरनेशनल मार्केट्स में एंटर करें. क्योंकि 9 मिलियन पाकिस्तानी बाहर जो मोस्ट लुक्रेटिव मार्केट है वहां पे बैठे हैं. हमारी 5वीं पुश्त है यूके में, राइट. और देखें, चिलीज नहीं आ रही, ओकरा नहीं आ रहा, टिंडा नहीं आ रहा, राइट. मुझे समझ तो नहीं आ रही कि क्या हो रहा है. तो आप तो वहां पे बैठे हैं, तो प्लीज अपनी जरा स्टोरीज सामने रखें.
जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच. अमजद भाई, हमारा सिलसिला इस तरह से है कि हमारा एग्रीकल्चर फैमिली का बिजनेस है, और हमारा जो मेजर प्रोड्यूस है वो है किन्नू. तो हम नॉर्मली ये करते हैं, जो मैं आपको हिस्ट्री अपनी बता देता हूँ, कि क्योंकि ये जो हमारा एरिया है लालियां का, इसमें ज़्यादातर जो फार्मर्स हैं वो बड़े फार्मर्स जिनको कह सकते हैं, जिनकी मुरब्बों के अंदर ज़मीनें हैं. अगर आप क्रॉस करते हैं और दूसरी साइड पे जाते हैं, जिस तरफ भाना आ जाता है या झांग की साइड, वहाँ ज़रा छोटे फार्मर्स हैं, वहाँ किन्नू भी कम है. सरगोदा की साइड पे आप देख लें कि बड़े फार्मर्स भी हैं, छोटे फार्मर्स भी हैं, इधर भी मिक्स है. तो नॉर्मली फार्मर्स हम लोग करते ये हैं कि हम लोग घर पे बैठते हैं और कोई काम नहीं करते. हम इंतज़ार करते हैं कि हमारे पास जो बायर है वो खुद से चल के आएगा. और होता यही है कि जितने अच्छे फार्मर्स हैं, जिनके पास अच्छा प्रोड्यूस होता है, क्वालिटी वाला किन्नू, तो उनके पास चल के आते हैं ठेकेदार, जिनको हम लोकल ज़बान में कहते हैं. वो आके आपको आपका रेट देता है, आप उसको एक्सेप्ट करते हैं या निगोशिएट करते हैं, और फिर वो आपसे खरीद लेता है. और वो क्या करता है कि इनिशियली ये होता है कि जितने अच्छे बागात हैं वो आपके फरवरी, मार्च, अप्रैल तक बिक जाते हैं इन द स्टार्ट, और फिर नवंबर के एंड में शुरू होता है और अप्रैल तक, मार्च तक जाता है किन्नू. तो फार्मर्स के लिए बड़ा कन्वीनियंट है कि वो घर पे बैठ के अपना पैसा जेब में डालते हैं, और जो उन्होंने साल का जो अखराजात होते हैं वो उससे पूरे हो जाते हैं, और उनके लिए दैट्स मोर देन इनफ. ये एक कन्वेंशनल अप्रोच है हमारे बड़े फार्मर्स की, जिनमें हम भी शामिल हैं. अब होता ये है कि जो साहब आपसे किन्नू लेते हैं वो कहाँ लेके जाते हैं. वो नॉर्मली अगर छोटे लेवल पे है तो वो आपकी लोकल मार्केट को एक्सेस करेगा, सब्जी मंडी लाहौर की या इस्लामाबाद की, अदर एरियाज जिसमें फैसलाबाद और ये जरा जिसे कहते हैं कंपैरेटिवली बड़े शहर. अब हम अक्सर सोचते होते हैं कि आप इस्लामाबाद की सब्जी मंडी ले लें या लाहौर की सब्जी मंडी ले लें और उसको कंपेयर करें किसी और मुल्क की सब्जी मंडी से, तो आप हैरान होंगे कि मतलब जो ज़मीन और आसमान का एक डिफरेंस आपको नज़र आएगा. वो हम जो सोना उगाते हैं और जो सोना प्रोड्यूस करते हैं, उसका जो हाल सब्जी मंडी, आपकी अपनी सब्जी मंडी में होता है, और वहाँ से फिर जो खरीदार होता है, जो कि बेसिकली लोकल एरिया का एक सब्जी या फ्रूट वाला होता है, वो उसके साथ जो सलूक एक करता है और वो जिस तरीके से उसको लेके जाता है, और फिर वो 35-35 दिन पड़ा रहता है आपका सामान, और वो खराब होता रहता है, और जिस जिस तरीके से वो कंज्यूमर तक पहुंचता है, वो तो एक आई थिंक यू ऑल नो दैट वेरी वेल। हमारे पास ये हुआ कि 4 और 5 years बैक वी गॉट अ फ्रेंड फ्रॉम फ्रांस, जो कि उस वक्त एक हमारे बोर्ड ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट ने कुछ मुल्कों में अपने ऑनररी काउंसिल जनरल बनाए हुए थे, वहीं के कोई ऐसे लोग जो कि ट्रेड से रिलेटेड थे। तो वो साहब हमारे पास आए और उन्होंने विजिट किया और बड़ा वही स्टेट एट आवर फार्म्स फॉर अबाउट अ वीक और सो। उससे कहा यार ये जो किन्नू आप लोग उगा रहे हैं ये आप बेसिकली इसको मार्केट तक पहुंचाते ही नहीं है, ये जाया हो रहा है। दिस इज समथिंग, सिर्फ एक किन्नू की मैं आपको मिसाल दे रहा हूँ कि ये आप ऐसे समझे कि आप सिर्फ अपने साथ ये नहीं कर रहे, आप अपने मुल्क के साथ ये गद्दारी कर रहे हैं कि आप इसको थ्रो कर रहे हैं, आप इसको जला रहे हैं, आप जाया कर रहे हैं। तो हमने कभी हमें बताया बिकॉज देयर वाज नो वन हु कुड गाइड अस। हम तो भाई फार्मर है, हमने उगाया और जो एक कन्वेंशनल अप्रोच है उस तरीके से हमने दे दिया। अब होता सर ये है कि जो बंदा उस मार्केट से आता है जहाँ पे उसने देखा है कि एक रंजिश की मार्केट है फ्रांस के अंदर, फिर आप यूके में बैठे हुए यू नो इंग्लिश मार्केट्स के वहाँ पे किन्नू को किस तरह ट्रीट किया जाता है, आम को, या वो जो एक वैल्यू एडेड होता है, वो वैल्यू एडेड का तो हमें लफ्ज ही नहीं पता जी, मेरे जैसे फार्मर को तो आई डोंट नो कि वैल्यू एडेड होता क्या। अब हमें पता चला कि वैल्यू एडेड ये है कि जो आपकी चीज उगती है वो आपने जाया नहीं करनी है, उठा के फेंक नहीं देनी, उसको किसी तरीके से प्रोसेस करके तो कंज्यूमर तक भेजना है। और वो बेसिकली आपका भी काम है, और आप अगर किसी और इन बिटवीन बंदे का है तो आप उसको भी एटलीस्ट किसी एसओपी के तहत या किसी तरह से उसको बाउंड कर सकते हैं कि वो बेसिकली दैट इज नॉट ओनली योर कैश, दैट इज ऑल्सो योर ब्रांड, कि वो एक आपकी इज्जत भी है कि कहीं पे वो जा रही है। अगर यहाँ से जैसे हमारा ठेकेदार है, ही सेंड्स टू दुबई और ही कैन इवन वहाँ पे अब तो यूएस मार्केट्स में भी जाता है, मुख्तलिफ नामों से जाता है। तो हमें तो तब पता चला कि जी ये हम कितना बड़ा अपना एक जिसे कहते हैं कि खजाना है, जिसके अगर हम एक्सचेंज में जाएं तो पता नहीं कितने मिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स हम लूज करते हैं एवरेज। लाइक अवैध साहब की तो बड़ी अच्छी स्टडी है, ही नोज इन्स एंड आउट ऑफ एवरीथिंग। बट मैं मोटा मोटा आपको बताता हूँ कि हमें वो ले गए रंजिश मार्केट में, विच वाज ऑन 300 प्लस हेक्टर एरिया, और हमने इतनी अच्छी मार्केट कभी नहीं देखी थी। हमने किन्नू देखे थे लेकिन इतने अच्छे प्रोसेस्ड और पैक्ड किन्नू कभी नहीं देखे थे, इतनी अच्छी पैकिंग कभी नहीं देखी थी, मार्केट इतनी खूबसूरत कभी नहीं देखी थी कि एक सब्जी मंडी का कॉन्सेप्ट ही चेंज हो गया। तो हमें तब पता चला कि भाई ठीक है, हमें तो बड़ी तकलीफ होती थी कि हम यूरोज में पे कर रहे हैं अपने किन्नू के लिए, तो भाई किन्नू हम इमीडिएटली उसको मल्टीप्लाई करते थे रुपीज में और पता चलता था कि भाई ये तो हम तो वहां पे पाकिस्तान में 20 किन्नू खा सकते हैं। तो फिर हमें पता चला कि दिस इज व्हाट इट इज, ये एक चीज जो आप जाया कर रहे हैं इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में उसकी ये वैल्यू है, इवन आपकी लोकल मार्केट में भी हो सकती है अगर आप अपनी सब्जी मंडी का कॉन्सेप्ट चेंज कर दें। तो देन वी गॉट टू नो कि भाई इस पे तो कोई वर्किंग होनी चाहिए, और हम तो भाई बैठे हुए अपना इतना हम रिसोर्सेज जाया कर रहे हैं। वी कैन एटलीस्ट हम अपने छोटे फार्मर्स को लिफ्ट अप कर सकते हैं और हम बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं इसी एक किन्नू की काश्त से। तो सर उसमें फिर हमने ये किया कि हमने फिर ईयू से कांटेक्ट किया और मुख्तलिफ और जो इसमें काम कर रहे थे, और एक ईयू का प्रोजेक्ट था जो कि मैंने अमजद साहब से शेयर किया था कि उन्होंने हमें कुछ गाइडलाइंस प्रोवाइड की जिन पे हमने काम किया, और उस पर कुछ हमें इन्वेस्टमेंट करनी पड़ी, हमें कुछ प्रोसेसिंग का एक प्लांट लगाना पड़ा, विच वॉज वेरी गुड इवेंचुअली व्हेन इट केम अप, और उसने काम करना शुरू किया। तो हमें वाकई पता चला कि भाई ये दिस इज हाउ द थिंग्स एक्चुअली वर्क। हम तो जिन पेटियों में डालते हैं वो जब इस्लामाबाद पहुंचती है आधी तो वो फेंक देते हैं, और वहीं पे आपकी आधा प्रोड्यूस तो बेड़ा गर्क हो जाता है उसका, और जिस तरह से वो पैकिंग होती है और सारा कुछ। तो यू गॉट एन आइडिया। तो बेसिकली मेरा ये था और जिस पे हम अभी वर्किंग कर रहे हैं। अव्वल तो ये कि हमने अपना माशाल्लाह से वो काफी चेंज कर लिया है, जो कन्वेंशनल तरीका था उसको हमने एक बड़े अच्छे तरीके से, एक अब जब किन्नू निकलता है तो बड़ा चमकता हुआ किन्नू प्रोसेस निकलता है इन द शेप ऑफ फिनिश्ड गुड, तो वो तो हो गया एट लोकल एरिया। बट लेकिन ये एक आई थिंक वी नीड एज ये एक प्लेटफॉर्म अमजद साहब ने हमें प्रोवाइड किया है कि हमारा जो भी प्रोड्यूस है और जो भी हम चीजें प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं, आई थिंक वी एज अ कलेक्टिव ये एक प्लेटफॉर्म है, एंड थ्रू अदर प्लेटफॉर्म्स हम ये कर सकते हैं कि हम एक अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करें, जो मैं समझता हूँ एट दिस लेवल कि इतना बड़ा हमारा पोटेंशियल है एग्रीकल्चर का, और ये एग्रीकल्चर मुल्क है, और हम पीछे से पीछे जा रहे हैं। तो मैं मुख्तसर करूंगा कि बेसिकली मेरा तो ये है कि हम किसी तरह वी शुड जॉइन हैंड्स, और हम एक ऐसी बॉडी क्रिएट करें कि विच शुड इवेंचुअली टेल द गवर्नमेंट ऑल्सो कि हमें किस जगह पे गवर्नमेंट की हेल्प की जरूरत है, किस जगह पे हमारे ओवरसीज पाकिस्तानीज शुड कम एंड इन्वेस्ट इन दिस सेक्टर, और उसका पोटेंशियल फिर आगे क्या है। और इवेंचुअली इफ यू आर इन्वेस्टिंग यू ऑल्सो ऑप्ट फॉर बिजनेस अपॉर्चुनिटीज की, क्या मुझे उसका आउटकम क्या मिलता है। तो स्काई इज द लिमिट। आई थिंक यहाँ पे तो वो 1700 और 1600 का जो यूके है और इंग्लिश मार्केट्स, और वो तो हमने तो कुछ भी नहीं चेंज किया। तो यू कैन वेरी वेल इमेजिन कि क्या पोटेंशियल हो सकता है और क्या इसमें।
तो आखिर में 5 मिनट रहते हैं हमारे टाइम को। तो किसी ने सवाल किया है कि क्या सीडलेस किन्नू भी हो सकते हैं। देखें, ये वैल्यू एडिशन की बात है। तो किन्नू का जाम भी हो सकता है, जो उसका स्किन है उससे आप कॉन्सेंट्रेट भी बना सकते हैं, और बहुत सारे मेडिसिनल चीज़ें, विटामिन जो हैं वो बन सकते हैं। मैं आखिर में आप सभी को, डॉक्टर इफ्तिखार साहब क्योंकि ये हर्बलिस्ट हैं, तो मैं ये कहूँगा कि कौन सी वैल्यू एडेड चीज़ें हैं जो कि अब पोस्ट कोविड-19 ये होगा कि लोग जो हैं वो इंटेंसिव फार्मिंग और ये जो प्रोसेस फार्मिंग है इससे हटकर जो फूड फॉर द बॉडी, जो कि मेडिसिनल फूड है, वो जो है उसकी तरफ जाएंगे। तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं? आखिरी 5 मिनट तो अब मैं कहूँगा कि आप तीनों अगर एक एक मिनट लेके इसके ऊपर फिर हम ख़त्म करेंगे इसको। तो इफ्तिखार साहब आपकी बारे।
जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच। एंड में सिर्फ मेरे पास मैं इतना ही कहूँगा कि पोस्ट कोविड-19 एक बहुत बड़ा जो है वो मतलब हमारे पास पोटेंशियल है, और ये एक बहुत बड़ा चांस है हमारे एरिया में जो जिसको हम अवेल कर सकते हैं। इसके लिए जो एक लेबल होगा ना हमारा ऑर्गेनिक प्रोडक्ट्स का, कॉस्मेटिक्स प्रोडक्ट्स का, या हर्बल प्रोडक्ट्स का, या मेडिसिनल वैल्यू प्रोडक्ट्स का, या जो हमारी प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जो एरोमा पे आती हैं, जब आप उसके ऊपर लिखेंगे ना कि इम्यूनिटी बूस्टर्स, जब आप उसके ऊपर लिखेंगे सोर्स ऑफ विटामिन सी, जब आप उसके ऊपर लिखेंगे कि ये RDAD अप्रूव, एक्रीडेटेड, सॉइल टेस्टेड, और मतलब फिर आप ग्लोबल मार्केट पे मेरा ख्याल है कि अपने स्लोगन की वजह से छा जाएंगे। और मुझे किसी किस्म का कोई शक नहीं है कि हमारी जो ज़मीन है पूरे पाकिस्तान की, वो एरोमा में, हर्बल्स में, मेडिसिनल वैल्यू एडेड प्लांट्स में, और लोकल ट्रेडिशनल जो हमारी हर्ब्स हैं, जो फंक्शनल ग्रुप्स इसके हमारे पास अवेलेबल हैं, पूरी दुनिया में नहीं है। सिर्फ चार्ट आउट करने की ज़रूरत है कि हम इसका एक अलाइंड कंसोर्शियम बना के, और जिन जिन मुल्कों को हमने एड्रेस करना है, बहुत ही खूबसूरत बात की है उन्होंने कि मैंने वर्कअप किया इसको, कि हमने ऑस्ट्रेलिया में वर्कअप किया, इटली में किया, ब्राजील में किया। इसी तरह हमें करना पड़ेगा। ये पोस्ट कोविड जो है ना, ये आपको स्लोगन आ गया, इसको आप जितना कैश कराना चाहते हैं करा रहे हैं। हलाल एक्रीडेशन की स्टैंप लगाएं, सॉइल टेस्टिंग की स्टैंप लगाएं, उसके ऊपर अपने साइंटिफिक डोजियर जो आपने बनाया है उसका रेफरेंस ऐड करें। पाकिस्तान साइंस फाउंडेशन में प्रोजेक्ट सबमिट किए हैं हमने, उसके ऊपर उन्होंने सस्टेनेबिलिटी, सबसे मेन इशू जो है वो सस्टेनेबिलिटी इन दी सप्लाई चेन, इकोनॉमिक जो आपका जो मतलब एक ह्यूज गैप है, उसमें आपने अलाइंस भी करना है अपने लोगों से, और उनको लेके भी चलना है। शेयर ऐसा नहीं मिल जाना वर्ल्ड मार्केट में, लिहाजा वी हैव टू वर्क इट आउट। और ये मतलब आई एम होपफुल दैट वी विल गो इन द अलायंसेस एंड आल्सो विद द कोलैबोरेटिव वर्क फॉर दिस बेनिफिट इन द इकोनॉमी ऑफ पाकिस्तान। थैंक यू।
फैसल भाई और अवैस भाई, मेरा एक छोटा सा कंप्लेन है। आप मेरे भाई हैं। देखिए, हमने पिछले 2014 से लेके अब तक खुर्रम साहब ने ये एक फाउंडेशन रखी, फिर हम सारे इस मूवमेंट ने ज्वाइन किए। अच्छा, हम सभी ने एक ग्रुप बना रखा है इन्वेस्ट इन पाकिस्तान एग्रीटेक, उसमें तकरीबन 66 बंदे हैं। देखिए, ये जो स्कैटरिंग ऑफ रिसोर्सेज है ना, कि हजारों ग्रुप्स में हम बैठे हैं, राइट, इतने मैसेजेस आ रहे हैं, कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं दे रहा। देखिए, आप जैसे हजरात जिनका इतना कीमती वक्त है निकाल कर हम इसके ऊपर आ रहे हैं। मैं ये चाह रहा हूं कि कैसे कन्वर्जेंस आए, ये फोकस ऑफ कन्वर्जेंस, ये नहीं कि हर बंदा हर जगह बैठा है और व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे ये एवरीथिंग इज सो अवैस और फैसल आखिर में ये तकरीबन वो nearly finished. So how do we bring this convergence onto a singularity तो ताकि हमारी जो इंटेलेक्ट है जो स्कैर्स रिसोर्सेज है वो इकट्ठे हों. So अवैस भाई फिर फैसल भाई आखिर में आप.
So I think बहुत important चीज है and convergence is extremely important. 100% हर एक का अपना एक different क्या नाम है एक्सपीरियंस है, व्यू है, उन्होंने काम भी किया है. I am part of that group as well, so I can understand there's a wealth of human resource that is there. I think convergence जो है उसका जो सबसे बड़ा इनेबलर होता है वो ये होता है कि आप ये एक्सप्लेन करें कि हर इंडिविजुअल के लिए का फायदा क्या है. ठीक है. सो मतलब आई बिलीव इन वन सेइंग, मैं वो शेयर भी कर देता हूँ कि अ शेयर्ड बेनिफिट इज अ रियल बेनिफिट. ठीक है. अगर वो बेनिफिट जो है वो शेयर्ड नहीं है, अगर जो बंदा कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहा है उसको उसमें से इंक्रीमेंटल फायदा नहीं मिल रहा है एंड इफ ही इज जस्ट गिविंग देन दैट इज समथिंग दैट इज नॉट सस्टेनेबल. So I think one way of making sure that everyone comes on to one singular focus is to figure out a way in which those contributing also benefit from it. हमारी अप्रोच जो है वो शाज़दे के अंदर वो यही है. We have now gone up to 1000 farmers और हम ये make sure करते हैं कि जो उनकी प्रोड्यूस है उसकी कीमत जो हम देते हैं वो कोई और ना दे सके. I'm sorry. So we deliberately, intentionally make sure that the farmer gets more value of his produce when he works with us. And that is something that we need to inculcate in other people as well to make sure that everyone converges onto one page.
Okay. So Faisal bhai, you have the last word क्योंकि we're nearly finished. So Faisal bhai, your last thoughts.
जी अमजद साहब, मेरे ख्याल ये है कि मैं इसको बिल्कुल एक लाइन में सम अप करूंगा कि जो इन्वेस्ट इन पाकिस्तान है बेसिकली हमें सबको जो भी उसके मेंबर्स हैं वी शुड थिंक इट एज अ प्लेटफॉर्म जहां पे हम अपनी प्रॉब्लम्स भी रखें और उनका सोल्यूशन भी रखें. बिकॉज आई थिंक कि कोई फार्मर या कोई भी प्रोड्यूसर इसमें या आपकी जितने इससे रिलेटेड काम करने वाले लोग हैं आई डोंट थिंक कि कोई ऐसा है जिसके पास प्रॉब्लम नहीं है या कोई उसके पास एक सोल्यूशन भी होगा. तो ये बेसिकली आइडियाज को हमें सिंक इन करना है किसी तरीके से सो दैट वी शुड गेट बेनिफिट ऑफ इट. और इसको फिर खत्म करने की बजाय वी शुड ट्रीट इट एज एन एसोसिएशन कि जो कि एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म हो जस्ट लाइक अमजद साहब और खुर्रम जुबैरी साहब ने बड़ा अच्छा इसको लास्ट टाइम भी किया था कि दे कैन रीच आउट टू द गवर्नमेंट. और ये एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म हो सकता है कि जहाँ पे हम फार्मर्स के या ग्रोअर्स के प्रॉब्लम्स जो है उसको हम हाईलाइट कर सकते हैं और वी कैन टेक इट टू द गवर्नमेंट एज वेल. तो मैं ये समझता हूँ कि इट शुड नॉट एंड एनीवेयर. पोस्ट कोविड डेफिनेटली हमें चैलेंजेस हैं बट सोल्यूशन इज इन्वेस्ट इन पाकिस्तान एंड दिस इज द सोल्यूशन जो कि अमजद साहब इज देयर, खुर्रम जुबैरी साहब इज देयर. दीज आर इनोवेटिव पीपल एंड वी बिलीव इन दैट. तो मैं तो बड़ा खुश हूँ कि हमें ये प्लेटफॉर्म मिला है. And this is a solution, and this is part of highlighting your problem also.
Okay जी, बहुत शुक्रिया, टाइम हो गया है. We will continue this. I guarantee you. मैं जितने बोर्ड्स के ऊपर बैठा था यूरोप, मैंने वहाँ से रिजाइन कर दिया. मैंने आप लोगों को प्रॉमिस किया कि मेरी जो रिमेनिंग लाइफ है इंशाल्लाह अल्लाह ने जिंदगी दी तो मैं इसी काम में करूँगा. मगर मेरे साथ जैसे आप लोग हैं, खुर्रम के साथ जो हमारी टीम है, जो वॉलंटियर्स हैं, जो इतने जुनूनी हैं, इतने ज़बरदस्त मेहनत से काम कर रहे हैं, उनको भी हौसला अफजाई चाहिए, उनको भी इनकरेजमेंट चाहिए. थैंक यू सो मच. वी विल कंटिन्यू दिस जर्नी.
आपके साथ हैं, सारी कश्तियां जला के आपके साथ हैं.
दिस इज नॉट अ शॉर्ट रन. ये 20 years का लॉन्ग मैराथन है. तो हिम्मत रखनी पड़ेगी. चैलेंजेस आएंगे, हम मुंह पर गिरेंगे. We will fall flat on our face. We will have to get each other up. And inshallah, hand in hand, we will create a better Pakistan. Inshallah ji. Thank you very much. And God bless.
Thank you.
Allah Hafiz.
Bye bye. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you ji.
On this massacre of school children in Pakistan.
You think we are a nation who is only known for terrorism, but you're not aware that we own it when it comes to optimism. You can keep on thinking of the odds and stay in fright, or you can trust the facts you're about to witness by sight. We're not the troublemakers that the world think we are. We have achieved a lot that is enough to remove this scar. Let's start believing that our economy holds great potential and step forward to explore the prospects, cause that's essential. We're not just a remarkable marks present only in the past. Instead, we still hold potential to show the world we're blessed. We were an economy who was followed by others. We got shattered a bit, but stood again to aim for treasures. We made mistakes, faced the consequences, and suffered. This taught us a lot and enabled us to keep ourselves covered. We moved hills, gained titles, and made many other records. Our nation survived the turmoil and made its way through hazards. How can you doubt a nation who doesn't give up at any cost? Pakistan always come back on track when the world think it's lost. We're tough, skilled, talented, and unstoppable. You can check the stats to see how much we're capable. No matter you are national, regional, or international investor, our country has so much to offer. You just name the sector. We're coming forward with the conference of the year. Will you amiably join hands with us and provide your share?
Assalamu alaikum, guys. We are back. We are back with the pitching. With the startup pitching has been done, and now it's going to be SME, small and medium-sized enterprises, going to be pitching for next hour and a half. So I'll go straight to the pitching. We have a very distinguished panel and the investors who are going to be actually looking at those pitches and see if those are the possibilities which we can actually scale it to 10x. That's what the ultimate goal is. That's what whenever we actually keep mentioning about creating a new wealth for Pakistan, that's how we're going to do it, by scaling those very SMEs. So first of all, I would ask Harun Dosani bhai to introduce himself, and then we'll go further. So Harun bhai, just a little introduction.
Assalamu alaikum, Harun Dosani, based in Houston, Texas. Been involved in business for the last probably 26 years now. We are in the automotive service industry, but in the last 4 or 5 years, I got involved into some angel investing, and we have a group of people that we look forward to investing in Pakistan. So last, especially 2 years, I got into Jumpstart Pakistan platform and joined Khurram's team just to see closely all the opportunities, and alhamdulillah, I really admire all the efforts and everything. So I'm looking forward to any opportunity that I see in Pakistan and jump on it.
Kamran, please go ahead.
कामरान, मेरा नाम है बेसिकली इस्लामाबाद पाकिस्तान से, और तकरीबन पिछले अराउंड 18 इयर्स से स्पेन में मैं सेटल हूँ. तो बेसिकली बाय प्रोफेशन आई एम ए बैंकर. तो संटेंडर बैंक में तकरीबन फ्रॉम 2005 से लेके 2012-13 तक एज ए ब्रांच मैनेजर कॉर्पोरेट और जो है कमर्शियल बैंकिंग में मेरा ज़्यादातर एक्सपीरियंस है. बट फ्रॉम 2010-11 से मैंने अपने बिजनेस स्टार्ट किया, जिसमें मेनली सुपरमार्केट और फूड चेन बिजनेस है, और उसके साथ साथ फिर हम होटल इंडस्ट्रीज में, टूरिस्ट अकोमोडेशंस में, उसमें हम लोग इन्वॉल्व हुए. तो फ्रॉम 2015 ऑनवर्ड हम पाकिस्तान में ये जो नई गवर्नमेंट आ रही थी, इससे हमारा इंटरेस्ट डेवलप हुआ और हमने इसमें पाकिस्तान में अपॉर्चुनिटीज तलाश करना शुरू की. तो पाकिस्तान में हम लोग कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्रीज में काफ़ी ह्यूज इन्वेस्टमेंट्स कर रहे हैं, होटल इंडस्ट्री में इन्वेस्टमेंट्स कर रहे हैं, और अभी रिसेंटली हम लोग अपनी जो फूड जो चेन है हमारी सुपरमार्केट्स की, उसको भी पाकिस्तान में लेके जाना चाह रहे हैं. तो उसके लिए भी हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं. तो वी आर लुकिंग फॉर सम गुड अपॉर्चुनिटीज वेयर वी कैन इन्वेस्ट एंड वी कैन ग्रो टुगेदर.
Okay, thank you. Assalamu alaikum, Amjad bhai. I thought your frame needs to be a little adjusted because you have too much room on the head. So if you could actually decrease it a bit.
Is that better?
That's great. So if you could do a little introduction about yourself.
Okay. Name is Amjad Mahmood. I'm the CEO of
Rehability UK, which is a specialist healthcare provider in the UK, providing services to people with learning disability and autism. And also, we've already started investing in Pakistan in a digital online platform called Hello Doctor, and also online pharmacy called MedStore.
Thank you, Amjad. So we have a first pitch lined up. Asan, could you please adjust your frame, because I can hardly see you on the screen itself. So, because you're kind of like ducked down, can you please adjust your frame? Bit more.
Is it better?
It's better. So, are you ready?
Okay. I'm sitting on my yoga seat, actually.
Can you hear us properly?
Yes, absolutely. I can hear you.
Okay. So please go ahead, and I'll share the presentation, and then please.
Yeah. Can I share my screen? Can I share my screen?
I mean, if you would like to control it yourself, then that would be a better option. Yes, you can.
Yes, yes. So I'll share my screen. And you just have to confirm me if it's visible to you.
Yeah, once this comes in, I'll let you know. Otherwise,
is it appearing
from here? And then
is it appearing the screen? Can you see my screen?
No, we can't see it. So let's do it this way. So without wasting any time, I think I've already shown it. So you guys can go ahead.
Okay. Let me just.
I think
just a moment. I think now it will be visible. Now my screen is visible. It's visible now, I believe.
Yes. Now you're controlling it.
Is it?
Yes.
Perfect.
Please go ahead. Your time starts now.
Perfect. Great. Assalamu alaikum ji. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Perfect. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I am the founder and CEO of my Karachi-based startup iwant.pk. I am highly inspired by Crunchbase, Alibaba, and LinkedIn. And my objective is to, abhi ye baat bhi ho rahi thi just before this pitch started, that bringing people together and making that work is some of a big challenge I'm addressing. We want to build a premium, authentic, interactive and responsive database of companies operating across Pakistan. CPEC आ रहा है पाकिस्तान में, बहुत सारी इस वक्त जो हैं वो opportunities arise करेंगी over the next 2 decades. Right now, Pakistan की GDP wise जो है वो Pakistan is lying right at the bottom if we are talking about comparable economies such as Sri Lanka, Philippines, Egypt, Vietnam, Bangladesh. They're all above us. We are lying at $1,500 per capita. Sri Lanka is at $4,000. Indonesia is at $4,000. And if we need to do that, we need to, of course, do some thing that requires strategic and putting things together. We've got big names coming into the B2C sector. Kareem, Daraz, Rosie, OLX, Karachi Stomp, Food Panda, Park Wheels. We don't have a player which brings companies together on a single platform, which iwant.pk is resolving. This is my team. I'm the founder. I've got a financial consultant, Saad Mustaba. I've got my technology team, Yusuf Mohsin Nagaria. I've got my marketing manager, Adil, and my board of advisor. Actually, I like to call her Shera Alvi because she's not working full-time with the organization, but she's an advisor with us, looking after the HR. A bit about myself, I'll tell you, I have approximately 18 years of work experience. I started in 2004, I started Bait.com, which is Middle East's largest online recruitment company. I started their Pakistan operations. 2008, I started Damac Properties, which is the largest private developer of Dubai. I started their office in Pakistan. Then I took Barbecue Tonight to Oman, which is Pakistan's, again, largest F&B brand into Oman. We are operating that for the last 5 years now. And in 2018, I started this iwant.pk venture when I said, now this is the right time to start technology as my own venture in Pakistan. So it's been a couple of years since this startup, and we've built this. This is the iwant.pk's homepage, where we've built the all of Pakistan across all of categories. We're on board with us. Right now, we are offering a 50% discount. And what we give again that is we have our portal, web portal ready. Our mobile application is ready on Android. We promote them through SMS, email, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter. We promote through our platform. Every client that comes onto our platform, we promote them. Just to give you a few of the names that are already signed up with us, who have paid. They belong from different industries, from construction to food to media and marketing to professional services, textiles, travel and tourism. We've all got all of these companies signed up with us so far. What we are offering is not comparable to any other platform that is currently available in Pakistan. So we have all of these services which no other platform is right now providing, as what iwant.pk is doing. We have over 1,200 registrations already done onto our platform. However, only 1% is paid. So this is once we promote ourselves as a reliable database of companies, companies are going to start paying us as well. This is the problem that we need to convert into the opportunity. So we make an introductory video of businesses. Every business that subscribes to us, pays to us, we make a video of them so that we verify that that's the genuine business. We promote them as I had already earlier mentioned through different mediums. We have all our social media presence: Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube. Actually, Yellow Pages in South Africa, Yell in UK, Yelp in USA, Uran and Sulekha in India, Alibaba. These are the names, but none of them are really known names, I would say, and nobody is doing using technology as iwant.pk is doing. What we're looking for in terms of investment is right now a seed round of $250,000, against which we are offering 25% equity. We also are offering a buyback option in 5 years time period at 100% appreciation. We're looking at making $15 million revenue in the 5 years period from 2021 to 2025. The entire investment that we're looking at is $1 million. Right now, we're looking at $100,000. The cost is roughly going to be $10 million throughout this tenure. We're looking at making $5 million profit. The upside is we are looking at a valuation of $20 million in 5 years time period, and we can do a partial exit at $10 million. So that is what we're looking at. That's what our forecast is. How we're going to use our the investment, the seed round that we get, we're going to do the SEO, SEM events that are happening, especially B2B, where we will be promoting iwant.pk as a platform for companies to come on board. We need to assign agents across Pakistan to sign up companies. So we need sales agents across Pakistan. We need to upgrade our technology, although we have a very good technology right now as well, but we still need to upgrade it once we have more traffic coming onto our website. We need to, of course, spend on recruitment and trainings and hardware equipment, legals and office space. So this is where the seed investment is going to be utilized.
Ehsan, your voice is breaking up and we hardly can hear you. After a while, it breaks up.
Charges for businesses is $200 per year. Just to give you a comparison, Alibaba charges anywhere from $1,500 to $6,000 per year. And we are targeting by year 5, we are targeting to have at least 20,000 companies on board on iwant.pk who will be paying $200 per year. We don't charge any commissions on transmits onto our website or onto our mobile application, so you get what you are only looking for, that you come onto our platform. Later stages, but right now this is what we need to, companies subscribing a good. We need to do expand iwant.pk. We graphically maybe going out into the region. So my age is 42 years of age, and hence that inspired me to bring out. That's just inspiration that I derive from a lot of other people. We are registered with PSEB, Pasha, Karachi Chamber of Commerce. This is a Nest.io incubated startup back in 2019. I was also enrolled in Founder Institute, Karachi, in National Incubation Center opportunities as well. So very well connected with the business community. I belong to Karachi's one of the largest business communities, which is the Punjabi Saudagaran Delhi. So I have roots into the business community as well. And what I plan to do is make Crunchbase of Pakistan, and who knows, maybe Crunchbase eventually becomes our acquisition as well, who comes and acquires us for Pakistan market. So that is what I plan to do.
Ehsan, whatever you are saying, it just doesn't make much sense to us in the audience. So I don't know whether it's an internet connection on your end, or maybe you have to move slightly somewhere, because we hardly can make it what you're saying.
Please.
Maybe if you stop sharing your presentation, then you probably would have more bandwidth.
Hello.
Yeah. Can you stop sharing your your presentation? That way you will have more bandwidth.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you fine now. Please go ahead.
Hello. Khurram?
Yes, we can hear you now, but please stop sharing your presentation because it's taking all your bandwidth.
Okay. All right. All right.
Just press the stop share button, please. Yes, much better.
Yep. Yep.
So, guys,
perfect.
Go ahead, please, if you have any questions.
Ehsan भाई नाम बताया आपने?
Yes, Ehsan Jabbar.
जी एहसन भाई, आप मुझे ये बताइएगा कि अगर 2 साल हो गए आपको इस प्रोजेक्ट पे काम करते हुए, तो जो अभी तक जो बिजनेस मॉडल है आपका वो है मतलब कि सब्सक्रिप्शन बेस, जिसमें $200 पर ईयर आप पर कंपनी को चार्ज कर रहे हैं। तो अभी तक आप कह रहे हैं कि आपके पास 12 पेड सब्सक्राइबर्स हैं।
यस।
तो हाउ डू यू एक्सपेक्ट कि मतलब कि सडनली विद इन नेक्स्ट 2-3 इयर्स ये 1000 टाइम मल्टीप्लाई हो जाएगा, जैसे आप कह रहे हैं कि मतलब कि इसका जिस तरह रेवेन्यू बता रहे हैं आप, तो वो कैसे आप क्या एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं कि क्या ऐसी अपनी चेंजेस लाएंगे, या क्या आपका ऐसा टारगेटेड प्लान होगा या मार्केटिंग प्लान होगा, या व्हाट यू विल डू टू गेट मोर सब्सक्राइबर्स, पेड सब्सक्राइबर्स?
जी सर, आई विल गिव यू एन एग्जांपल। मैंने बेद.com को जब पाकिस्तान में स्टैब्लिश किया था, तो रिक्रूटमेंट के लिए चिकन एंड एग सिचुएशन होती है। इफ यू हैव eyeballs, if I can generate eyeballs, I can generate revenue from companies. मुझे eyeballs लाने की जरूरत है। तो मैं 2004 से लेके 2008 तक जब मैं बेद को पाकिस्तान में सेल करता था, तो I used to sell $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 के पैकेजेस मैं कंपनीज को सेल करता था, बिकॉज हमारे पास जॉब सीकर्स की ग्लोबल eyeballs थी। तो हम जब ये पैसे इन्वेस्ट करेंगे और जहां पे हम ये बोलेंगे कि if you are looking to buy anything from Pakistan, so either you are connecting companies within Pakistan or anyone who's looking to buy from Pakistan internationally as well. अगर हम उनको ये कहते हैं कि जी iwant.pk is the platform, so from that perspective, paying 30,000 rupees becomes a no-brainer for companies to come on board on a platform where they get a huge exposure. Just to give you an example, एक कंपनी अगर अपने आप को, आजकल डिजिटल मार्केटिंग कंपनी बहुत ज्यादा आई हुई हैं, वो 50,000 रुपीज चार्ज करती हैं एक कंपनी को जस्ट टू मैनेज देयर पेज फॉर अ मंथ। सो ट्रांसलेट दैट इनटू अ ईयर कम्स टू 600,000 रुपीज, और उसकी कोई माइलेज भी कोई बहुत ज्यादा एक्सट्रीम नहीं होती है। तो हम ये जो प्लेटफॉर्म बिल्ड कर रहे हैं, ये हम B2B एक्सक्लूसिव कर रहे हैं। जैसे मुझे जॉब चाहिए तो मैं लिंक्डइन के ऊपर जो है वो अपने आप को रजिस्टर करता हूं अगर मुझे नेटवर्किंग करनी है तो। बट कंपनीज को अगर पाकिस्तान में ट्रेड करना है दुनिया से, या आपस में भी अगर ट्रेड करना है, तो ऐसा कोई प्लेटफॉर्म स्पेशलाइज एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता है। एंड दैट मेक्स मी बिलीव दैट अगर हमने आईबॉल्स क्रिएट कर ली अच्छे तरीके से, अपने प्रोडक्ट की वैल्यू प्रपोजिशन क्रिएट कर ली, तो नो वंडर दैट वी विल बी एबल टू जनरेट दिस रेवेन्यू इंशाल्लाह।
आप इसमें कंपनीज की कैटलॉग्स भी इंट्रोड्यूस कराएंगे या सिर्फ कंपनीज का डेटाबेस होगा?
कंपनीज का डेडिकेटेड पेज दे रहे हैं हम। तो आई कुड शेयर माय स्क्रीन अगेन इफ यू वुड लाइक, बट iwant.pk पे आप जाएंगे, आप किसी भी कंपनी को क्लिक करेंगे ना, तो जैसे लिंक्डइन में मेरा प्रोफाइल है linkedin.com/Ehsan Jabbar, तो ड्रीम वर्ल्ड या बोनांजा का इसी तरीके से iWant के ऊपर पेज है iwant.pk/Dream World. Every company is going to have a dedicated page on our platform जिसपे उनका पूरा प्रोफाइल आ रहा होगा। तो आप समझें कि जो SMEs है ना, उनको तो इनिशियली अपना वेबसाइट बनाने की भी जरूरत नहीं होगी, बिकॉज उनको हम वो पूरा प्रोफाइल पेज iwant.pk के ऊपर बना के दे रहे होंगे। प्लस हम उनकी एक छोटी सी वीडियो भी बनाते हैं जिससे हम ये वेरीफाई कर लेते हैं कि ये जेन्युइन बिजनेस है। तो ये एक ऐसा मॉडल है, और फिर हम SMS मार्केटिंग और ईमेल मार्केटिंग जो चीजें कर रहे हैं ना, वो पूरा पैकेज एक ऐसा मॉडल है जो कि नो ब्रेनर बन जाता है फॉर कंपनीज। ये तो हम अभी $200 की बात कर रहे हैं, जब हम ब्रांड बन जाएंगे तो हम इस सब्सक्रिप्शन को इनहैंस भी कर सकते हैं बेस्ड ऑन व्हाट वैल्यू एडेड सर्विसेज वी कीप ऑन एडिंग।
अच्छा,
बिलीफ इतना है कि मैं इसको बायबैक ऑप्शन भी दे रहा हूं, तो यू कैन टेक 100% ऑफ योर इन्वेस्टमेंट along with 100% premium on that in 5 years time period. So this is how much I believe I have in this product.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Okay, so I have a comment and a question. So comment is that I think you are at the right space. I mean, I think there is a Pakistan probably. There are some more expansion in it that you probably haven't discussed, or there is a possibility that Pakistan needed. I mean, so this is the right direction. My question, and maybe I missed it. I mean, वो question ये है कि I didn't see your break-even point in this whole revenue model. Where is the in terms of the time frame?
Sir, वो था presentation में. We are breaking even around 18 months time period.
Okay.
Yeah, because by 18 months, we are confident of generating $1 million revenue.
Okay.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, well, out of that $250,000, how that investment will be invested in this project? Will this whole money be invested in developing this line of project? And is there going to be additional money which is going to be added, or that's going to be the total investment in this project?
Sir, this is the seed round, and we have divided our investment into 4 areas. Primarily, 60% is going to go towards the marketing and business development activities, and 40% is going to go towards the technology side, the admin side, building up, and of course, if there's any legal structure that needs to be put in place, trainings that needs to be done, तो 40% जो है वो budget उधर जा रहा होगा. और हमारा जो second round हमने raise करना है, which is we are targeting roughly 9 months from now, which is going to be $750,000, जो कि हम फिर next level पे चले जाएंगे, जहाँ पे हम अपने आप को internationally promote करेंगे. तो अभी आप समझें कि हम अभी अपने आप को पाकिस्तान वाइड पहले स्ट्रॉन्ग करेंगे first 9 months में, और next phase में जो है वो हम फिर अपने आप को international promote करेंगे, and at that time we will be looking at roughly $750,000. So I would like to take Pakistan iwant.pk into Expo 2021 now, which is happening next year, and उसको हम वहाँ पे promote करेंगे कि जी पाकिस्तान से अगर आपको कुछ भी चाहिए है तो you can come and connect with companies through iwant.pk, और companies को भी हम यहाँ पे build करेंगे कि जी 2021 में आपको हम represent करेंगे, because every company cannot go to 2021 Expo. So वो iwant.pk के platform के through हम aggregator बन के उनको जो है वो वहाँ पे promote करेंगे उन companies को.
So basically, So basically, you're saying you're going to raise 250,000 now and give 25% of equity. You'll raise another 750. You'll give another maybe 25% equity. Absolutely. Because it's going to be at a future point of time. You'll be holding about 50%, and most of the investments will be coming through these funding rounds. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Like, are you putting in your? Yeah. Okay. Got it.
सर, मैंने जो 2 साल का जो पूरा स्ट्रक्चर बिल्ड किया है वो मैंने बूटस्ट्रैप किया है और फैमिली से लोन लिया हुआ है. तो दैट इज व्हाट आई हैव डन. तो अभी तक जो मेरे 2 साल के ऑपरेशंस हैं, जिसमें इंक्लूडिंग द टेक्नोलॉजी बिल्डअप, द ऑफिस सेटअप, द SECP रजिस्ट्रेशंस, जो भी मैंने मार्केटिंग करी है अभी तक, वो सब मैंने जो है वो बूटस्ट्रैप अपने पैसों से किया है.
And then, since you're the market leader, you'll probably have the leading position in this, but eventually competition can creep in and then take some market.
I would say that I need to thank God that I've been blessed कि मैंने प्रोफेशनल कैरियर में ना Beth.com को जब उन्होंने मुझे हायर किया तो वो मिडल ईस्ट की नंबर 1 कंपनी थी और आज भी है रिक्रूटमेंट की. डमैक प्रॉपर्टीज ने जब मुझे हायर किया वो मिडल ईस्ट की लार्जेस्ट प्राइवेट डेवलपर है, आज भी है. जब मैं बारबेक्यू टुनाइट ओमान लेकर गया तो वो पाकिस्तान का सबसे बड़ा ब्रांड था. तो आई कॉन्शियसली एंड आई हैव बीन फॉर्चुनेट कि मैं जो काम करूंगा ना, आई वुड लाइक टू मेक इट एज द बेस्ट इन इट्स कैटेगरी. मैं किसी भी मी टू कर सकता था, किसी भी ब्रांड को फॉलो जाके कर सकता था स्पेस में, लेकिन मुझे काम वो करना था जहाँ पे मैं वो काम करूं जो और कोई इस स्पेस के अंदर पाकिस्तान के अंदर नहीं कर रहा है. And that makes me my belief strong कि इसको हम इंशाल्लाह पाकिस्तान को ग्लोबली जो रिप्रेजेंट करेगा ना, जैसे अली बाबा चाइना को करता है, वैसे इंशाल्लाह ताला हम इसको ग्लोबल बनाएंगे कि iwant.pk पाकिस्तान को रिप्रेजेंट करे इंटरनेशनली ट्रेड की दुनिया में.
One last thing, because you're going to go eventually global because you're really passionate about what you're doing. Make sure you get some generic global domain names, because PK may or may not work, as you'll still be marketing PK product, but you want some global names also. So make sure you get some domain. But
I completely agree. तो वो होगा ये कि जो strategic investor आ रहा होगा ना, तो हम फिर अपने I'm not saying कि मुझे सब कुछ आता है. तो the investor who is going to come in, वो broaden मेरे horizon को करेंगे और वो बोलेंगे अच्छा ऐसे इसको हम इस तरीके से scale करते हैं. And that's why I would like to have a VC come in and scale us, कि वो हमें बताएंगे कि जी कैसे उबर को जो है वो करीम बाय करता है, तो कैसे क्रंच बेस को iwant.pk जो है वो क्रंच बेस जो है वो एक्वायर करेगा और हमें एक्सपेंशन में मदद देगा. तो दिस कुड बी द पॉसिबिलिटीज दैट आई एम लुकिंग एट फ्यूचर पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Anybody has any more questions? So here we go. I don't know whether they have made any decisions or not, but here's the deal. I don't know whether it's going to be happening like a startup that we shake hand then and there. But Harun Bhai was just about to say something. Go ahead, please.
No, I just said that I think it's a very interesting proposition here. I see some, value in it, and especially the space is open, and I agree that there will be some competition coming. But I think being a pioneer in it, and also I see some possibility of introducing some other services under the same outlet.
Yes, that's part of your future plans, having more verticals come up. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sure you are aware of it, that there are some other opportunities there within this framework.
Absolutely.
I will be partially interested. I have some reservations, but I will probably contact you separately.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thanks, Hassan. I've seen Hassan repeatedly on multiple occasions, like pitching at different places, even at our platform as well, many times. But thank you. Thanks for coming on. And these are the companies basically we have to scale. This is our KPI anyway at the Jumpstart. So inshallah, one way or another, we'll get you what you want and you get us what we want, is to scale it to China, inshallah.
I am sure I should be able to contribute to your vision, and it hopefully becomes a mutual collaboration. Great.
Inshallah.
Thank you so much for the time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Hassan.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so next one we have is, what do we have? We have Axiom World Private Limited. And Axiom is represented by Ali. So, Ali, do you want me to take care of the presentation side, or you want to do it?
I think I'll share my screen.
What is it?
I'll share my screen.
Okay, sure. Go ahead, please. You want to stay in control. I like it.
Sorry, what?
I said you want to stay in control. I like it.
Thank you. Okay, so assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Ali Khalid. So can you look at the screen?
Yes, we do.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Okay, so I am Ali Khalid, the founder, co-founder of Axiom World. I'll take you through a brief introduction about the company, and then we'll move on from there. Okay, so the company was founded in 2014, and currently we have offices in Pakistan, Ireland, US, and Australia. Pakistan mein hamara main working office hai, and we have marketing offices in Ireland, US, and Australia. And in terms of team, we have around 30 qualified accountants and 20 software engineers. अच्छा, मैं थोड़ा सा background बता दूं. We basically now are 5 partners. 4 of them are on the screen right now. हम लोग 4 of us are chartered accountants और एक technology partner है सुफियान मौलवी साहब जो हैं दरमियान में. And we are all from PwC and we are all from ERP background. तो हम लोग ERP कर रहे हैं, implementations mainly Oracle, EBS, Fusion, NetSuite, सब हमने start लिया. And then we built our own ERP और हमने वहाँ से moved किया. And we have been in this accounting and ERP business since 2014, and before that with PwC. So everyone would have around at least 10 to 15 years experience in that field. In the company, what we currently are doing, हम Oracle की implementation कर रहे हैं. We have got clients in Middle East, we have got clients in Australia, we have got clients in Pakistan. उसके अलावा हम कस्टम डेवलपमेंट करते हैं स्पेशलाइज्ड बिजनेस सॉफ्टवेयर्स की. सो जैज फॉर एग्जांपल इज अ क्लाइंट. PITB के साथ हमने काम किया. इसी तरह अनहार के साथ हमने काम किया. सम ऑफ द बिग नेम. अब क्योंकि हम अकाउंटेंट्स थे तो अकाउंटिंग एंड बुक कीपिंग तो करनी थी, तो हमने फ्रीलांसिंग के ऊपर स्टार्ट किया अकाउंटिंग में. और उसके बाद अकाउंटिंग एंड बुक कीपिंग की एक साइट स्टार्ट की विच इज़ वेरी गोइंग वेरी मतलब अच्छी जा रही है. अच्छा, इसके बाद हमने सॉरी, कैन यू प्लीज गिव मी 1 मिनट रिदा. अच्छा, sorry. Okay, so the problems of being at home and lockdown. Anyways, अच्छा, so अब हमने realize ही किया था at that point कि there is a very big gap between what is being offered in Pakistan for large scale companies और उसके नीचे क्या है. तो नीचे हमें नजर आया कि there are simple accounting IT companies जिन्होंने कुछ ना कुछ Oracle के ऊपर बना लिया या किसी डेवलपर ने कुछ बना लिया. And there are no standardized products with proper consultancy in Pakistan. तो हमने काम स्टार्ट किया ओपन ERP पे अपने इस कस्टम सॉल्यूशन बनाने का और लोगों को ऑफर करने का. वो एक साइट स्टार्ट हो गई. एंड देन द लेटेस्ट वन दैट वी डिड वाज, क्योंकि हम अकाउंटेंट्स थे और ERP बैकग्राउंड भी था, तो हमने IFRS की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन स्टार्ट कर दी इन कंसल्टिंग एंड इम्प्लीमेंटेशन स्पेसिफिकली इन मिडल ईस्ट. सो दीज आर द सर्विसेज दैट वी आर करंटली प्रोवाइडिंग. और अगर मैं अपने ERP की बात करूं तो अपने ERP में these are a few areas जो हमने ERP इंडस्ट्री स्पेसिफिक ERPs बनाए और इम्प्लीमेंट किए. तो अगर मैं रियल एस्टेट की बात करूं तो Zameen.com is using our real estate software. कंस्ट्रक्शन की बात करूं तो Maxons, the biggest, I think probably the only listed company in Pakistan, construction company, they're using our software. अगर मैं मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में बात करूं तो लेदर कनेक्शंस, परमियर लेदर, one of the biggest tanneries and the biggest belt exporters of Pakistan, they're using our manufacturing side. Project management में we've got multiple clients. Trading companies में Opus Technologies, a Swedish company with offices in 26 countries. पाकिस्तान में वो गवर्नमेंट के साथ मिलके पूरे पाकिस्तान में vehicle inspections काम कर रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट के साथ. और तो they are a client. So these are a few clients. अगर हमें retail में बात करूँ तो Anhar is our client. Textile में Sapphire is our client. Medical devices, the second biggest exporter of Pakistan. Surgical instruments in Pakistan, they are our clients. So these are the few clients that we have. Schools में we have got Pakistan School Jeddah on board. We have got Message Grammar School. We'll soon be landing Pakistan School Riyadh on board. तो हमारा point ये है कि we create end-to-end integrated solution जो which is cost effective, cloud based, and specific to their needs and very easy to use, ताकि हम उन सारी इंडस्ट्रीज को cater कर सकें. So this is what we have done. Accounting में we have got 450 plus clients right now in the world. Fiverr पे start किया था. We have got 290 plus 5-star reviews. And the good thing is we have got 0 negative review till now on any freelancing platform. Plus we are QuickBooks Elite partner also. अच्छा, इस सब के बाद जो हमने एक नया गैप आइडेंटिफाई किया which is जिसका हमने नाम रखा क्वेक्सर, वो ये है कि अगर मैं बात करूं स्पेसिफिकली पाकिस्तान की और उसके बाद अराउंड द वर्ल्ड, तो इन पाकिस्तान देयर इज नो सॉल्यूशन व्हिच एक्चुअली इज which caters to the requirements of small size businesses, which caters to the requirements of we've got a lot of freelancers, we've got a lot of software companies yahan pe, a lot of businesses, they do not have any software right now to manage their business on. ठीक है, QuickBook is there, Zero is there, but अगर आप उसको actual environment के साथ मैप करें तो वो बहुत ज़्यादा लैग करता है, तो वो नहीं चल सकता. तो इसलिए फिर eventually you go back to Excel. इसी तरह मैं अगर बात करूं तो अच्छा, अभी खैर मैं डिटेल में आता हूं. तो दिस इज वेयर वी केम अप विद द आइडिया ऑफ क्वेक्सर, जिसके ऊपर हमने काम शुरू किया. अब जो प्रॉब्लम जैसे मैंने एक बताया कि देयर इज नो सॉल्यूशन इन पाकिस्तान. अब मैं इससे एक स्टेप आगे आया कि व्हेन वी स्टार्ट थिंकिंग अबाउट इट कि अब करना क्या है, तो obviously we are elite partners of QuickBook, we are elite partners of Zero. उसके अलावा we have done work with, I mean, probably any big brand name in this category. Sage हो गया, FreshBooks हो गया, Quicken हो गया, any Odoo हो गया. तो अब एक और जो problem है, there is no current hybrid solution for accounting. You get a software, you do not get a bookkeeper for that. So हम एक hybrid solution की तरफ अभी हमने किया कि we plan to build it in a way कि जहाँ पे एक hybrid solution हो, software भी आपके पास है, accountant आपके पास है, okay, you need accounting services, हमारे पास पूरा एक accounting division भी है. And since we have built the software, we know how to best utilize it and how to give you the information in the best possible way. Second चीज ये हमने देखी कि there is 100% reliance on manual accounting right now. कुछ thinking वगैरह कर दी लोगों ने, but in terms of proper accounting अभी कुछ दुनिया में, पूरी दुनिया में exist नहीं करता. And we think with our background of IT and accounting, we can very easily, using machine learning and AI, we can very easily, tailor that into the system. We know how accounting is done. We have been doing it for like 10 years now at least. We know how system works, so we can very easily combine them. The third thing that we thought was that what is lacking in an accounting system. There are a lot of businesses there. आपके पास thousands of businesses होते हैं जो कि और businesses से भी interact कर रहे होते हैं, आपस में भी interact कर रहे होते हैं, चीजें भी बेच रहे होते हैं, but there is no integration between them. So this was the idea to integrate them in a way कि जहाँ पे वो अपनी financial transactions को भी match कर सके. आप अगर you talk about any retail or any wholesale market in Pakistan, पर्चियाँ चल रही होती हैं. It's the same in UAE. It's the same in Oman. We can very easily, abolish those पर्चियाँ and bring them into a system with an integrated platform जहाँ पे आपकी दोनों parties आपस में interact करके financial चीजों को जोड़ रही होती हैं. Plus, since you're already on it, you're already selling a product, why don't you market it on that system as well? I am myself an owner of a startup, so why let's say stationery लेनी है, why cannot I simply search on it and order it directly from there? तो rather than मैं 4 और platforms के साथ जाऊँ. तो this is the problem that we thought. और इस problem की सारी solution हमने Quexer में की कि we'll build an AI-based, blockchain-based integrated accounting software with hybrid bookkeeping services ताकि आपकी accounting भी आ जाए उसके अंदर, आपके business operations भी उसके अंदर आ सकें और आपकी जो interaction between businesses है ना वो easy हो सके. तो एक और जो चीज उसमें फिर हमने सोची, अब दिस इज द डैशबोर्ड ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट जो हमने बनाया. अब सिंस हम अकाउंटिंग के लोग हैं, हम शुरू से कर रहे थे, ईज ऑफ यूज का बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम था. ईज ऑफ यूज के लिए हमने कोशिश, जैसे मैंने एक स्क्रीनशॉट शेयर किया है कि हम अपने रिमाइंडर्स, हम एक सिस्टम को सिर्फ अकाउंटिंग के लिए नहीं लेके आएंगे, हम उसके अंदर हमारे रिमाइंडर्स भी आ रहे हैं, हमारी बिटवीन कंपनी चैट्स भी आ रही हैं, हमारी टास्क मैनेजमेंट भी आ रही है, हमारे अब मैंने कोई भी काम करना है तो easiest possible वे में, क्योंकि एक स्मॉल साइज बिजनेस का ओनर जो है वो एक प्रोफेशनल अकाउंटेंट अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकता. तो उसको इजी चीज नजर आए, इजी टू यूज नजर आए और वो बड़े आराम से कर सकते हैं, फोन के ऊपर कर सके. वो उसकी अगर इवन उसने आउटसाइड अकाउंटेंट्स बुककीपर्स हायर किए हुए हैं तो वो बड़े आराम से उनको एक्सेस देके उनसे काम करा के खुद अप्रूव कर सके. तो उस केस में हमने ease of use पे बहुत फोकस किया. This is for example a new invoice form which as you can see is very easy to use and very convenient, और जो बंदा पहली दफा भी देखेगा without any background of accounting he can use it. तो startups को help करने के लिए और grow करने के लिए, और उसको पूरा अगर आप टॉप पे देखें, टॉप राइट कॉर्नर पे you will see reminders, chat. तो to link up the company, it's not just an accounting software. We can link up the company for communication and all that ताकि एक प्लेटफॉर्म की बात की जाए. अच्छा, इसके अंदर अब मैं यहाँ पे आना चाहूँगा पहले, उसके बाद I'll go back to the previous slide. Target audience. We have a lot of freelancing companies जिनको इस वक्त मैं जितनों को भी मिल रहा हूँ, there's a problem for accounting. Anywhere. Sorry.
Last 5 minutes.
Okay. I'll तो फ्रीलांसिंग कंपनीज हैं, बुक कीपिंग कंपनीज हैं. बुक कीपिंग कंपनीज बहुत ज्यादा पाकिस्तान में आ रही हैं, उनके पास हर एक नीचे बंदे रखे हुए हैं, मल्टीपल क्लाइंट्स हैं. आप उनको नहीं एक प्लेटफॉर्म कोई अवेलेबल नहीं है जहाँ पे वो अपने सारे क्लाइंट्स को आके उनकी बुक कीपिंग कर सकें. देन देयर इज एडवर्टाइजिंग एजेंसीज, ट्रेडिंग कंपनीज. दिस इज द मॉडल दैट वी थॉट कि हम मल्टीपल फीचर्स के साथ इस तरह का पाकिस्तान से स्टार्ट करेंगे एंड देन वी विल मूव ऑन टू द रेस्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. Marketing strategy में the first is affiliate partners. Since I am a chartered accountant, मेरे पास बहुत ज़्यादा access है to for chartered accountant firms जो bookkeeping companies में bookkeeping कर रहे हैं. Then we have got freelancers. फिर उसके बाद obviously digital marketing, collaboration with lawyers, accountants, tax consultants, chambers. उनके through marketing का हमने सोचा हुआ है. अच्छा, competition की मैं अगर बात करूँ तो जैसे मैंने कहा कि with after a lot of search there indirect competition है, QuickBooks, FreshBook, Wave, Zero वगैरह हैं. But अगर मैं इसको इकट्ठा बात करूँ तो there is no competition right now for all of this combined. अच्छा, अब मैं बात करता हूँ projections की कि for this particular software the projections हमने देखी हैं. So these are the number of subscribers that we think we'll get in the next 5 years. We have collaborated this information with other softwares जो similar nature के है. For example, Zero की मैं बात कर लूँ जिन्होंने start किया, FreshBooks की बात करूँ तो these are the numbers that can be very easily achieved. These are थोड़ा सा lower side के ऊपर हमने रखा है. ज़्यादा projections को ऊपर नहीं है कि these are numbers that can be very easily achieved in the next 5 years. Financial projections की अगर मैं बात करूँ तो first year obviously we are in the middle of the product, almost half of it is built. आगे हम SaaS base के ऊपर building कर रहे हैं. और पहले साल में we expect के तकरीबन $70,000 to $80,000 product development के ऊपर हमारा अभी और लगना है. फिर उसके ऊपर आपको revenues, expenses और profit percentage की figures नजर आ रही हैं for all the 5 years projection. These are the amount in thousands in USD. And we plan to start it with Pakistan and then move it on to other countries. क्योंकि ये हमें, for example, Africa is a very big market right now and it's a virgin market. Middle East में भी बहुत ज़्यादा scope है क्योंकि there is no one specifically catering these businesses in Middle East. So, अच्छा, in terms of financing, this is the financing requirement that we currently are looking for. $250,000 जिसमें हम we will be offering 15% of the equity. And ये जो पैसे हैं ये जा रहे होंगे product development, R&D और specifically marketing में. We do have a few resources right now available. हम तकरीबन $70,000 लगा चुके हैं. But अब the problem is कि obviously as you know कि इस product को चलने के लिए marketing में बहुत huge investment करनी पड़ेगी, जिसके बाद हम इसको इस level पे लाएंगे क्योंकि first 10,000 customers are the key that we need to have as soon as possible, and then obviously it will go on from there. So I'll try to wrap it up as soon as possible. This is from my side. Question now, please.
I can start with my questions if that's okay.
Okay, sure, please.
Yeah. So phenomenal concept, phenomenal idea. I'm personally very interested, but investment is a little bit more high for my appetite. But I can help advise too because I've been in that sphere for a long time. Being a CFO for public schools, very large public schools in USA, in the past, I always had the problem with my accounting integrating with my operations, and they have software out there, but they are not user friendly. And there are times when recently I was a consultant with like a small school district where I didn't have that much office support, but the dashboard and integration is so complicated that it's impossible to operate without having 2 or 3 years of experience. So if you can create a user-friendly interface, that would be phenomenal. And you have a track record, so I love this idea. You're already doing so much, and I think this thing is going to fly. And you're touching all the important key points, picking it locally and then globally and having the contact. So I love it and wish you all the best.
Thank you. The concept was obviously since we have a prior experience of around 15 years at least in this market. So we know the problems. We have been implementing ERP. We have been doing bookkeeping for small businesses, from small to large. I mean, I've personally done the implementation of Allied Bank, Sapphire Group. My partner Kashif, who's also in the call right now, he was the director in PwC और उन्होंने भी सारी बड़ी implementations की, DG Cement की बात कर लूँ, आप MCB की बात कर लें, निशाद ग्रुप की बात कर लें, हम implementation कर सकें और हम बिल्कुल basic level पे $50 per month clients पे भी काम किया. So we know the problems और उन्हीं को solve करने की कोशिश की. इसीलिए जो मैंने dashboard की screen दिखाई थी, objective was कि minimum चीजों के साथ maximum output और minimum clicks के साथ maximum output लिया जा सके.
Can I say something?
Sure.
On this? So we've actually just outsourced 90% of our finance division to a company in Pakistan.
Yeah.
And in turn, we've probably saved ourselves about £350,000 a year. Significant savings to be made from there. But are you asking for investment in the software platform or your ongoing business as well?
Yeah, it's for both. It's for both. Basically, it's obviously for the start of the product where we will actually, the building of the product and the initial marketing side. And once it starts running, तो आपको पता है कि वो तो फिर we try to add up. हमने सोचा हुआ कि there is a certain percentage हम revenue के साथ attach कर देंगे, which will go only for R&D, and there is a certain percentage which will go only for the marketing side. तो जब ये वो point आ जाएगा तो obviously
मेरा मतलब यह है कि जो आप अभी business कर रहे हैं, the one that you're already doing bookkeeping, and you have, I think you said 400 plus clients.
Yeah.
Does that fall within the investment criteria that you are pitching to us, or is that a separate business and you are asking for investment in the software platform?
No,
I just answered that. Basically, जो हम software platform बना रहे हैं, at this point of time we are looking for investment उस platform के लिए हम कर रहे हैं सारी की सारी. तो ऑफ कोर्स जो हमारे 400 कस्टमर इस वक्त बुक कीपिंग के हैं जिनको हम सर्विसेज दे रहे हैं, वो कोई ना कोई एप्लीकेशन यूज कर रहे हैं. उन सब को हमारा है कि 400 तो हमने वो सारे के सारे शिफ्ट करने हैं इन आवर प्लेटफॉर्म. सो देयर इज अ वन मिनिमम कॉस्ट जो हम उनसे लेंगे फॉर आवर सॉफ्टवेयर सर्विसेज, और बाकी जो कॉस्ट होगी वी विल रिकवरिंग फॉर आवर बुक कीपिंग सर्विसेज. तो इन्वेस्टमेंट की अगर पार्टिकुलरली आपके क्वेश्चन की बात करें तो जो सॉफ्टवेयर प्रोडक्ट है, जो सॉफ्टवेयर प्लेटफॉर्म है, हम उसकी बात कर रहे हैं इस वक्त, नॉट फॉर सर्विसेज.
So what is the management team going to concentrate on, the software platform or the bookkeeping?
That is software platform.
Yeah, and since we are 5 partners, we already divided together.
What if your bookkeeping platform and business suffers from that then? I'm asking this. I'm asking this for a specific reason, because your valuation on this product is very, very high. In my opinion, way too high for where it is right now. But if it came part of your current business, then there's some kind of sense in it. But when you got 4 people at management level, you're already running a business that's making profit. Yet you're asking us for $250,000 into your secondary idea. What happens to the primary work that you're doing then? There's a
actually अगर आप मैं slide I'll try and share it again. जिसमें मैं बताया था कि it's a hybrid solution. We will integrate the software and the services together. And we already are, since we have 5 partners, one of them is only concentrating on the bookkeeping side. He'll keep on concentrating on that side.
So as investors, we will have nothing to do with the bookkeeping side.
No, we will merge those, and this will be a platform where we'll give the software and the bookkeeping side combined. It would be a hybrid solution. So some of the clients would only get the software services, and some of the clients would get both services. So that if someone gets both services, that will obviously come into the domain of this particular side of the business.
So the 15% shareholding is on the combined revenue of both businesses.
Yeah.
Are you 100% on that? Because your colleague said very different to that.
No, I think he said the same. Kashif?
Okay. Agree with Ali.
Okay, I'll leave you guys to consider that. Come back to us.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, any other questions?
I can see where it makes sense. We've just recently done it, so it makes, we've seen the savings, but unfortunately I wouldn't be interested because I think there's a significant conflict of interest between the 2 divisions.
One thing I'm really confused about is we have on the panel one professional accountant and the career accountant, and he hasn't come to ask a single question about this. I thought like you would be jumping on it. Your mic is mute. Go ahead.
You are solving one of the problems. I see the problem is that your main customer are the accountants and lawyers and
and business counselors and coaches. But I doubt it if the country like Pakistan, where the owner of the businesses are basically completely disconnected with the bookkeeping part. The bookkeeping might be done by a munshi, but the accounting is done by a professional on a very minimum basis. So you are targeting a market, but it's very narrowly defined market, in my opinion. So your break-even point is quite possibly maybe in distance from now. If your target was the mom and pop business or solving their problem, we have over 14 million of them. So I would say that maybe this is a product that will definitely kind of run. Even though it's a right space, I see the product is not directly targeting the potential where the huge potential is. So there is a learning curve involved here, and there is a acceptability problem. So you probably can solve the problem of maybe 200,000 businesses in Pakistan, or maybe 300,000 businesses in Pakistan. But I think that the product need a little more enlargement from my accounting background that I have. I see that what you're trying to fix the problem, but your market is probably attracting mostly professionals, those who probably want to do some quick fix, through the software. But again, this is my opinion. I've been not in Pakistan right now. I've been out of Pakistan for the last 28 years. But I work for the Habib Bank. I work for some accounting firm. Then I work here in the United States for the accounting firms too. I know your hybrid model, moving from the QuickBook concept to a customized, localized concept in Pakistan. I think you are on the same direction is right. Product is probably not there yet.
Yes, thank you for your valuable input. You have any question that you want to ask? We will explain any question.
No, I think because reason was that I was not totally, kind of in it. So that's one of the reason I didn't have any kind of revenue model question or anything. But the product definitely needed. It's just the market is so narrow that I think that was not my interest in it.
Okay, fine, good.
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
वालेकुम अस्सलाम।
अच्छा, मुझे कुछ कंफ्यूजन है क्योंकि आपने काफी सारे सॉफ्टवेयर की बात की है, आपने स्कूल मैनेजमेंट सॉफ्टवेयर की बात की है, आपने मैनेजमेंट सॉफ्टवेयर की बात की है, और फिर उसके बाद आपने ये एक नया जो प्रोडक्ट है जो आप बिल्ड करना चाह रहे हैं, तो ये इसका काम कर रहे हैं, साथ आप अकाउंटिंग सर्विसेज भी दे रहे हैं, बुककीपिंग सर्विसेज भी दे रहे हैं। तो ये बिजनेस मॉडल बेसिकली आप थोड़ा सा मुझे क्लियर करेंगे कि कौन सा ये हर एक प्रोजेक्ट स्कूल मैनेजमेंट सॉफ्टवेयर इज ए कंप्लीट बिजनेस। अगर आप सिर्फ उसी पे कंसंट्रेट करें तो आपके पास देयर आर हंड्रेड्स ऑफ थाउजेंड्स ऑफ स्कूल्स इन पाकिस्तान, तो सबको तो एक सॉफ्टवेयर तो डेफिनेटली हर किसी को चाहिए। अगर आप इसी तरह प्रॉपर्टी मैनेजमेंट का सॉफ्टवेयर करें तो आप अंदाजा लगाएं कि कितने प्रॉपर्टी कंपनीज हैं, प्रॉपर्टी मैनेजमेंट कंपनीज हैं, रियल एस्टेट की कंपनी सबको सॉफ्टवेयर चाहिए। तो मतलब कि बजाय इतनी ज्यादा चीजों पे आप डिफरेंट एरियाज पे फोकस करने के, अगर आप किसी भी एक एरिया को फोकस करें और उसकी प्रोडक्ट की डेवलपमेंट को ज्यादा यूजर फ्रेंडली और ज्यादा उसकी डेप्थ में जाके उसकी जो ऐसी स्पेशलिटी चीजें बनाने जो कि मार्केट में अवेलेबल ना हो, वो ज्यादा नहीं होगा। एन आइडिया ये
मैं आपका क्वेश्चन समझ सकता हूँ कि आप जो कहना चाह रहे हैं। We are growing company. Last 6 years we have a tremendous growth. तो हम डिफरेंट एरिया को विद डिफरेंट प्रोडक्ट और डिफरेंट टीम्स के साथ हम फोकस कर रहे हैं, ठीक है। तो हम स्कूल मैनेजमेंट को एक डिफरेंट टीम और डिफरेंट प्रोडक्ट के साथ कर रहे हैं, और इसी तरह प्रॉपर्टी कंस्ट्रक्शन मैनेजमेंट को कर रहे हैं। तो हमारा ये आइडिया था कि हम अब एक नई प्रोडक्ट ले आए जो कि जिस तरह वो हमारे फ्रेंड मुझे नाम नहीं नजर नहीं आ रहा था, तो वो भी बता रहे थे कि नैरो प्रोडक्ट, so we have to focus with the narrow tunnel mindset that this niche problem will be resolved by this particular product. तो हम जो आपके लिए अभी ऑफर के लिए लेके आ रहे हैं, जिसके लिए वी आर लुकिंग फॉर फंडिंग, तो वो एक डिफरेंट प्रोडक्ट है जिसपे हमने अपनी लेदर टीम डेवलप की है और वो हम इन्वेस्टमेंट अपनी कर रहे हैं उस पे। तो वी नो कि इस पार्टिकुलर प्रोडक्ट को पाकिस्तान में और वर्ल्ड वाइड करने के लिए हमें ज्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट और मार्केटिंग की जरूरत है, ठीक है। विद इन पाकिस्तान करना होता तो मे बी वी विल डू आवर ओन, बट ऑफ कोर्स अगर अपना हॉरिजन बड़ा करना है तो दैट्स व्हाई वी आर लुकिंग फॉर इन्वेस्टमेंट फॉर दिस पार्टिकुलर प्रोडक्ट।
इस प्रोडक्ट पे भी मेरा ख्याल है कि जैसे गवर्नमेंट एम्फेसाइज कर रही है तमाम बिजनेसेस को रजिस्टर करना, और तमाम बिजनेसेस अपने सेल्स टैक्स रिटर्न्स जमा कराएंगे, इनकम टैक्स रिटर्न्स जमा कराएंगे। इंडिविजुअली जो लोग हैं जो कि सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट बेस पे काम कर रहे हैं, उन्होंने भी अपनी रिटर्न्स जमा करानी है, ये सारा कुछ करना है। तो अगर आप इसको कुछ इस तरह का सॉफ्टवेयर बनाएं कि जिसमें बहुत इजी, जैसे यहाँ पे यूरोप में एप्स हैं ऐसी जिससे आप अपना बिजनेस अकाउंट लिंक कर दें, प्लस आपके पास जो भी आपके पास बिल आता है, जो भी चीज आती है, उसको आप जस्ट पिक्चर करके ऐप में डाल दें तो वो उसको मशीन रीडेबल करके उसकी अकाउंटिंग कर देती है। तो फिर आपको जनरेट उसके जो टैक्सेस हैं जनरेट करके तो वो वहीं से ऑनलाइन सबमिट हो जाते हैं। तो वो एक उनकी जो कंप्लायंस की रिक्वायरमेंट है तमाम बिजनेसेस की, वो भी पूरी हो जाती है, प्लस उनका अकाउंटिंग का और उनकी प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस की क्या है वो सही। मेरा ख्याल है कि जिस तरह से आप फोकस करें, जो कि और हर कंट्री को फिर आपने सेपरेटली करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि हर कंट्रीज के अपने लॉज हैं, अपने टैक्सेस हैं, अपनी चीजें हैं, तो वो अपनी कंप्लायंस रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं। तो मेरा ख्याल है कि ये बहुत बड़ी मार्केट है। इंटरनेशनली तो आप हॉरिजन तो जितना बड़ा करें कर सकते हैं, लेकिन पाकिस्तान में अगर इतने ज्यादा अनरजिस्टर्ड बिजनेसेस हैं जिन्होंने नेक्स्ट मतलब कि ईयर में रजिस्टर्ड होना है, या जो ऑलरेडी रजिस्टर्ड है उनको अकाउंटिंग की और कंप्लायंस की रिक्वायरमेंट है, उस सबको ऑटोमेटाइज्ड कर दिया जाएगा, तो ये इसकी जो काफी बड़ी डिमांड हो सकती है।
Yes, you are right. Basically, at this point of time, मैं पाकिस्तान में नहीं हूँ, आई एम आल्सो इन आयरलैंड, ठीक है। तो आयरलैंड में हमने कंपनी रजिस्टर की है। बिहाइंड द सीन ऑब्जेक्टिव यही है कि हम इस प्रोडक्ट को करें इतना अजाइल और यूजर फ्रेंडली करें कि जिस तरह आपने देखा होगा ऐप होती है, यू जस्ट स्कैन योर डॉक्यूमेंट, वो सारा प्रोसेस कर देगा। तो द सेम कंसेप्ट, आप जस्ट डॉक्यूमेंट को स्कैन करेंगे, अकाउंटिंग विल बी ऑटोमेटेड और आपकी टैक्स रिटर्न विल बी ऑटोमेटेड। और अभी हम पाकिस्तान एफबीआर के साथ कर रहे हैं पाकिस्तान में कि हमारे सिस्टम में जो भी आएगी ऑटोमेटिकली आपकी टैक्स रिटर्न हो जाएगी जमा। आफ्टर दैट वी सिलेक्टेड द कंट्री, फॉर एग्जांपल नेक्स्ट इज इन आवर टारगेट यूके एंड आयरलैंड, और उसके बाद वी विल एक्सपैंड द सेम कंसेप्ट। सो वी हैव अ बिग प्लान, that's why we are looking for the investment, not for to meet our day-to-day expenses।
और एक चीज जो
Okay, guys, we are out of time. Just one final comment. Ali, go ahead, final comment, and then I mean we already have spent more time. I think.
Okay, sure. Just one thing more. जो हमने marketing की बात की थी ना, we actually plan to actually market it to individual businesses, but you know पाकिस्तान में in fact anywhere in the world आपको referrals चाहिए होते हैं। So हमारा बहुत ज़्यादा easy access है for accountants, for quick big bookkeeping companies, CA firms। तो हम पहले फेज में उनको टारगेट इसलिए करना चाह रहे हैं कि विद मिनिमम मार्केटिंग कॉस्ट विल गेट अराउंड, एक के पास जाएंगे तो उसके आगे 100 क्लाइंट्स होंगे, तो विल गेट अराउंड 1000-2000 कस्टमर्स राइट अवे। इसके बाद विल बी इन अ पोजीशन टू एक्चुअली मार्केट इट टू द जनरल पब्लिक। दिस इज द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ द मार्केटिंग कि हम रेफरल्स की साइड से इसलिए शुरू करना चाह रहे हैं।
Okay, thanks, Ali. It was an amazing pitch, amazing product, and we can see the numbers is adding up, and I think we wish you best of luck. But this is something which needs to be looked into detail. Like obviously, behind the stage, it's going to be happening. There's not going to be much handshake can be done, but I think I can clearly see that there's traction, and that's the main thing. I mean, the investor look at the traction because there's a track record and based on which we can actually move forward. So Harun bhai has got like vast amount of experience in terms of actually, doing the accounting side of it. But there are like many other people who are watching, who are on our panel. So inshallah, we'll look into it. So thank you very much for your pitch.
Thank you.
Thanks everybody.
So the next one we have is very unique. I would consider it startup, but they consider themselves as SME, have come a long way. And basically the whole objective is to simply scale their company. So first of all, let me actually take them on board in terms of what do they think of the actual overall, how can they actually proceed. I don't know where the noise is coming from. This is what I'm trying to establish, that where the noise is, because I don't know, this is like really strange. Now it's gone. Okay, so go ahead, Umar.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to do the presentation yourself, or you want me to do that?
Yeah, I think I'm actually talking from my smartphone, so I don't know. I have sent the pitch deck.
So let me control it from my end. So you guys get ready, because it's going to be like really, shaky kind of journey. Because I've heard Kamar before. He's a very passionate and very, matlab, lagane wala banda hai, so let's see how it goes. I'm sure you guys will love it. Kamar, you can start speaking and then I'll bring the presentation.
Okay. I am Kamar Abbas. I am CEO and founder at LalaPack. LalaPack Private Limited. It is a private limited company, and we are corporate members of Islamabad Chamber of Commerce and Industry. So we are actually a startup because lalapack.com is an e-commerce of packaging. But behind just only e-commerce, we are manufacturers as well. We have a proper property, plant and equipment, and I mean, we handle labors, and all the things are manufactured by us and we sell them. So this is the concept. Now I think I would represent my startup or my SME through slides. I am not very good at slides actually, but this time I created them because our products are very diverse. The segments that we are working in are somehow diverse. So the presentation in front of you is LalaPack. LalaPack is a packaging company basically. We make corrugated boxes for industries as a B2B. Farhan, we make corrugated boxes for industries as a B2B. Like we are working mainly with edible oil industries. Like we make boxes for family cooking oil and ghee. We make packaging for GSE who have Fatma and Share cooking oil. So these are our B2B clients in big box. I mean, the packaging, the left side is about our packaging products. So the first product is big box. Under big box, we make boxes, corrugated boxes and paper boxes. So we are not only a B2B company in boxes as well, because we make boxes not only for manufacturers as a B2B, but we have a unique vision, and we tried it in the last Badi Eid. And we introduced Qurbani boxes because there was a ban getting implementation on plastic bags. And we introduced the meat boxes. They were separate for mutton and separate for beef. So we sold it out through our e-commerce, and the response was amazing. Now, let's move on to the other page, and I will discuss things. I have briefly discussed things. Now, the next is opportunity. We are industry packaging and tissue. This is our industry. Development stage, we are 4 years old startup. The founding year is 2016, but end of 2016. You can say 2017. Okay, funding opportunity, we need $1 million. Equity offered 30%. our revenues are in the pitch deck. We had a revenue of $133,000 in 2017, 200,000 in 2018, $167,000 in 2019, and I'll explain you why it was a little down. Although we are genuine entrepreneurs, we do not let the revenues go down. We cannot compromise on our revenues. And in 2020, the end of May, we closed it on $68,000. These are our revenues. The net profits are also there, $34,000, $28,000, and in May we have earned $16,000. Revenue forecasts are amazing. They are very high. So I would request to believe me because I can explain how. So the revenue forecast for 2020 is $3.8 million. Here we can compromise because this pitch deck was prepared in early 2020. I mean, in January 2020. So we were thinking we have the whole year, but right now, we already have lost half of the year. So the revenue forecast for 2021 is $16.9 million, and for 2022, $8.5 million. Use of fund is also mentioned. 30% will go to expansion, 10% will go to minor automation. Minor automation needs, we want to automate the existing machineries, the existing technological models. So 10% will go there. 30% working capital and blah, blah will go to technology and marketing and miscellaneous. So burn rate, we do not have burn rate. We make profits, alhamdulillah. Now, let's move to the other page. So now the big box. The big box is explained. Let me tell you, sir, all these pictures that are included in this presentation, Lalapak has the copyrights of this. I mean, they are not randomly taken from some Facebook, from some Google images or Pinterest, etc. These are our genuine products. We have made them. And these pictures are 100% copyrighted. So production capacity right now is 3 tons per day. The boxes, only the boxes, paper boxes and corrugated boxes. And let me tell, for those people who do not have packaging experience, corrugated boxes are those boxes who are actually the cartons, the boxes having a zigzag layer in between, for a layman, this is the definition of corrugated packaging. Now, the other is bleach board packaging. All the boxes that are used in the bakeries, in many other sectors, the single paper, the single board made cards. So, so this is what our production capacity right now is. Capacity after minor automation can increase to 12 tons per day. Now, minor automation will never cost us more than 5 million, which I will send in other documents where we have forecasted revenues, forecasted profit and loss statements, balance sheets, and historic also. So you can then analyze how these minor automations and expansion will cost us. Now, we work as a B2B, we work for footwear industry like Metro is our client. For edible industry, we are serving Latif Cooking Oil, Latif Group of Industries, GSE Group of Industries, Pan Asia, and these have cooking oil brands on multiple names. So in footwear, we have served Metro, and in foods, we have served some dry fruit merchants for export as well. In B2C, we sell them as gift boxes, like we receive online orders or on e-commerce and our Facebook pages for custom-made anniversary boxes. We are selling them on our e-commerce. And some other gift boxes, like people need boxes as for their weddings. They are also in huge quantity, like people want 500 or 1,000 boxes, and the profit is huge. And the gift boxes are corporate. We make corporate gift boxes as well. And those are the boxes. I mean, let me tell you the standard of the box that we make. Even in America, I am sure no packaging company will make box like us. We make such elite boxes. I mean, you can see them in the pictures. The upper box for 2020, this was our gift box for 2020, and we had introduced it, and it has an amazing look. I wish I could present these boxes to you physically, and if you are interested, we will send you all the samples. So let's move to the other page so that we may quickly discuss everything and let the question come. So the next product is our Balbin. The next slide, please. Hi. Okay, so this is Balbin. In Balbin, we make bags. Now, what type of bags? The first product of Balbin is stitched bags. The pictures are our own products, okay? So these are some, I mean, we have worked for Zameen, we have worked for Kareem, for Uber, for Mizan Bank, because they were running a campaign. We convinced them to run a campaign against plastic consumption, plastic bags. And these are the best reusable bags. And we are manufacturing it in a very cheaper, within a very cheaper cost, sir. So they actually ran a campaign. There were some real estate agencies during their exhibition. So they make these bags to distribute to the public, and it is a good way of marketing actually, because a bag is used multiple times on stores and many things. So this is the second product of our packaging. The third product of our packaging is paper bags packaging. Now this is a very important segment, and as I said, the status is non-operational. Now this is or niche that is non-operational right now, and these are the segments that we want to come into, and we need funding for, sir. All the non-operational businesses. So now I have mentioned here all the costs and the profits, the cost of setting up this plant, and the profits and the consumption in B2B and B2C, where can we sell these bags. So after ban on plastic bag, the ban on plastic bag, plastic pollution is a global problem, and the world wants really to get rid of it. In Pakistan, the ban has already been imposed. All the big cash and carries in Islamabad and even average superstores, they do not give plastic bags now. They have displayed a message where they have conveyed the message of ban on plastic bags. So now people buy paper bags and non-woven bags as well. So it already multi-million dollars market has already been created, and we are standing in this market. We are having a very good opportunity because we have penetrated into the market already, into the packaging market. So the next slide, sir. Now the next slide is non-woven bags. I have given the picture of the machinery and the bags, how non-woven bags look. They are the non-woven fabric bag. You must have seen them. These are very important, and the stores are right now buying them, and has already a multi-million dollar industry has already been created, and we are having demand for them. So this is also non-operational, and we need money for that. And the third, next slide, please. This is content. Now, another division that we want to come into. The content is our aluminium foil packaging, sir. Aluminium foil is, because if the government has imposed ban on plastic, because it is the root cause of the worst pollution that is affecting everything around us. The government has destroyed by this plastic bag, because it destroys the land. In every hole, in every drainage system, they are stuck, and government is paying huge salaries to the cleanery staffs of this country, sir. So now the solution for liquid item is still pending, because paper bag and non-woven bag cannot solve the problem of liquid containment. Now for liquid, these are aluminium foil packaging. You must have seen these packagings in airlines when they present you biryani or something. Those are called aluminium foil packaging. And hotels, the restaurants are desperately needing these things right now. We are having huge demand. They are used as nazroniyas. They are used as, households also use it to pack some food in disposable thing. So this is a very disposable item because it is recyclable. It will create unlimited economy because even if you throw it, a kabadia will come and he will make money out of it. So this is because our slogan, we have two slogans. Packaging is branding and packaging is branding and packaging for cause. We are doing packaging for cause. We want to shift this whole economy and in fact the world, because we want to export also, to wholly solely a new and recyclable packaging. So now this is aluminium foil packaging. Let's go to the next segment. This is flex pack. We want to come to flexible and PET bottle packaging as well. The next slide, please. Yes. But this is our long-term plan. We will leave it aside right now. And next slide, please. Console. Console is our consultancy division. We are already, we have served 3 or 4 good clients, and we offered them packaging consultancy. There are people who make shoes and they do not have access to good packaging, and we make packaging for them, and we offer them consultancy services as well. We consult them, we give them the costs of different packagings and different ideas. We know the price of their product, how elite it is, or what customer class it is, and then we suggest a packaging accordingly. So this is console or packaging consultancy division that doesn't need any machinery or expertise are enough. So this is all the packaging that we want funding for, and we want we are in this field. Now we have the same Lala Pack has come into FMCG. Why did we come into FMCG? We were chanting this slogan of packaging is branding, packaging is branding. And the people in Pakistan were not realizing how important packaging is for a product. Packaging, if the packaging is not good, elite products can never be sold because we are competing thousands of products in the market. So a good packaging is a little bit expensive as well, while the manufacturers always look for the cheapest solutions. We wanted to give it a try. We wanted to prove our slogan that packaging is branding. So how did we prove this slogan? We came into into FMCG and launched our tissue paper product, Teloyo. And the status of Teloyo is, let me tell you, sir, right now, Teloyo is generating 5 million rupees revenue every single month, even during this pandemic. We have 14 distributors in Pakistan, mostly KPK, Rawalpindi, Islamabad, and the Teloyo can be seen in all mega stores of Pakistan, D. Watson, Shaheen, Medina Cash and Carry, Punjab Cash and Carry, and many more. Right now, on this date, we have launched it in January 2020. And till this date, we have opened 100 LMT's large stores, the large cash and carries in Islamabad only. It is available on every mega cash and carry mega store of Peshawar. We have distributor in Atteeq, in Abbottabad, in Mardan, in Swat, in Kohat, and many areas. In Atteeq, in Gujar Khan, we are in deals with some large distributors in Lahore. And how do we do this? We generate huge sales because we make a deal with the distributor. Supply chain management is his task and the sales is our task. We deploy proper guys on the marketing segment. We give separate targets for LMTs to separate guys, and we include some small sub distributors who already have cars running in the streets and have access to the street shops. We are giving good price and the best quality, and the packaging is so attractive. You just look at these in the pictures and I'm sure you will feel like it is an elite brand. And the brand is elite as well because we are offering 100% virgin pulp. We have given it a wonderful packaging, and we have one innovation as well. We have introduced or product flagship. The name of the product is flagship. Like we have named our products differently. Like our kitchen roll is Monia, or toilet roll is Glan, or the pop-up and the aroma, chroma, and Apple. These are the names.
One last minute.
Okay, I'll explain. So these are the name we have given it to our products. And the flagship is a car pouch made of cloth, and it has elastic behind it, like this one. I have it right now. These are elastics. And if you put it on the car of the Sunwader or the armrest, and it is stuck there, it will not move, and you draw tissues out of it. And the last segment which is not yet operational, is Deloyo. Deloyo is our fresh fruit brand. These pictures are genuine. We are about to introduce our fresh fruit brand across the stores, and we are already having amazing contacts for this. People are waiting for this because we are going to disrupt the fresh fruit packaging industry. We are going to launch a brand.
पैसे मांग रहे हो कि थप्पड़ मार रहे हो यार? आराम से मांग लो यार.
So actually I don't have time, इसलिए चीज बहुत बड़ी पड़ी है मेरे पास एक्सप्लेनेशन के लिए, इसलिए आई एम सो सॉरी. तो ये हमारा फ्रेश फ्रूट ब्रांड है जो कि अभी मार्केट में आने जा रहा है, और $16 बिलियन की इंडस्ट्री है, और हमें यकीन है कि हमारा एक्सेस भी फ्रेश फ्रूट्स तक है, स्वाद वगैरह तक. मैं खुद पठान हूँ, और इंशाल्लाह हम डेलोयो को भी एक जगह देंगे.
यार
तो
ये बात ना बताया करो प्लीज कि यार तुम पठान हो भाई, ये हमें यार बोलते हो तो पता चल जाता है.
So my presentation is बस काफी है. अब questions.
बहुत काफी है. Now is the questions.
Yes.
Guys. So I'll go first, if that's okay. Assalamu alaikum, Kamar bhai. Very passionate about your products, and mashallah, बहुत सारी चीजें कर रहे हैं. One suggestion would be to focus on few things which are more profitable, because I know it seems like you're in everything now. So if I were you, I would find out what makes you the most money, what's best for Pakistan, and focus on some of those more profitable products, because you want to work on your bottom line also.
Okay.
That's one thing. And then again, I'm an investor also. I love your products, but you know, $1 million is a lot of money for me.
Yes, it is.
Yes. So, but there may be other people who may be interested in something like that. But you know, I love your passion. You're doing a lot of things. Your names and branding is phenomenal. Also, other than name and branding, you want to make sure that your products are phenomenal too. Like the quality of the paper, like the tissue paper, make sure you compare it with other popular brands out there, especially the ones in USA. I'm very particular about what brands we buy, because not all toilet paper and kitchen paper does the same job. So you want to make sure that the quality is there. So, and I'm pretty sure you're doing it, but you want to make sure that you do it. I love the fresh fruit idea because I'm big on wellness also. And this may have a huge export potential also for Pakistan industry. So I wish you well. I love your passion, and Jazakallah khair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Arun bhai, your mic is still mute. You have to unmute it. I can't do that. Okay, sure, go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, this is fine.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, good. Okay, so let me start with the energy that you have. It's excellent. We do need in any founder to have this kind of energy. Let me start with just a little story so that kind of substantiate what you were saying. My daughter started her own line of skincare products. So we were looking for the packaging. So we called the customboxes.com. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we called the customboxes.com here in USA. Somebody from Chicago answered the phone, and we asked the sample. So they sent us the sample. When we got our package, the shipper was in Alam Road, Lahore. So I was very surprised. I said, wow. So customboxes.com here, supplier from Alam, and a high quality that actually Dada Bhai just mentioned, the quality is extremely important. And I was very impressed. So I just kind of, compliment on, whatever is happening in Pakistan in terms of packaging is up to the standard. My question is this, what is the level of competition? Who is your competitor in Pakistan and how big the market is?
So packaging is always a $1 billion industry because nothing comes unpacked. So the market size is definitely huge. Right now, we are in the middle of two extreme competitors. The one competitor is they are listed companies like Packages Limited and Roshan Packages and such sort of people. And the other end is very low-level packaging companies. They just make boxes and the quality is nil. They are unregistered. They are not organized. They don't have ideas. They don't have innovations. So actually, we are in the middle of something, and we are having our own niche. But let me tell you one thing, and please believe it, that we are right now giving tough time to those public limited companies. We have got too many clients from Roshan Packages, from Packages Limited, like the ghee and the shoe industry clients, two of them, Latif and the Metro. Those guys were working with packaging, but when we got them, our quality was also amazing, and we actually replaced them. So yeah.
I got it. So let me ask you this. So how many founders or partners you have, and what you asking?
4. We are right now 4 partners. I am the mega shareholder. I own 85% of Lalapak. There is a guy Farhan who is an amazing person. He's the CMO. And there is a guy, Ahmed Raza. He is the COO, Chief Operating Officer. He looks at the production side. And there is a guy, Ehsan Ali, who is National Sales Manager. He's working in Peshawar. All these guys own 555 each. So the equity that I'll give to investor will be from my side.
And how much is that, and what you offering?
We want $1 million. And we offer 30%. Right now we have a small factory which is made on 5 canal. I don't know what
right.
20 Marla is canal. Yeah.
Can you just give me the overview of your assets right now?
We have exactly. Right now we have property, plant, and equipment worth of $80,000.
Okay, so you are valuing your company for $3.5 million right now.
Yes.
Okay, and what was your profit in 2019?
In 2019, we made I think $34,000 profit, net profit.
Okay, yeah, I think you probably. I'm interested in it. Probably, but I think the $1 million outlet in Pakistan. In a one shot. It's a really a big.
Don't pay, sir. Do not pay it in one shot. We are willing to. You can transfer the money in a specific percentage, because we do not want all this money at one time. But if you look at our growth, because the growth, the 10x growth in real terms is waiting just investment, sir. We want to automate the current machinery, because in corrugated packaging, we have a $300,000 monthly demand on hand. We cannot meet it because of lack of capital, because of lack of automation of machinery.
I'll be interested in it at the completely different terms, where, we can create the value without you need $1 million.
I'm not sure what if $1 million is actually going to get spent.
Yes.
It's pointless sitting in a bank account doing nothing. You've got a very good idea. The valuation is, I think, ridiculous, to be honest. $3.5 million valuation on 30,000.
Hello, sorry, sir. I came back. Actually, my internet was disrupted. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think, and I agree with brother Mahmoud. It's actually it's a completely out of the whack right now. Your valuation. I think you have a good product. You probably, you're not addressing the issues that you have. Your money is not your issue right now. I think you're looking for a partner that can finance your growth. And I think for that, you don't need $1 million today. This is exactly what the Mahmoud was saying. This is not your need. Maybe, you probably need to sit down and kind of review your situation. Just scaring the hell out of an investor, but asking $1 million, I mean, you're going to lose a lot of opportunities of collaboration. I think you need to probably revisit.
Let me answer this.
Some of the machinery.
Let me answer this, sir. Hello?
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Should I answer?
Some of the assets that you've asked for on your pitch were 5 million rupees. So, if you focus on working out the value of what you need to grow, and then asking for that as an investment, I'd rather invest and have 10%, but invest the true amount. But to ask even...
No, sir. Actually, this was just a pitch. Look, for a $10 million investment, these pitches, some slides are never enough. I have a complete financial projections, balance sheets, and further details. There is a huge detail behind just this presentation. And if you are willing, I am a real entrepreneur. I will never ask for money which I cannot justify. Well, I have already sent all these documents to the Jumpstart team. You can obtain those documents.
Okay, so I'm out of this one, I think, and that's the valuation is a bit too high for this one.
Yeah. Actually, look, I think me and Brother Mahmoud, we can work on it if you're really willing to kind of look into this carefully. I mean, I think there is look, you don't need money. $1 million, you don't need it. I think you're overvaluing under the circumstances. And you're in the right market. I think you got the right product, but kind of, shooting in the dark, kind of give me a little uncomfortable situation.
If I was in your shoes and my product was so good, I would get the people that I was supplying to invest the money and say, I'm going to give you a superior product at a cheaper price. You invest in small amounts, and I'm going to give you a valuable asset that you guys need. But I think personally, for me as an investor, the profits and the valuation.
Actually, things are always different, sir. Things are always different. Sometimes I think, look, we are totally in our senses, alhamdulillah. We have tried everything right now. We are having distributors, and the tissue paper business is right now running. Alhamdulillah, we are generating sales. And the investor is distributor. We are already applying this. But right now we need a full conversion machinery for tissue paper, the Tiloyo, the product. I mean, it will cost us further cheaper, and we need some working capital, because if you are selling a 10 million worth of thing every month, you must have 20 million worth of thing running behind in the manufacturing, in physical stock,
Kamar, the point, basically, you have to understand this particular point, okay? Nobody's questioning about the potential. We all know about the potential. We have seen packages in last 10 years, last 20 years has gone through the roof, okay? So there's no question about the potential. On the potential side, first of all, when we are actually pitching for the SMEs, we don't look for the potential. We look at the numbers. And the numbers do not speak. Maximum you're going to actually earn is 200,000 with the current scenario. 200,000 actually get you anywhere. The valuation of property, if I put the potential, if I put the revenue, it puts you in the margin of $800 to $1 million. That's the maximum valuation it's going to get. If you're going to get the impartial valuation, you are valuating at 3.5. This is like 3 times the valuation what you are actually putting at it. So, I mean,
actually, the list of machineries, the list of automations, technological and mechanical automations that I have mentioned in the financials, that will justify me more, I think, because the detail is too much.
And the only other thing I would like to add to you is that passion can convert into stubbornness, and I think that's where you might be heading. So you're a very passionate guy. value your business correctly, you might get the investor, but it's heading towards, to me, sounding like very stubborn, and it's not something that I can invest in.
You know, one thing I would suggest is to look at your profit margin also, because you're very passionate about it. Maybe you're working out deals with your buyers at a deep discount just to get the business. You want to make sure that you're working on your markup, so your profit margin goes high. You want to make a lot more money than what you are right now with all these products, and even going in the forecasting, your profit margins have to be high. So if you have premium product, you really should try to get premium price. So this way your markup is going higher.
Okay, guys, time is almost up. So if any last question anybody wants to do, otherwise we are almost done here. So
I would just say that. I would just say that. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so now what I would just say that, look, there comes an opportunity in your life. Sometimes we just are so completely blind spotted on it that we don't see the other side of the story. This is I see here happening, that you're definitely you're passionate about it, and I think there is more than one way to get where you want to go. You're just not opening for those opportunities, and that's all of I would say the ending.
Actually, we are not just passionate, sir. We have very good knowledge of the domain as well. Some people are just passionate and they don't have knowledge, but we have knowledge of this, because I am coming to you after having physical products, after experiencing the market for 4 years, and alhamdulillah, our mental caliber is also good. We understand how things work. So this is not just about passion, it is about knowledge as well, sir. Because look, sir, if you invest here in something right now, you can never understand a business background, wholly what is happening. You need to rely on me. You need to look at me, because we do not invest in ideas, we invest in people.
So
if you check my clarity level, you will understand why do I need $1 million.
No, I get it. I understand that, but I do not spend a dime on anything that I don't understand. So this is my criteria of investment is. So I need to understand.
So I propose you to let's start this discussion, and I'll tell you how things work. Let's understand it.
I know exactly how it works. I'm more from the financial side, and I know exactly how we can get this $1 million reduced to 300,000, and I know exactly how to do it outside the box. I have done it for last 30 years. So I think this is where the kind of learning curve that we're having a problem. You are at the beginning of this curve, and I'm at the peak of it.
Yeah.
Anyhow, guys, first of all, Kamar, you have to understand this fundamental point that once you can actually get a 30% partner, doesn't matter what the valuation we're going to actually have finally, one thing you have to learn that 30% partner, although you're going to have the overwhelming majority, but at the same time, you would have to listen to that person. That's the real value that person is bringing in. But anyhow, the pitch was great, as I expected. You're going to be talking with very passion and experience. And there's going to be a lot of conversation happening after this. So get ready for that. So we just have to bring the valuation down, and we have to convince you on that. So, inshallah.
I'm ready to talk to all these honorable guests. I'm sorry if my answers hurt. Actually, I'm very much clear, and I would request, let's talk, let's see this opportunity. If you are looking for a very good opportunity, be sure Lalapek is the best one right now, and I can convince them. And if they see things in a different way, maybe we can talk further, and I'm sure I can give them the good thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kamar. Thanks for your time. And thank you.
Allah Hafiz.
Allah Hafiz. Thank you, gentlemen. Amjad bhai, Harun bhai, Kamran bhai, and Nasir bhai, it was a great discussion. And then, inshallah, we're going to have 4 more SME pitches tomorrow and about 8 startup pitches tomorrow. So, inshallah, we're going to be together for a while. Now, there's a very great session we are looking into. So, inshallah, keep tuning in. Link into that YouTube or Facebook if you want to actually keep listening to this. The first day of the conference is going amazing. MashaAllah, the feedback we are getting is just truly amazing. Actually, I didn't expect. I mean, to be very frank, I didn't expect that is going to be like this. I was just, okay, fine. We had the pre-sessions, we had all this lined up, and we were just thinking that, one after another, people were just going to come. But alhamdulillah, it's got so much, up and down that once it gets, sometime is boring for other people because we are discussing purely about agriculture. Tomorrow we're going to be discussing about the healthcare and education. And then tourism is dying. So, but still we have to make sure that we are ready for 2021, where this is going to start peaking. And that's where the opportunity is. So a lot of things going to be, inshallah, coming our way. But what we are going to discuss is, now next 2 hours is going to be very amazing and different. We're going to be starting in about 10 minutes. I already can see that we have our guest already logged in. But in the meantime, we'll just spend just about 5 to 6 minutes or so. So the other two guests actually also arrive. And that session, I was really looking forward to in terms of the discussion we're going to have. ज़्यादातर डिस्कशन जो है वो उर्दू में हो रही होगी और थोड़ा बहुत ज़रा हम मजाक भी करेंगे और साथ साथ एक दूसरे के ऊपर उनके एक्सपीरियंस से फ़ायदा भी उठाएंगे और उसके साथ साथ जो असल चीज़ है, जो असल काम है माइक्रो बिजनेसेस का, कि हम माइक्रो बिजनेसेस के ज़रिए से किस तरीके से पूरी नेशन को उठा सकते हैं. हाँ, हमने बात की SME की, हाँ हमने बात की स्टार्टअप्स की. वो बिल्कुल एक किसी भी डेवलप वर्ल्ड के लिए बैकबोन है इस वक्त, और डेवलपिंग जो नेशंस हैं उनके लिए भी वही रास्ता है कि वो SMEs को स्ट्रॉन्ग करें. लेकिन ये कि जो आपके माइक्रो बिजनेसेस हैं, जो आपके किराने के स्टोर है, कोई आपकी छोटी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की शॉप है, कोई, वो लोग किस तरीके से इसके अंदर अपना रोल प्ले कर सकते हैं. और असल मकसद यही है कि हम उनको वो रास्ता दिखाएं कि वो किस तरीके से ये रोल प्ले कर सकते हैं. लेकिन उससे पहले हमारे साथ ज़ीशान साहब हैं, एज यूजुअल. पता नहीं कहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं, पीछे मुझे एक तार सी लटकती हुई नजर आ रही है, तो उनसे जरा कुछ एक कलाम इकबाल थोड़ा सा सुनते हैं और उसके बाद फिर चलते हैं अपने गेस्ट के. तो क्या सुना रहे हो ज़ीशान?
सर, कलाम इकबाल के कोई शेर भी सुना देते हैं. समय अगर कुछ मैसेज है तो कलाम इकबाल कहते हैं कि मुझे शौक नहीं है कि मेरा को कलाम सुने, मैं तो चल शायद को मेरी बात तुझे असर कर जाए. तो कलाम इकबाल में से वो सुनाते हैं आपको चंद शेर. वो ही मेरी कम नसीबी, वो ही तेरी बेनियाजी, वो ही मेरी कम नसीबी, वो ही तेरी बेनियाजी, मेरे काम कुछ ना आया, ये कमाल ने नवाजी, वो ही मेरी कम नसीबी. मैं कहाँ हूँ तू कहाँ है, ये मक्का के लामक्का है. तू कहाँ है मैं कहाँ हूँ, ये मक्का के लामक्का है. ये जहाँ मेरा जहाँ है कि तेरी करिश्मा साजी, वो ही मेरी कम नसीबी. इसी कश्मकश में गुजरी मेरी जिंदगी की रातें, इसी कश्मकश में गुजरी हो मेरी जिंदगी की रातें. कभी सोजो साजे रूमी, कभी पेचो ताबो राजी, वो ही मेरी कम नसीबी. वो फरेब खुर्दा शाही जो पला हो कर गसों में, वो फरेब खुर्दा शाही जो पला हो कर गसों में, उसे क्या खबर के क्या है रहे रस्मो शाहबाजी, वो ही मेरी कम नसीबी. नहीं फक्र सल्तनत में कोई इम्तियाज ऐसा, नहीं फक्र सल्तनत में कोई इम्तियाज ऐसा, वो सिपा की तेज बाजी, वो निगाह की तेज बाजी, वही मेरी कम नसीबी। कोई कारवां से टूटा हो कोई बदगुमारम से, कोई कारवां से टूटा हो कोई बदगुमारम से, के अमीर कारवां में नहीं हुए दिल नवाजी, वही मेरी कम नसीबी, वही तेरी बेनियाजी, मेरे काम कुछ न आया ये कमाल ने नवाजी, वही मेरी कम नसीबी। जी सर जी।
माशाल्लाह यार, अमेजिंग अमेजिंग अमेजिंग। और क्या कहते हैं, कोई छोटा सा और कुछ ध्यान में हो तो सुना दो।
वो थोड़ा सा एक इंडिया का पंजाबी सॉन्ग थे, उसमें हमने थोड़ा सा एडिटिंग की है मुल्क के लिए, वो थोड़ा सा आपको सुनाते हैं। तलवारों पे सरवार दिए, अंगारों में जिस्म जलाया है, तब जाके कहीं हमने ये आजाद वतन पाया है मेरी ज़मीं अफसोस नहीं जो तेरे लिए सो दर्द सहे, महफूज रहे तेरी आन सदा चाहे जान मेरी ये रहे ना रहे, तेरी मिट्टी में गुल जावा गुल बन के मैं खिल जावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू, तेरी नदियों में बह जावा तेरे खेतों में लहरावा, इतनी सी है दिल की आरज़ू, पाक ज़मीं। ये पाकिस्तान के लिए जो मोहब्बत है, इसमें थोड़ा थोड़ा कोशिश करते हैं कि अपने इज़हार करते रहें। तो इस मुल्क के लिए जान तो छोटी चीज़ है, जो चाहे हम देने को तैयार हैं, तो इंशाल्लाह इसके लिए हर चीज़ हाजिर है। तो आजकल आपको जैसे पता है कि पाकिस्तान में उर्तुगुल बहुत देखा जा रहा है, तो पाकिस्तान में उर्तुगुल की ज़्यादा लोग नूरगुल बनना चाह रहे हैं, क्योंकि नूरगुल को शहादत नसीब हुई है, तो लोग नूरगुल के जो करैक्टर है उसे बहुत पसंद कर रहे हैं। तो मुसलमान तो ये ख्वाहिश करता है कि मुझे शहादत की मौत मिले, क्योंकि नबियों की भी यही ख्वाहिश थी कि शहादत की मौत मिले।
सही।
तो अल्लाह आपसे कुछ काम ले ले।
बहुत अच्छी आवाज है और कलाम इकबाल सुनते रहेंगे इन 4 दिनों के दौरान में। मेरे साथ गेस्ट आ गए हैं, बहुत ही माशाल्लाह अमेजिंग गेस्ट हैं, और एक आध रह गए हैं, लेकिन उससे पहले जो ही वापस हम आते हैं आपके पास, तो आज एक अमेजिंग सेशन होने जा रहा है जिसके अंदर हम बहुत ही डिटेल के अंदर डिस्कस करेंगे कुछ चीज़ों को। तो विद इन अ मिनट इंशाल्लाह विल बी विद यू गाइस।
Pakistan is a country with great potential. Now, Pakistan, in my opinion, is ready. Right now is the best time for investors to come to our country.
Now, Pakistan's stock market is booming. Stock prices are at their highest level ever, and investments are pouring in.
Spending more than $50 billion on energy and infrastructure in Pakistan.
And now, inshallah ta'ala, amazing log, amazing panel, amazing. पता नहीं चुप के बैठे हुए हैं क्या है यार, अपने रेस्टोरेंट में बैठ के थोड़ी सी रोशनी डालते हैं कि आपके चेहरे पर नूर हमें भी नजर आए।
मेरे पास और भी जगह थी।
जनाब रेहान अल्लाह वाला साहब कौन नहीं जानता, शाहिद हुसैन जोया साहब हैं, जोया साहब आजाद चाय,
माशाल्लाह माशाल्लाह,
हमारे भी एक कप चाय ले करते हैं। वालेकुम
भाई सुनिए सुनिए शक्ला
आज तो मजा आएगा भाई, फुल वक्त लगा। सो गाइस
कराची में बैठे हैं खानेवाल में माशाल्लाह, एंड वेयर आर यू सिटिंग?
मैं इस वक्त शिकागो में हूँ, सब फैले हुए हैं माशाल्लाह। We have very amazing conversation और पता नहीं तारुफ की जरूरत है नहीं है।
आपकी आवाज बाउंस हो रही है
यार, पता नहीं किसके कौन कल्प्रेट है इस सारे उसके अंदर। मेरा ख्याल है वो है, मैंने जो ही मसूद भाई को जो है ना म्यूट किया तो सब ठीक ठाक हो गया। आपकी तरफ नहीं है, आप बिल्कुल सही हैं। मैं ठीक हूँ आजाद भाई, आप बिल्कुल ठीक है। ये मसूद भाई जो है ना इन्होंने लगाया हुआ है पता नहीं किस किस्म का, वो जो नहीं वो जो $1.5 का नहीं मिलता, वो जो इकोनॉमी एयरलाइंस जो होती है, इन्होंने बचा के वो साथ ही लगा लिया। सर जी आप उतार दें बेशक हेडफोन मसूद भाई। अच्छा तो बस पीछे बाउंड ना करे आवाज, मेरा ख्याल है कर रही है शायद। एनीहाउ रेहान भाई क्या हाल है आपके? ठीक है, खैरियत से? यार बंदा यूं करके कुछ बोल देता है यार। चले आपसे बुलवाते हैं थोड़ी देर में।
अच्छा ये जो लोगो है ये उतार सकते हैं? शाहिद भाई के मुंह को कवर कर रहा है।
बिल्कुल उतार सकते हैं यार, क्यों नहीं उतार सकते? शाहिद भाई के ऊपर से तो सब कुछ उतार देंगे। सही है। नहीं वो असल में लोगों का मसला नहीं है, लोगों का मसला नहीं है। वो जरा एक भाई साहब जरा कम है इस वक्त कन्वर्सेशन के अंदर, तो उसकी वजह से। यार मैं आपका आजाद भाई मुर्शिद साहब, आपका जो माइक है ना वो मैं जब तक म्यूट नहीं करूंगा उस वक्त तक वो चीजें आगे चलेंगी नहीं, क्योंकि वो फिर आवाज बाउंस हो रही है बार बार। अच्छा जी, हमें सारों को बुला के जो है ना वो क्या कहते हैं, आपके अल्लाह भला करे मेजबान जो है ना वो पता नहीं कहाँ गायब हो गए थे। तो ओवर टू यू सलीम भाई। आवाज आ रही है? आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही सलीम भाई। उनकी दोबारा डिस्कनेक्ट होगी। अच्छा गाइज, एक और जो इशू क्रिएट हो गया है मेरे एंड पे या पूरे उसके एंड पे कि यार जो स्ट्रीम है ना वो थोड़ी सी उसकी स्ट्रीमिंग रुक गई है, बिकॉज वी बीन ब्रॉडकास्टिंग फॉर ऑलमोस्ट 8 hours now, so I think the maximum it allows is about 8 hours. So I think
एक और बना के भेज,
मैं वही कर रहा हूँ। So guys, please retune in. We're going to be actually sharing it again. So just give us about 5 minutes or so. तो मैं आपको बना के भेज रहा हूँ। ठीक है everyone?
Yes, yes.
Inshallah.